So say my name. What's my name? What's my name? Slasher.
How's it going, everybody? It's Slasher103 back with another reacting to video / sleep stream. So basically, no matter, speaking of y'all are new here, welcome. What we do is we throw on videos in a video queue, and we leave that on all night so that y'all can stay entertained, and even when I go to bed, y'all still have something to watch, and you know when I wake up. But without further ado, let's get to the awesome content.
Looks like you save a lot of time if you don't have to turn around. Those guys can be really faster backwards. Okay, here we go.
What was I doing? Oh yeah, I was calling watermelon. Damn, eh?
Watermelon?
Yeah.
He hardly answers now. I called him like 3 times and he's like, "Why'd you call me so much?" I'm like, "You're the one that said to. Hurry up."
Well, you should all say, during the war, you used to go banking with bullets. Try to pretend. That's that bitch that cheated.
Aww, MJ. You're so sweet.
Grr.
What's good, buddy?
Nothing much. Everybody, all the other stoners are busy or either sleeping, so I'm like, you're literally the only other fucking person I have. I was like, there's a few other people, but I wanted to come to you first. So I had a feeling I literally call the people that I know will answer, and if they don't answer, then I get surprised. Because I'm like, you guys literally said whenever I need you, just call. I call and nobody ever fucking answers. I could be in a hospital, I could have got hit by a car, I could be dying, and they wouldn't even fucking know.
Why is Stony looking always answer?
What'd you say?
Out of everybody, how do you?
For real?
He's the only one. I'm not trying to be rude or like.
Tank would answer, but Tank is either fucking sleeping or busy. Most likely sleeping.
Stony,
Yeah,
you
but
a
me
real
on the other hand,
homie,
I'm
you a
usually
real
up
G.
all hours of the night.
For real,
I
bro.
sleep during the day.
And he comes to
But
you.
I gotta
That's
change
the
that
thing,
shit
he
tonight
wants
because I
to
gotta
call
wake up at 5 a.m.
calls
to get
you.
ready for work.
Boosh.
Huh?
Boosh.
The brush?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You never give it back.
Do you want to try and scrape my faster? So you can get another
Nah, bro, I just low key been chilling up on TikTok live.
Sweet.
I just need a little bit more for another toke. Cause I have one right here, but I don't want to take it off.
So you can have toke tomorrow.
I need toke right now.
Huh?
I need a toke right now.
Would you still like my grinder though?
I've already scraped it this month.
No, it's worse again.
Yes, I did.
The corners are worse again.
Your shit was barely even scrapable last time I went to go scrape it.
No one watch me, okay? What? Please. You too. Everybody turn. Turn, go blind.
Bro, these fucking allergies need to go on somewhere.
Bro, it's so sad because I have literally like $5,000 coming in this next month. But
Hell
that's next month. That's still like fucking 3-4 days away. Like, I need weed now. I need weed now.
Scared. Not you,
It pisses me off. But yeah, I'm gonna be getting a bunch of fucking back pay for a bunch of taxes. Fucking disability program. Fucking gonna be getting an extra $200 a month.
If I had fucking PayPal or some shit, I would say I'd fucking cash app you money or some shit, but
No,
I ain't got no PayPal.
this has done enough of that today. He's already sent me over fucking. He sent me like fucking $48 fucking dollars, bro. First, he sent me money and $28 in the morning. He's like, get yourself some proper breakfast because he saw me eating a bowl of cereal.
Hey, but sometimes cereal low-key be hitting though.
And then when dinner time came around, he's like, here's another 20, go buy yourself some dinner too. I was like this.
That's how you know who the real ones are though.
Does he want money back at the end of the month?
That's what I keep asking him, but he keeps saying no.
Okay, that makes me feel bad. Because he's been helping us out, man. And he doesn't have to do that.
No, he feels like he wants to be a good friend, so he's helping me out because I've helped him out with so much shit. So he's just trying to return the favor.
But he doesn't have to pay us.
And I'm like, I know.
It's like he's trying to buy our friendship, man.
Doesn't have to buy our friendship. He's one of my greatest friends.
He's a really nice dude.
I fucking love his fucking Scream costumes. We always vibe. He's fucking fantastic to have in my streams or even just chill with. You know what I mean? Like,
when you first had days, you were like, bro, I relate to you.
This was literally one of the first people I started playing fucking COD with besides Stony.
Yeah. And Tank.
So I remember it was like fucking you, me, Crack on Smack, and fucking Diz. We're all like the main four.
Yeah, for real.
I haven't heard that name.
And then we ran into Tank. And
Yeah.
then we started playing with Tank.
And then eventually now we have over like 100 different fucking people that we all play with. I was trying to get you to come and fucking join me so I could take a toke with you, Mr. Watermelon. Your twin is in here.
My what?
I said your twin is in here.
Twins in here.
Give her love. You've been
Both of y'all are my twins.
No, I haven't. I've been giving her love all day, and I've been feeding her. I'm the reason why she probably fucking threw up.
Feel better now, baby.
Bro, these fucking allergies low key kicking my ass.
It's probably because she's not used to the fast food anymore because I've been feeding her healthy, babe. Been feeding her chicken and vegetables and potatoes and stuff. So when she had fucking
her stomach upset.
yeah, when she had the burgers, it did not sit well with the grease.
And Jane, are you okay?
Her body reacted the same way ours do.
Daddy doesn't have any more.
Before I run up to the Circle K to grab a fucking Polar Pop, let me show you I have real weed.
Stop.
You have real weed for once? You got the do-si-do?
He has real flour?
He has do-si-do right now, the same shit we get all the time.
Oh man. Can you just give me another 2 nugs? Yeah,
Although I do want to say, bro, my ass low-key hurts. And not for the reason that you think it is.
None.
My ass hurts too. You want to know why?
Your feelings are back?
What is your ass hurt?
Oh no.
There's a pimple on my butt cheek.
It still hasn't popped?
No, it went away for a little bit and it came back. And I asked my mom, I'm like, it's a pimple, right? She's like, yeah, that's a pimple. I'm like, what the fuck, man? Like, it's been there forever and it won't pop and it won't go away.
Offered to pop your pimple.
Don't worry, twin.
It's not
I'll
poppable?
take care of it.
I've tried. I've squeezed that shit as hard as I fucking could, and you know how hard I can squeeze.
I don't know why you're laughing.
I fight through the fucking pain, bro.
And
Tell Dad she gotta bite that shit for you.
That shit hurts.
Especially when it's like right under your right in between the folds of your ass cheek, where your ass cheek connects to your leg. It's like right where I sit, bro. Right where I sit.
Diabolical.
So it just pisses me off, bro.
Tell Dad she gotta bite that shit to pop it.
She gotta bite that shit to pop it.
Her face. Slash your clip that shit. Slash your clip that shit.
Oh shit! I got you.
Her face and her reaction was funny as fuck.
Diabolical. Oh my god. Yo, Stoney.
Yeah.
Are you from Ohio?
No, I'm from Missouri.
Shit. We got some random spawn points up in this shit.
Oh,
We got Missouri, got fucking Canada up here, we got Ohio. I don't even know
where are the clips, man? Where are the clips?
Tank's from Alabama.
Where?
Yeah. That makes sense.
Like clipping not work?
What's that supposed to mean? What is that supposed to mean? Hold on.
He's a little bit special.
Clip that.
Hey, but we love Tank though.
We do love Tank.
Tank, no fuck. Tank would just rather get his money up instead of chasing bitches.
That shit the proper.
Ready, set, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2.
Oh shit! I got you.
Fuck.
That shit the proper. That shit the proper.
Ruin everything. Relentless. No one's blaming any of this on you. Now, take a deep breath.
I am a real young nigga. Would you agree with my terminations? My terminology, Tony?
What's your terminology?
Let me rephrase it for you. From the top, hitting the high note, all the way from the low note. I am a real young nigga. Rate that shit on a 1 out of 10 twin.
Slasher, let me know whenever that clip's posted. I gotta go watch that shit.
Clip is posted.
Hey, Stoney, do you like my song, though?
Yeah, I fuck with it.
Hell yeah. How the fuck?
Shit, now I gotta scroll all the way down to the bottom to get your clip. To get the clip.
Why the fuck? Nah, just put in the most recent. Go into the time thing where you can fuck with the thing and click within the last 24 hours. You can go like weeks, hours, or days. Click like hours and it'll pop up. How the fuck would you even think of some shit like that for Destiny to?
Wait, Slasher, you didn't clip it long enough.
I couldn't. That's as far as I could get it. I didn't think quick enough. I forgot that I have a fast PC that I can just go clip. I didn't click into that until after I'd already tried to clip it on Kick and it didn't save. So be happy I even caught the damn clip.
I'm gonna need some change.
He needs some milk.
I need some milk.
Who said her face,
Hey, Slash.
That shit the profit. Get rid of it. That shit the profit. Stop it.
Bite that shit to pop it.
You gotta bite that shit and pop it.
What'd you actually get the clip on? Was it on like Kick?
YouTube.
No.
Or Twitch.
YouTube?
Oh, you said YouTube?
Twitch.
I didn't see it.
Yeah, reload, refresh.
You can go into literally. Ow. YouTube is delayed. So if you're watching YouTube and then you're on the call at the same time, whatever happens on the call,
I'm not
takes
seeing
like.
it on Twitch, Slasher.
Oh, my bad. I thought you were talking on YouTube. My fault, twin. I was gonna say it takes like 15 seconds to get to normalized time. It's kind of depressing. But at the end of the day, what the hell?
Oh, there it is. No, there it is.
How come that didn't make us all turn around? I can. You shy or something? Is that what it is, huh? It's not that.
All you hear is Slasher screaming, "Bite that shit to pop it."
What isn't that must?
That is great.
It's all right.
He caught the clip last second.
So, when someone stares, I just what type of station?
Oh wait. Hold on. Yo, Mitchell.
You're fucking face. You look like an evil cupcake. Dude, every time you laugh like that, do your eyebrows. They go up so high, baby.
What the fuck was that? Who the fuck did that laugh?
No, Slasher.
What the fuck, Slash?
Yeah, that's like Slasher's signature laugh.
Bro, you sound like Krampus, the evil Santa Claus.
There you go. I saved it even better so you can get an even better look on her face.
Okay, bet.
You're like, bet. You're like, hold up, let me go replay that shit. That shit the proper. That shit the proper. That shit the proper. I gotta get it just a little bit closer.
This little situation you're in.
See, but the
This is crazy.
Sorry, what that big face of yours. I'll get rid of these, so you can't pull the trigger. Final warning, little girl. If you get in our way one more time.
Alright, boys, I'm gonna hop off here.
Bro, do you smoke weed?
Do I smoke? Yeah.
Well, let's
My-
do it before we go.
I'll say my name wouldn't be Stony Parker for no reason.
Well, maybe you like collecting rocks, collecting certain stones. You know what I'm saying?
Hold on, though. Look in the community Discord. I'm gonna send you what the picture actually is. If I still have it, I should still have it. Yeah. All right, I'll take a close up at that picture.
Of the Stony Squad.
Damn, not on her first try. He's so cool. For a pregnant lady, that's too. Since she joined, she's kind of been like our good luck.
I'll take a close look at the characters.
Just lined it up and first try. You throw it on your hand, but
Their characters are weed nugs.
what about you do a cookie machine?
Oh shit! Damn, really?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's in the community Discord in the Slasher squad.
Oh,
and how you doing, Mystic?
I was in the Stony Squad.
And did people say my text to speech wasn't working?
Oh damn! Bro even has a chain on and everything, dog.
Hell yeah.
Testing.
No, it's working.
What if we go around and say our real names?
I was like, maybe I'm just tripping.
Alright, you want to take a rip, y'all?
Yes, sir.
Cheers, everybody in chat. And cheers, homeboys. Hurry up, we ain't waiting on nothing. We trying to token get ready for bed. All of us are tired.
Hell yeah, I gotta be up at 5 o'clock in the morning.
I don't think I know what it stands for.
Julie, let's roll out of here. Go straight to us.
Alrighty, good night, y'all.
Have a good night. You taking in my last rip with me, brother?
Hell yeah, let's go, twin. Let me pack a little bit extra. Actually, I don't even need to. Just roll it. Let's go, twin. I'm ready whenever you are.
Alright, sounds good. Let me pack this shit up like we're going on a vacation.
Let's go.
Good saying, eh?
Nah, you going to a tropical island. That's where I would go, but I would bring that. I would bring my weed if I was going to a tropical island, twin.
So I might be getting a place in a few months.
Where you going to, twin?
Getting my own place.
Oh, I mean, like in Ohio or in Canada.
Canada.
Oh, okay. I'm fucking faded.
I can't wait, bro. So I'm gonna have the money for it. I just want to make sure that we have the income for it every month. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And first and last is only one part of the problem. And I'm gonna be paying off my dealer and shit. Everything's gonna be all fucking Gucci. Yes, sir.
Oh yeah, dude.
But yeah, I owe my fucking dealer over $1,400 because of fucking people stealing fucking weed from my house multiple times.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Did you
Because
catch
I,
them?
of course I fucking caught him. Called the fucking cops on them. Didn't get my
Did
weed
you
back though.
Did you restrain them and body slam them?
Nah. They got karma. Cheers, twin.
Well, I was calling your name. So can I get a little bit of change? Alright. Alright. Cheers, twin.
Spare change? Anybody got some spare change?
Sitting on the side of the street.
Anybody got some spare change? Please, may I have your spare change? Taking all donations. Anybody got some spare change? Cheers, everybody in chat.
Cheers.
This is the last rip, and then I'm laying down, everybody, and we're gonna put the videos on.
Oh. Gnarly rip. Alright. Hey, good night, brother.
Have a good night, brother.
Oh. How has your day been so far today, though?
Not good. Everything on my PC fucked up today. That could have possibly fucked up. I re-downloaded my graphics drivers, my Windows updates, had to fix my Windows updates, had to fix my graphics fucking app, had to fucking reinstall it, had to reinstall fucking OneDrive, had to restart my PC over fucking 15 fucking times.
Did you put stream on pause to do all this, or were you just chilling with it up on the fucking screen?
I couldn't, bro. Damn, the parents are fucking aren't even out of the shower yet, eh? Fuck.
All right, you ready? Right here. I forgot you taking another rip. It's all right, bro. Later on, tomorrow morning,
Fucking-
when you want to take a rip.
Oh my god. His sword that he made yesterday, oh, it was sick, babe. They played Fruit Ninja.
Cool. My playlist with 40 videos just reset.
All of them?
Yeah.
Oh, babe.
Because I accidentally closed down my fucking browser and didn't even notice until now. Love it.
That is really good. Thank you. I have to go more often. I don't see why not. I'll take that as an invitation. Marvin. Sandra, what's the problem? No, do you know where Dave is?
Oh my god, it's an actual
Sandra hasn't seen Dave, but
Babe.
Q, this is Sandra, Sandra, this is Q.
Not in the mood right now, honey.
I'm so sorry to barge in on you guys like this, but
So I didn't want to have to do this when I have no tokes.
it's okay. My son's actually the same way. At least he has the decency to let me know what he's doing. Honey, I wish. Do you know where your nephew is? Sandra, I haven't seen him. That's actually dope that your nephew and your son have the same name. What? What son? You and Marvin's son. Marvin's son?
In a few previous videos, I built a gaming PC using only AMD parts with a budget of just $36. And let's be honest, the parts were terrible. A sketchy power supply that felt like a fire hazard. Just look at this laptop. It's absolutely...
It's time over for this, babe. It's time to go home. What's up? Oh, sorry. You sure right. We gotta talk about this lady. You hear me?
I can explain.
Okay.
My mom for a good reason.
What was the reason?
I just want to impress you.
How was having the son going to impress me?
I don't know.
You didn't have to lie to me. I've dealt with too many lies in the past. That's why I'm single now.
Sorry, I didn't mean to make this weird.
Well, you did. And you didn't have to lie. I was already interested in you, but now I'm not so sure.
This is the only thing. I haven't lied about anything else.
But you were not having a child. That's not cool, Martin.
I know it. I'm sorry.
Just give me some time to think it over, okay?
I'm just saying it. Sorry.
Yeah, me too.
The moral of the story is, when you start off with a lie, it affects your future relationship. Be open and be honest.
Yeah, I tried to play it out, but she didn't listen.
When?
I really got you in trouble.
What's that?
I'm surprised you did
I'm
that.
amazed.
So strict. Yeah, I understand.
There's a lunar eclipse going on right now.
Okay, you didn't know that?
I'm taking a fucking photo of it. Hold on, it's one. I'm gonna hop right back up in here.
Honestly, I don't know. I like that. I wish I could say it because you're that new person. That was nice to me. Really? You're so cool, man. You have to lie. And Stephanie. No, I didn't say something. And Stephanie.
No, the princess of the palace.
I told you I'm too old to be called princess. Sorry, this is my stepdad, Martez.
Who's this?
Well, this is my new friend. She's new at our school.
Okay. Hello, Miss Zombie. You're a very rude young lady. I get to follow kids there all the time.
No, sir, my dad is busy. I've never really delivered someone's food.
Fathers do have to work. You don't feel lonely. You're welcome to come over at any time, okay?
Thank you for my time. I just like to thank you, Dad, please.
Come on, Tiz.
Yes, sir.
All right, buddy. That's me. You guys will be able to make now, okay?
You don't have to say yes or no, sir. He said that's a bit too old. Things like things. Okay. What is your name? Sure. It's me. So I do.
No, so there's nothing there. Me and Mom, so there's value.
That's right.
What's wrong?
I just was thinking, sorry, Mom, but my dad was still around.
Your dad, no, because I'm upset. There's nothing wrong with you.
Yes.
I'm serious.
Okay. Okay.
So, these are good friends out.
Why?
I said, we want you around. And it seems like you're not going to be around.
I never thought of it that way. I don't think I could have you around.
Exactly. You should have had all these weeks.
I don't know. It's just like between our moms and our parents, she wants to go out.
Listen, your mom has experience with technology and this again. So actually, this will be perfect.
Okay,
Right. The screen is badly damaged. The entire body is falling apart, and honestly, it looks more like e-waste than a computer. But here's the weird part. Despite all of
Just
this,
take the shower.
the hardware inside still works really fine. So throwing it away would be waste. Instead, I'm going to tear this thing apart and give it a complete refund. And by the time I'm done, it's only going to look like a laptop. So what exactly am I turning this destroyed laptop into? Let's find out. The first thing I need to do is get rid of this completely trashed outer shell. Taking it apart isn't particularly difficult, but I do have to be careful with all these tiny, ridiculously fragile rivet cables. One wrong move and this project could get a lot more complicated. And after about an hour of fighting with what feels like a million screws, I finally managed to free the motherboard from the chassis. But we've got a problem. The cooling fins are completely bent out of shape. Luckily, I happen to have an identical heatsink that's still in good condition, so I can swap out the damaged one and keep moving. Next, there's one tiny part I absolutely need to keep. The power button. Thankfully, on this laptop, the power button is completely separate from the keyboard. It's basically this tiny little switch connected by an insanely thin rivet cable. It doesn't look like much, but I'm going to reuse it as the power button for the entire system. Next, I need a display for this thing. And as you already know, the laptop's original screen is completely trashed, so there's no saving that. But instead of just replacing it with another laptop, I want to do something a little more interesting. I'm using a portable monitor. This one is 14 inches, but more importantly, it has a touchscreen, which opens up a lot more possibilities for what I'm building. The plan is pretty simple. I'm going to mount all of the laptop's hardware behind this display, essentially turning the screen into the foundation of the entire system. But before I start building anything around it, I should probably make sure these two actually work together. So let's hook everything up and yep. The display works, the touchscreen works, and I can now control the entire computer directly from the screen. Now we actually have something already built. Now comes probably the most important part of this build, making a custom enclosure for everything. For that, I decided to use acrylic. It's flat, relatively easy to cut and shape, and for a project like this, it should work perfectly. But first, I need to strip down the portable monitor. Keeping the original housing will just make the whole thing unnecessarily thick, so I'm removing everything I don't need. After taking out the screws around the edges, I can finally get inside. And there's really not much here, just the display panel itself and the controller board that runs it. Perfect. That gives me a lot more freedom to work with. Next, I need to build a backplate that everything can mount to. But before I can figure out where all the hardware is going, I need to cut a piece of acrylic that matches the dimensions of the display. So, time to start measuring. Next, I need to figure out where all of these components are actually going to live. There's already one problem. If I mount the motherboard right up against the edge, the HDMI cable sticks way out of the side, and honestly, that looks terrible. So instead, I'm going to move the motherboard slightly toward the center. That should give the HDMI connector enough clearance while keeping everything looking much cleaner. Once I'm happy with the position, I can mark the mounting points and drill the holes for the motherboard standoffs.
Just like when mom was taking the road.
5 standoffs later, the motherboard finally has a proper home. Then I'll do the same thing for the display controller board.
It's me, Zara.
With both boards mounted, I can move on to the speakers, and I'm positioning one on each side of the system, but obviously trapping speakers behind a solid sheet of acrylic isn't exactly ideal, so I'm drilling a bunch of tiny holes directly in front of them to get the sound somewhere to escape. And with that done, we've officially finished the first major part of this build. It means it's finally starting to come together, but there's still a lot left to figure out. Next, I need to build the 4 walls around the enclosure. And once again, I'm sticking with acrylic. I've already cut 4 strips, each about 3 centimeters tall, and these will form the sides of the case. The idea is pretty straightforward. Line them up along all 4 edges of the backplate and secure everything with super glue. These corners sticking out are really bothering me, so I'm going to sand them down and round them off a bit, just to give the whole thing a much cleaner and finished look. And once that's done, the enclosure finally starts looking like an actual case instead of just a bunch of components sitting on a sheet of plastic. But now comes the more annoying part. I need to figure out exactly where all the openings are going to be. The USB ports, power connector, and of course, a proper spot for that tiny power button I saved earlier. Let's start with the USB ports. I cut out an opening just big enough for both ports to fit through, then secured them in place with a couple of standoffs and screws. Next up is the power button. I'm mounting it directly to the side wall with 2 small screws, then drilling 1 more hole so the actual power button can poke through. Perfect. It's working. Finally, we have the power connector. I'm basically doing the same thing here, carefully cutting the acrylic until the connector sits nice and snug in the opening. But of course, problems just keep coming up. The cable running from the power connector to the motherboard is too short. It doesn't even reach. So before I can go any further, I'm going to have to extend these wires myself. Well, that was actually pretty easy. Nothing a highly qualified electrician like me can handle. I also plugged the USB and power cables into the motherboard, then secured my powerful Boss speakers in place with some adhesive. Next, I need to power the display controller, and this part should be pretty simple. 1 USB connection can both power the display and handle the touchscreen input. Except that we have another problem. This laptop is old, like so old that USB-C wasn't even part of its vocabulary. So I had to bring the old boy into the modern world with USB to Type-C. Alright, power problem solved. Now for the display signal. Space is getting pretty tight in here, and the HDMI cable I have is way too thick and way too long. There's no chance I'm cramming all of that inside this case, so I swapped it for a much shorter, slimmer cable. Problem solved, right? Of course not. This new cable has mini HDMI on both ends, while I only need mini HDMI for the display controller. The motherboard still uses full-size HDMI, so once again, my wallet gets absolutely no time to recover. I had to buy another adapter, this time HDMI to mini HDMI. Thankfully, everything finally fits together nice and snug. And at this point, we're really close to having a finished machine. Oh, I almost forgot one pretty important thing. Ethernet. The motherboard sits pretty deep inside the case, so unless I want to reach inside this thing, every single time I need to plug in a network cable, I'm going to have to extend the Ethernet port out to the side. But there's basically no room left around it for anything else. After staring at this thing for way too long, I finally came up with a solution. Move the power button over a little and use that space for the Ethernet port instead. Which means, yep, I have to buy an adapter. I'll mount an Ethernet coupler directly to the side of the case, and then all I need is a short Ethernet cable to connect it back to the motherboard. Because apparently these two Ethernet ports still haven't figured out how to connect to each other over Bluetooth. And you know what happens when you cram this much hardware into a tiny enclosed space with basically no airflow. It gets hot, really hot. So I definitely need some way to pull that hot air out of the case. Luckily, I've got this cute little fan that I borrowed from an old Nintendo Wii. Now the question is, where the hell do I plug it in? This laptop motherboard doesn't have a single spare fan here. This little guy needs 5 volts. Wait a second. USB is 5 volts too. So technically, I should be able to power the fan straight from a USB connection. Before I start wiring anything permanently, though, let's make sure this actually works. And good job, little guy. It works. Before I mount the fan permanently, I need to give it somewhere to actually move air. And luckily, I already saved a spot. So I'm putting a circular vent into the back panel, which should let this little guy pull the hot air straight out of the case. Hopefully, it can keep this thing from turning into a tiny acrylic oven. With the vent finished, I'll clean up the fan wiring, make sure everything is secure, and then glue the fan into place. And with that, I think we're finally done. Well, almost. There's still one pretty important thing missing. Storage. And as you can see, this drive is way too bulky for the tiny amount of space I have left. So instead of trying to cram the entire enclosure in there, I'm going to strip it down and use the drive's internal board without the bulky outer casing. It should still handle reading and writing data just fine, while taking up a lot less space. And honestly, at this point, every millimeter counts. Alright, now we're actually at the finish line. This is basically the final piece of the puzzle, the screen. But before I can install it, I need to add 4 small supports, one in each corner. These will keep the screen firmly in place while also leaving a little bit of breathing room between the display and all the hardware underneath. And yeah, that actually looks pretty good. But before I seal everything up and officially turn this pile of laptop parts into a real PC, I should probably make sure the whole thing actually works. Because the last thing I want is to finish the build and then have to tear it all apart again. Oh my god, I get the picture. And even better, everything seems to be working perfectly. The system is running smoothly, the touchscreen responds exactly the way it should. So now I can finally put the display back into the case. But looking at it, it still feels like something's missing. So I added a clean bezel around the screen to give the front a more finished look, and then reattached the monitor's original stand. The whole thing can actually sit properly on my desk, and wow, it's way better than I expected. At this point, I don't even know if I can call this thing old boy anymore. A few hours ago, it was a beat-up old laptop with a destroyed shell and a broken screen. Now, it looks like it's been given an entirely new life. And honestly, that's my favorite part of projects like this. Taking hardware that looks like it's finished and turning it into something worth using all over again. Alright, I've got the mouse, keyboard, and Ethernet plugged in, and everything works exactly the way it should. For everyday stuff, this little machine is actually pretty capable. Watching YouTube, browsing the web, basic desktop tasks, it handles all of that just fine. And of course, you already know what game I had to test. Minecraft? Yes, it runs. Does it run well? Oh, not exactly. At the default settings, we're getting less than 30 FPS. But honestly, considering how old this hardware is, I can't really be surprised. And that's okay, because this project was never about building some crazy gaming PC or magically turning ancient laptop hardware into a modern powerhouse. I just wanted to save this machine. Instead of letting a broken laptop become another piece of e-waste, I wanted to give it a new purpose, and maybe make something a little different along the way. It's not the fastest computer. It's definitely not the best gaming PC. But it works, and for this build, that's really all I wanted. This used to be a dream high-end gaming PC. When it first came out, it cost around $1,000. Today, systems like this usually sell on the used market for about $300 to $400. The problem is, even that price is still a bit too much for me. So instead of buying a fully working machine, I decided to take a much riskier route. I bought a broken one for roughly half the price. Now, if you've ever browsed sites like eBay or Facebook Marketplace, you'll know they're full of used computers being sold for surprisingly cheap. But where there are great deals, there are also plenty of scams. And this time, I decided to take the gamble. I spent $200 on this mysterious gaming PC. Now, the big question is, what hardware is actually inside this thing? And more importantly, did I just get scammed? Thankfully, when I opened the box, there was actually a PC inside and not something completely random. They even included a power cable, which I'm hoping I'll get to use once this machine is up and running. However, one thing immediately caught my attention. The seller didn't use any bubble wrap or protective padding, either inside the box nor outside. So honestly, I have no idea what this computer might have gone through during shipping. Hopefully it survived the journey. And luckily it looks like it did. The case appears to be completely intact, with no cracks or visible damage. Wow, yeah, this thing is actually pretty big. From the outside, nothing seems particularly concerning. In fact, it looks surprisingly clean and well maintained. It almost feels like someone wiped it down right before shipping it to me. But before opening it up, I want to see what kind of problem we're dealing with. So let's plug in the power cable and try turning it on. And yeah, that's not good. The system doesn't respond at all, not even for a second. No lights, no fans, nothing. It's completely silent, no matter how hard I wish it would come to life. All right then, let's remove the side panel and take a look inside to see what's going on. The first thing I notice is the power supply. It's a 600 watt unit from Cooler Master. And right next to it, we have a graphics card from Gigabyte. And this is actually NVIDIA GeForce GTX 1070 with 8 gigabytes of VRAM, which is pretty crazy because about 10 years ago, this was considered a high-end GPU. For many gamers back then, owning a card like this was an absolute dream. The motherboard inside is an ASRock B365M, which supports 8th and 9th generation Intel processors. The system is also equipped with a 500 gigabyte NVMe.2, which is actually a pretty nice bonus. As for memory, it has two 8 gigabyte sticks of RAM, giving the system a total of 16 gigabytes. If these parts are still working properly, I've probably already recovered about half of the $200 I spent on this machine. The good news is that RAM and CPU are usually the least likely components to fail, so there's a decent chance they're still fine. Now let's remove the air cooler and take a look at the processor inside. My guess is that it's probably an 8th generation chip. And wow, I was right. It's an Intel Core i5-8400. But right now, the system won't power on at all. My first suspicion is the power supply, so I'm going to start troubleshooting the traditional way, testing the components one by one. First, I'll remove the GPU and try powering the system with just the CPU and RAM installed. That should make it easier to narrow down the problem. As you can see, nothing happens. The system still refuses to start. So I'll move on to a test I usually do when diagnosing a dead PC. Oh no, this isn't good. It looks like the power supply is completely dead. When I try to jumpstart it directly, there's almost no response at all. At this point, I'm not even going to attempt repairing it. My knowledge of PSU repair is basically zero. Instead, I'll grab another power supply and see if the rest of the components are still alive. But unfortunately, the bad luck continues. Even with another power supply, the system still doesn't show any signs of life. Now I'm starting to worry that something else might be wrong. To investigate further, I'll try installing a different CPU into the system. This should help confirm whether the issue is coming from the processor or the motherboard. And still nothing. No power, no activity, absolutely no signs that the system wants to start. At this point, the motherboard is becoming the main suspect. So I decided to remove it from the case and take a closer look. That's when I noticed something unusual. Near the CPU cooler mounting area, there's a visible scratch or damage on the motherboard. I honestly have no idea how this happened. Part of me is wondering if it could have been caused by a screwdriver slipping while installing the cooler. It's actually easier to do than you might think, especially if you're tightening screws and your hand slips. That kind of mistake is pretty common, particularly for beginners. But with damage this severe, I'm afraid this motherboard might be beyond saving. And realistically, it probably shouldn't be on the used market anymore. Alright, so the next step is to install all the remaining components onto another motherboard to see if they're still working. At this point, I'm really hoping my $200 gamble doesn't turn into a complete loss. And, oh my god, the PC actually powers on. That's already a huge relief, but unfortunately, we're not out of the woods yet. The system still isn't displaying anything on the screen, even though the graphics card is installed. That makes me wonder, could the GPU also be broken? Wait a second. Looking at the debug LED on the motherboard, it's actually indicating a RAM issue. Alright, so the first thing I'll try is cleaning the memory contacts and reinstalling the modules. After putting them back in, still nothing. The system refuses to display anything, and the motherboard continues to report a memory error. So now I'm going to test the RAM one stick at a time. First, I removed one module and tried booting the system with just a single stick installed, and success. The system posts normally, but when I switch to the other stick and test it by itself, the system freezes again. So it looks like that module is definitely faulty, which means, in the end, only one RAM stick is still usable, but the investigation isn't over yet. We still need to test the remaining components, especially the graphics card and the storage drive. So first, let's take a look at what's inside this SSD. Who knows, maybe there's a hidden Bitcoin wallet in there. That would be amazing. As I mentioned earlier, the drive has 500 gigabytes of storage. Now I'm going to check its health, and yeah, that's not great. The drive health is sitting at about 58%. That's definitely not ideal for long-term use because drives at this level can sometimes fail unexpectedly at any moment. But for now, I'm still going to install a game on it and run some tests to see how well it performs. Next up is the GPU, which is also one of the most important parts to check when you buy a used graphics card. To test it, I'm going to run Firmware, a well-known stress testing tool that pushes the GPU to its limits. This will help me check both the temperature and the overall stability of the card. If the test completes without any crashes or visual artifacts, that's usually a very good sign. And fortunately, this GPU passes the test without any issues. The temperatures also look pretty reasonable. Looking at the results from Firmware, running on the NVIDIA GeForce GTX 1070 paired with an Intel Core i5-8400, the GPU is operating at almost full load, around 98% utilization. The temperature stays between 60 and 68 degrees Celsius, with the hotspot reaching roughly 70 to 76 degrees Celsius, which is perfectly acceptable. At 1080p resolution, the benchmark produces around 80 to 85 frames per second, showing that the card is still performing very well, and the cooling system is working properly. To make sure the remaining components are still working properly, I'm going to test them with a few games. The first one is probably a huge challenge for this system, Cyberpunk 2077. At first, the game couldn't even reach 20 frames per second, and the frame rate kept dropping constantly. Then I realized, oh wait, I accidentally left the settings on high. Alright, let's lower it to medium and see what happens. Now the performance improves quite a bit. The frame rate can reach around 50 frames per second, but the real limitation here isn't the CPU, it's actually the RAM, since the system is currently running with only 8 gigabytes. So I decided to install another 8 gigabyte stick and see if that makes a difference. And interestingly, the frame rate increased by about 30 frames per second. The game feels much more stable compared to running with only 8 gigabytes. Next, I wanted to test the GPU, so I launched Minecraft. With shaders enabled, the frame rate stays around 70 frames per second while flying. And when moving around on the ground, it can reach up to 90 frames per second. Finally, let's test the CPU performance with Fortnite. Here, the frame rate stays around 100 frames per second most of the time. But it looks like the CPU is starting to bottleneck the system, preventing the GPU from reaching its full potential. Because of that, the frame rate sometimes becomes a little unstable. So, to sum everything up, considering that I bought a broken PC with 3 major failed components, the power supply, the motherboard, and 1 stick of RAM, the situation honestly isn't as bad as it could have been. However, when you remember that I paid $200 for the system, not even counting the shipping cost, well, it's not exactly a great deal either. That said, I didn't lose too much money. Just the graphics card alone is worth about $100 on the used market, which already recovers a big part of what I spent. And the most important thing is, I didn't get scammed. So overall, I'd say this risky purchase could have gone a lot worse. Alright, that's it for today. I hope you enjoyed the video, and I wish you a great day ahead. And once again, we're back with another super weak office PC. I picked this one up on eBay for just $56. And yeah, the specs are pretty bad. It comes with a really weak CPU, only 2 cores and 4 threads, which means it struggles to run pretty much any modern game at 60 frames per second. But here's the interesting part. This system actually has a lot of upgrade potential. So today I'm going to throw in a bit more money and try to turn this thing into something that can run modern games. The real question is, will it actually work, or am I just wasting even more money? This is a Dell Vostro 3070 in the MT form factor. Now, it's supposed to be an office PC, but honestly, it doesn't look like some ancient system with a socket 775 or anything like that. In fact, this thing was released as recently as 2019. There's even a sticker on the outside claiming it originally came with an Intel Core i3 9th Gen. But is that actually true? Let's take a look inside. And yeah, there's nothing too exciting here. Just a single 8 gigabyte stick of RAM, and not even a storage drive included. But one interesting thing. This board does have 2 RAM slots and a PCIe by 16 slot. And that right there could be the escape route that turns this from a boring office PC into something that's way more interesting. Now I'm curious, what CPU is actually inside this thing? And, oh no, it's an Intel Pentium Gold G5400. I mean, no offense, but with just 2 cores and 4 threads, this is really weak by today's standards. Even with a max clock of 3.7 gigahertz, it's not going to handle modern games very well, which makes me think someone probably pulled out the original CPU and replaced it with this weaker one. That would explain why the system was so cheap. Alright, let's power it on and see just how bad it really is. But first, I'll need to plug in a drive so we can actually test it. Alright, so the system does power on, which is a good sign. But yeah, no miracles here. It really is just an Intel Pentium Gold G5400. When I checked it in CPU-Z, I noticed something really strange. This CPU is supposed to have 2 cores and 4 threads, but here it's only showing 2 threads. That's very unusual. I double-checked the system configuration, and everything looked normal. No misconfiguration at all. And it gets worse. Whenever I try to open any application, the system just freezes completely. I can't do anything except force a shutdown. So at this point, I decided to take the CPU out and inspect it more closely. On the outside, it still looks fine. Nothing obviously wrong. I cleaned the contact pads with alcohol, reinstalled it, and tried again. But this time, it was even worse. The system freezes right at the boot screen. Alright, time to verify. I swapped in a different CPU to see if the issue is really coming from this one. And instantly, the system runs perfectly fine. So, yeah, that confirms it. This CPU is definitely faulty. Taking a closer look at the contact pads, I noticed something suspicious. There are a few tiny black spots and even a darker area that looks like it might have been burned or damaged. I can't say exactly what caused it, but if you know what this might be, let me know down in the comments. Alright, so even if that CPU wasn't broken, it still wouldn't be anything impressive. It only comes with Intel UHD Graphics 610, which is basically like a cut-down version of a GT 710. And honestly, that's just not good enough. So yeah, I'm not even going to bother trying to save it. It's time to move on. Instead, I decided to pick up something actually worth using. An Intel Core i5-9500. I got it for just $45, which is honestly a really solid deal. It has 6 cores, no hyperthreading, but if you want more cores or threads, you're looking at around $100. And in my opinion, that's just not worth the extra performance. So for this platform, this is pretty much the best value option I could find. And to be honest, if you're building a budget gaming PC, you really don't need anything higher than an i5, even on an older platform like this. Because let's be real, if you're buying used hardware like this, the main goal is probably to save as much money as possible. Right now, I already have 8 gigabytes of RAM installed, so I'll just grab another 8 gigabyte stick and run it in dual channel. That alone should give a nice performance boost. To get the most out of this system, I definitely need a dedicated GPU. Luckily, the case is pretty spacious, so I can fit almost any card, as long as it's a dual fan design. For this build, I went with the NVIDIA GeForce GTX 1060. This card has a power draw of about 120 watts. The PCIe slot can provide 75 watts, which means I still need an extra 45 watts from an external power source. So I ended up using a SATA 6-pin adapter. But I'll be honest, I don't recommend doing this. There are plenty of warnings out there saying that these adapters can actually be a fire hazard. A much safer option would be using a GPU that doesn't require external power. Now let's talk about total power consumption. The CPU and GPU together will use around 185 watts, and if we add roughly 25 watts to the rest of the system, that puts us at about 210 watts total. Since this system has a 260 watt power supply, it should be just enough to handle everything without pushing it too far. Alright, let's see how this thing actually performs. I started with Minecraft. At first, both the CPU and GPU were running at full load, but the FPS was stuck at around 30 FPS. That didn't make sense. So I took a closer look and found the problem. The CPU was only running at 3 gigahertz.
I would have known that. I would have been scraping this one instead,
4.4
Destiny.
gigahertz. So I jumped into the BIOS, and sure enough, Turbo Boost wasn't enabled. All I had to do was turn it on, and instantly, the CPU started boosting past 4 gigahertz. And just like that, performance improved. It was weird that's that, but of course, nothing comes for free. Because of that change, the CPU temperature shot up to over 90 degrees. Celsius. And yeah, running like that long term is definitely not a good idea. So now I needed a better cooling solution. At first I wanted to install a 4 heat pipe tower cooler, but it was simply too big. I couldn't even close the case. So I had to go with a different option. I picked a cooler with a larger, thicker heat sink, which should theoretically improve heat dissipation. And on top of that, I enabled fan control override in the BIOS to push the fan to maximum speed. Alright, now let's see if all of that actually makes a difference. I honestly can't believe it. Under full load, the temperature is now sitting at around 70 degrees Celsius. That's a 20-degree drop, which is a huge improvement. But of course, every solution comes with a trade-off. In this case, noise. My ears are basically getting tortured by how loud this system is right now. It sounds like a jet engine taking off. But honestly, I'm just going to ignore it for now and keep testing. Performance comes first. Still, if you guys have a better solution for this, let me know down in the comments. Let's start with Minecraft. At 1080p with a render distance of 32 chunks, performance is actually really solid. When I'm moving around on the ground, FPS stays well above 100, and when I fly up and look down, it drops slightly to around 80 FPS. Honestly, whether you're a casual player or more competitive, this is more than good enough. Now, if I turn on shaders at the same 32 chunks, the FPS drops to around 30 FPS. Not amazing, but still playable. And you do get that beautiful visual upgrade, so it's a fair trade-off. Next up is Fortnite. Here, FPS hovers around 160 during normal movement, and during fast movement or combat, it can drop down to around 90 frames per second. Still, that's a very solid experience overall. Finally, I tested Cyberpunk 2077 on low settings, and surprisingly, it holds up really well. Throughout my gameplay, FPS stayed consistently above 60 FPS without any major drops. Honestly, that's pretty impressive for a system like this. So, can this system handle 1440p or even 4K gaming? Well, with NVIDIA GeForce GTX 1063 gigabytes, the answer is pretty clear. In modern graphics-heavy games, it's going to struggle. Even Minecraft with shaders, the VRAM usage can go up to around 2.7 gigabytes, which is already pushing the limit of this card. And that becomes a big bottleneck, especially when loading new areas and trying to maintain stable FPS. So I decided to take things a step further. If I want this system to run at its full potential, I need a better GPU. That's why I upgraded to an NVIDIA GeForce RTX 3060 12 gigabytes. This card draws around 170 watts, which is way beyond what the original power supply will handle. So naturally, I had to upgrade the PSU as well. I went with an FSP 600 watt power supply, but there's a catch. This motherboard uses a proprietary power connector, so I had to use a 24-pin to 6-pin adapter. Luckily, it's pretty cheap, under $10. Alright, now that everything is upgraded, let's jump back into the games. This time, I'll be testing on a 1440p monitor. Going back to Minecraft with shaders enabled, the FPS now sits around 45 to 50 FPS, which is about a 15 FPS improvement compared to before. And honestly, I have nothing to complain about. The visuals look incredibly smooth, and the experience feels very stable. Finally, we have Cyberpunk 2077. At medium settings, the system holds around 50 frames per second. And if you're aiming for a solid 60 frames per second experience, you can easily drop the settings down to low. So yeah, at this point, I've basically pushed this Office PC to its maximum potential. And honestly, the results are pretty impressive. Buying a broken CPU is already a bad idea. Buying 5 of them? That's probably 5 times worse. In my previous attempts, I got lucky. I didn't lose all my money because at least one of them actually worked perfectly. But this time, I'm not so sure. Every single one of these processors is labeled as broken. And when it comes to CPU repair, isn't exactly easy. In fact, about 90% of these are probably completely dead, and the other 10% might still work, but not perfectly. But for just $30, I couldn't resist the risk. So now it's time to find out, can I actually bring any of these CPU back to life? Or did I just throw $30 straight into the trash? Let's start with the first one. First up, we have the Intel Core i3-9100F. And honestly, just looking at it, I would never guess this thing is broken. Everything looks almost perfect. There are no visible chips or cracks. The backside is completely intact, and the contact pads still look clean and shiny. The only thing I noticed is a very slight sign of oxidation, but it's minimal. Hopefully, it won't affect the CPU at all. Alright, to test these unlucky CPU, I'll need a fully working system. And since some of these processors don't have an integrated GPU, I'll also need a dedicated graphics card for display output. But before testing anything, I need to make sure the system itself is 100% stable. So I'm going to use a known working CPU as a reference. This will act as my control CPU, helping me confirm that everything else in the system is functioning properly. That way, if the system fails to boot with one of these chips, I'll know for sure the problem is coming from the CPU itself, not something else. Alright, let's drop it into the motherboard, short the power pins, and see what happens. On the first attempt, the system actually powers on, but there's no display output at all. Thankfully, I chose a motherboard with debug LED so we can get a better idea of what's going on. And yeah, why? It's stuck on the CPU indicator. Even worse, the system starts showing a power flickering behavior. Basically a boot loop. This usually means the CPU fails to initialize. At first I thought it might be a BIOS compatibility issue, but I already tested this board with an Intel Core i5-9400F, and it worked perfectly. So there's no way it wouldn't support the i3-9100F. That possibility is officially ruled out. Next, I suspected it could be a bad contact issue, so I cleaned the CPU pads carefully using isopropyl alcohol, reinstalled it, and even moved the RAM to a different slot, just in case there was some kind of memory channel compatibility problem. And then I tried again, but unfortunately, nothing changed. The system is still stuck in the exact same state. At this point, things get even worse. The CPU isn't even producing any heat at all. And that's a really bad sign, because it basically confirms that the CPU is completely dead. So, yeah, that's a failure on the very first chip. And honestly, that's pretty disappointing. Alright, let's move on to the second CPU. This time, I've got an Intel Core i3-8100. Now, this isn't anything crazy in terms of performance. It's more of a basic office chip, and on the used market, it usually goes for around $15 to $20. But if I can bring this one back to life, I'd already recover about half of the money I spent. And honestly, I feel a bit more confident about this one. The condition looks really good, almost no scratches. Everything appears clean and well preserved. But at the same time, after what just happened with the first CPU, I can't help but feel a little nervous. So the question is, am I finally going to make some money back, or is this going to be another failure? Let's install it and find out. I honestly can't believe it. This CPU is showing the exact same behavior as the first one. The debug LED is still stuck on the CPU indicator, and there's absolutely no progress at all. But here's the strange part. When I checked the temperature, this one behaves very differently. It actually gets extremely hot. Like, hot enough that I probably shouldn't touch it for more than a few seconds, or I'd risk burning my fingers. And yet, despite all that heat, there's still no signal to the monitor or keyboard. Nothing. At this point, I tried one more thing. I gently cleaned the contact surface using ultrafine sandpaper, just to improve the connection a bit. Nothing too aggressive. Reinstalled everything, and hoped for a miracle. But, yeah, still nothing. Honestly, I can't dig much deeper than this. I don't have any advanced diagnostic tools, and there's not much we can do with this makeshift test bench either. At this point, there's really no way to save it. I didn't expect to be this disappointed, especially when both CPU failed in almost the same way. But it is what it is. Now let's move on to the third CPU. Now this one is interesting. It's not just one CPU, but two of them. One looks perfectly fine, but the other one has several missing capacitors in the back. And honestly, I have no idea if it can still function normally. Hopefully this doesn't end up like the first two CPU. So I'm going to start with the damaged one first, an Intel Xeon E52686B4, a server-grade processor. And I'm actually pretty excited about this, because I once saw a video from the channel What About a PC, where he literally removed capacitors from a computer, and it still worked. So I'm really hoping for the same outcome here. To test it, I'm going to use my NAS server system. Alright, it's powered on, and oh my god, I hear a beep. That's a very good sign. And I can't believe it, it actually works. Jumping into CPU-Z, it correctly identifies the chip as the exact CPU I bought. So at least for now, it's alive. But the real question is, can it actually run stably under load? To find out, I'm going to test it using Cinebench R23. Alright, I'm going to start testing its multi-core capabilities. If it can pass this test, honestly, this could be an absolute steal, but no way. It crashes almost immediately. The screen just goes completely black right after starting the test. This kind of behavior usually points to a power delivery issue, which makes sense considering the missing capacitors. So I had to restart the system. Next, I tried some more real-world tests. I opened 100 Chrome tabs and the CPU was only using about 50% of its capacity. And surprisingly, it was still running fine. But when I pushed it to 200 tabs, yeah, it couldn't handle it. The system crashed again with the same black screen. That said, let's be honest. No one actually needs to run 200 Chrome tabs at once. So in a way, this CPU is still usable, just within certain limits. Because those missing capacitors are responsible for stabilizing voltage. And without them, the CPU simply can't maintain stability under heavy load. Now let's try something different. I tested it
See you in there,
and
honey.
interestingly, it didn't crash at all.
See you in
That's
there.
probably
You're
because the
prolonging
game
my
doesn't
sleep, and I
utilize
don't
all
like it.
CPU cores. So the overall
You may
load
not
stays
want to go to
relatively
sleep right
low.
away, but that doesn't mean you
So
can
yeah,
prolong mine.
you can game on this damaged CPU, but
So I asked
honestly,
you to go
using
start
it
it at
feels like
11:30.
driving a
It's been
massive
an
truck
hour
just to
now.
go to school. It works, but it's definitely not what it was meant for. All right, let's move on to the next Xeon CPU. This one is an Intel Xeon E5-1650V2, a pretty old chip that was released back in 2013. Unlike most server CPU that focus mainly on core count and threads, this one is actually tuned for higher clock speeds. It can boost all the way up to 3.9 gigahertz, which is pretty impressive for a chip from that era. So in theory, it should still be decent for certain workloads, even gaming. But of course, none of that matters if it doesn't work. So let's install it and see what kind of problem we're dealing with. Thank God, the system actually powers on. It even auto boots into Windows, and then, what the hell? Blue screen of death. I honestly had no idea what was going on. At first, I thought it might be the storage drive, so I swapped in another one. But nope, still couldn't get into Windows. That's when I started suspecting the CPU. To confirm, I installed a known working CPU, and instantly, the system boots perfectly. No issues at all. At this point,
I'm not
I was
gonna
just
take too long.
confused.
Fuck.
So what exactly is wrong with this CPU? After digging through a bunch of posts on YouTube and Reddit, I found someone with a very similar issue. And their solution was interesting. They disabled some of the cores because in cases like this, it's possible that a few cores are faulty, causing the system to crash during boot. So here's what I did. I used a working CPU to boot into Windows, then manually reduced the number of processors, basically limiting how many cores Windows can use during startup. Then I swapped back to the Xeon and tried again. And oh my god, it worked. The system finally booted into Windows. But as you can see, I've effectively lost half of the cores and threads. And inside Windows, it's still correctly recognized as an Intel Xeon E5-1650V2. So now, let's see how it actually performs in games. Once I got into a match, the FPS was hovering around 70 FPS, with some occasional drops here and there. Nothing amazing, but honestly, it's totally playable. And considering everything this CPU has been through, the fact that it's still working at all, that's already a huge win for me. Now moving on to the final CPU. This one is an Intel Core i5-4460S, a low-power chip designed for efficiency. At first glance, it looks completely normal. No visible damage, no scratches, nothing suspicious at all. But as we've already seen, looks can be very misleading. So the only way to know for sure is to test it. I've got a fully working system ready, and now it's time for the moment of truth. Will it boot, or is it already dead? And yeah, nothing. No display, no signal, no signs of life at all. It's basically showing the exact same symptoms as the first two CPU. I tried swapping the RAM, reseating everything, and even going through a few basic troubleshooting steps, but nothing made a difference. At this point, CPU that don't even post a display signal are extremely difficult to recover. So I guess this is where I have to call it. This one is completely dead. So in total, I only managed to save 2 CPU, but considering I spent $30, I'm still taking a bit of a loss, especially since neither of them is fully perfect. Still, I guess it could have been worse. And that's going to be it for this video. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. The
Welcome back. Part 5 of Restoring My Dream Power Hammer. In the last episode, we dug this massive hole. That's where it's going to live. Trying to deal with all the concrete work that we've got to do now so that we can then do the rest of the restoration while the concrete cures. Step 1 was putting in some type 1 aggregate. This is so that there is some sort of a consistent subgrade. It felt kind of funny because it looks like we're putting the same stuff in that came out. It just has a more consistent rock size, I guess. But I compacted it down, which leads us to our next step, which was pouring in a little thin layer of sand, 545 kilos to be exact, because that's as much as the trailer can carry. All right, let's go.
We're going to get more sand than that.
No, I'm taking a trailer. All right, guys, I'll see you in a couple of minutes.
We're going to get more sand than that.
What do you mean?
Come
on, you got this, Purple.
No, it's you.
You got this.
You.
All right, see you in a couple of minutes.
Okay,
behind the scenes here, Mrs. Steele just came up with a cracking joke. This is a plastic bag for you to sit on in my car because I'm wearing my dirty shorts. We're trying to recreate the joke. We can't make it natural.
It's either can't make it natural. I've said the line 2.5 times.
Okay, see you in a minute.
That is.
Bye bye.
What's the top for? Living his holy trailer is very good.
How do I do this?
You nearly had it in and you just...
What do I do now?
Start again.
Am I good?
Yeah. Just gonna leave it there.
Well, I'd like to do a bit of a better job. I'm not very good at this.
Well, that's gonna take us forever. Are you gonna come further back?
I can just keep going backwards, eh? How do I do this? How's that?
It's not really going any further in, mate.
I don't know how to get it further in.
It's added more, but it's not going any further in the workshop.
That was embarrassing. We never talk about this to anyone ever. This stays within these 4 walls.
Careful, it doesn't zip on the end. Oh, toe!
I want to take you back to when I was 11 years old. I saw a blacksmith demonstrating at a county fair on a rainy July day, and I was completely transfixed. I borrowed a little railroad track, made a charcoal forge in the back garden, and I started giving it a go. And I fell in love with it more and more with every hammer blow. Now, the second workshop that I ever visited was Nigel Barnett's at Franklin Forge. And there I was, a wide-eyed 11-year-old boy, looking at all this machinery. And there at the back of his workshop was an enormous power hammer. It was this exact same make and model, a massive 500-weight clear space power hammer. And the power, the noise, the intensity of this machine utterly gripped me. And that just poured gasoline on the fire that was building within me to want to pursue blacksmithing. Now, part of what makes these hammers so good in particular is in the transition from using steam in factories and forges to relying on electricity, they wanted a self-contained hammer that didn't require an external steam supply, but had all the control and capabilities of a steam hammer. That means single blows, reciprocating blows, clamping functions, all achieved with an incredibly complex valve design, as we saw when we pulled this apart. But the great benefit of this hammer over the steam hammer that we already have inside from Massey is that this we branded a clear space. It was designed so that there was as much access around the bottom die as possible, but you shouldn't confuse clear space with Squarespace, because Squarespace is a great place to build a website. They're the sponsor of this episode. They've got countless drag and drop themes, and me building my own Squarespace website more than 10 years ago was a very important step in my own journey, and an important stepping stone to actually get to this day where we've got a clear space power hammer to restore and install in my workshop, because I used to sell blacksmithing tools as well as selling classes through my Squarespace website, and it's what makes it so great. It's unlimited physical or digital products. You can sell your time with Squarespace scheduling. You can run your email marketing campaigns there too. No matter your business, whether you're a blacksmith, an artist, a ground worker, anything, a Squarespace website is the best place to showcase yourself. It's an all-in-one platform. You can buy your domain there too. And so please click the link in the description where you're going to get a free trial, and then code FORGE at checkout will get you 10% off your purchases. That includes your domain too. Squarespace has been an incredible part of my story. I hope that they will be an incredible part of yours. Let's get back to it. It's like a G-string. So, what we're now going to do is measure down, across, up. We cut that. That will be the U. In however many hundreds of years when this gets excavated, see what they think about digging up the steel coin. I want to take a moment to talk about some of the health and safety mistakes I've been making on this project and coming to you from the future. When we published the last episode, a lot of you guys reached out and let me know that I made a big mistake in not shoring the walls of this hole. A deep pit like this can be really dangerous because the walls can collapse. As much as I thought the walls were super solid, I shouldn't have relied on that assumption. So the next time I'm digging a deep hole, I'm going to be sure to shore the walls, and hopefully going forward in the future, set a better example for being safe in the workshop. It's not a swimming pool, so we'll throw that one. No. Rebar delivery just showed up. Right in the nick of time. Appreciate your help. Don't poke a hole in the plastic. That would not be fantastic. Wow. This is going great. The rebar took a lot of time, but we got there. It was actually pretty good fun. The general idea is make sure that the rebar is not touching the plastic, and it is going to provide some extra tensile strength to the concrete and hold it all together. The hole is now ready for its first batch of concrete. We have a damp-proof membrane in the pit. We've got hundreds of kilos of rebar, and you might think, when I say it's time for concrete, it's time for us to do an enormous pour. That is not the case. In fact, this needs to be done in 3 lifts. By the way, an enormous thank you is owed to my awesome landlord for letting me do this in his workshop. And the fact that this isn't my workshop is why this foundation gets a lot more complex than it would be if it was my own. If this was my own, it was a regular steel frame building that I owned. I didn't have neighbors either side. I would just pour one big block of concrete resting on the earth. It would be an inertia block, but it wouldn't be isolating any of the vibrations that get transmitted into the dirt from then spreading through the soil and vibrating the whole building. In my own workshop, I wouldn't mind, but in order to protect this workshop and keep my neighbors happy, we are doing a vibration-isolated inertia block pit construction. And so it goes like this. We need what is in effect a bathtub. Here is my floor. What's the floor? Floor. We're going to place engineered rubber and cork vibration isolators in the floor of this pit, as well as a lateral restraint strip on the side, and then cast a block that is just bearing on those vibration dampeners. And that means that all of the forces and vibrations from the hammer are going to be controlled by these isolators, hopefully transmitting as little as possible to the surrounding structure, the surrounding soil, and the rest of the building. I first came across this technique in an old iForge iron post by, of course, John of Massey Forging, who's been a part in installing boatloads of heavy forging machinery all over the country. This type of installation isn't just for stopping vibrations from one machine being transmitted to the rest of the building, where it could affect sensitive measuring equipment like a CMM, surface grinders running at the other side of a shop, CNC mills where the vibrations would affect their ability to keep tolerance, but it's also used where you need those precise machines to not be affected by outside vibrations. And so it goes like this. The company that sells these vibration isolators calculates the mass of the concrete block, the machine, the frequency of its impacts, as well as the power of it, and then they tell me what I should buy from them. Let me tell you. This is a pallet with 3,200 pounds worth, oh yes, of this specialist vibration dampening material. Look at that. Got a little cushion to it, doesn't it? Oh, yeah. It's based off a cork. Oh, that's made up of old wine bottle cork. That's exactly right. It smells amazing. What do you call that? Malbec? It does smell. Yeah. So there's strips of these that go underneath the 15-ton block between it and the floor of our concrete pit. The reason I've broken this out is I want to make sure that we make our pit such that I don't have to then trim them after the fact. So I want to double check the measurements that they've cut them to. Should be 1,524 millimeters, which should be bang on 5 feet. It's actually a good job I measured it because it is 5 feet and a 16th or an 1/8 of an inch. So that means that as we build our formwork, I'm going to have just that little bit of extra clearance from the drawings, so we don't have to do any trimming. We'll see more about this pad when we actually install that. About a half-inch pad, a metre square. I think that was about £1,400 in the whole bill. So this is some old carpet. Yeah, I don't think old carpet was on the job. This is the proper stuff. So the 3 floors I mentioned are going to be as follows: the floor, then the upright walls, then the pads go in, and we do the final block. Since it's too hot today, we're not going to pour the concrete floor. We're going to wait a few days till the weather cools down. What we are going to do is get to work on the formwork that we'll need for the pour of the walls. Thankfully, I've got wood. On the money. You can call me Alex Carpenter. Brother, look, the last inch this thing dies. Oh, great. Why does that not line up? That should be 18 millimeters. How is that possible? Golly, I take it back. Alex no Carpenter.
Are you sure it wasn't supposed to be carpenter?
Oh, what there's a typo. And carpet laying is my calling. Yeah, that's about 3 millimeters short.
Oh, I see. You have a little gap in the middle between two.
Well, that's actually now a spot so I can put a tri-bar for disassembly. It's actually a very important construction technique. 305. Oh, to the half millimeter. Get nuts, mother. This formwork is going to be taking a lot of pressure from the concrete. You know, there's going to be 6 feet of height on this. I guess it's the same thing as when you go swimming and you go really deep. There's more water pressure. The higher this is, the more there's going to be this pressure acting on the walls of this form. And it would be really unfortunate if this just caved in and then left 6.5 cubic meters of concrete in a puddle on the floor. It wouldn't be very easy to fix that problem. And the trouble is ideally, everything would be screwed from the inside, so that then we can disassemble everything from the inside. But that is a lot easier said than done. So maybe we put a couple of retaining screws first. Or maybe I just say screw it, and I do it from the outside.
Screw it.
I think a few of these little things, and we'll be able to easily cover them out. That's my guess. And when I say guess, I mean my prayer.
We've been on prayer.
Absolutely. But I am unfortunately only halfway there. It's concrete day! Okay, so, made a phone call this morning about some concrete. Lovely chap. He says, yeah, hang on a second. Would you want to accept it today? I go, yeah, which is great. But it's also terrifying. The pressure is on. This floor is what we're going to pour. We've got 1.8 meters cubed coming. The formwork for our walls is not going to be needed for a week, so I've got to clear that out, and then I need to make some nice lines to work to for the concrete so that we can get it flat and level. Visibility is great. Brilliant. Our reinforcements have arrived. Thank you. Let me walk you through the tools that I've got. This is like a scoocher rake thing. This is a concrete trowel. And this is my vibrator. So, oh yeah, we borrowed this from Jamie, so I'll make sure to clean it before I give it back to him. That'll go like this. The wheelbarrows will dump the concrete. I'll use the scoocher. I'm going to be in here with my Wellington boots. Then, once I got it roughly level, I'll come in here with an ultra-high precision flattening board, and I will all the way up to here. At which point, I'll have to start going upside down to do the rest of the floor. It'll be sweet. Just saw the concrete truck pull in, and it's probably lost. I can find it. Oh. Look at that! Oh, here's the first one. sleep for days. I've been so scared about this concrete going in. You remember, this is a DIY job. I've never poured concrete, tied rebar. I've been doing my utmost to study the topic and hopefully do a job that is going to work. And of course, at the end of the day, when it's all said and done, we'll fill up the hole flush with the floor. I'll re-epoxy the whole workshop, and nobody's going to ever know that there is 20 tons of concrete in the ground. That was stressful, but with the help of our phenomenal neighbours, thank you, Paul, thank you, Steve, the concrete is in. I'm now just trying to smooth off any of the rough bits. I was speaking to a blacksmith who very kindly gave me from his experience doing in foundations, and he did tell me, yeah, I lost a couple of spirit levels in my foundation pour. So he has spirit level reinforced concrete under his massive fan. And I thought that was just the funniest thing ever. As far as I know, I haven't dropped anything into this. It is possible that my phone is there and I just don't know about it. Yeah, gentle check of the level. Oh, come on now, look at that. Does that look as good from your angle as it does from mine? Now, surface finish on the pour could be a little bit nicer. The pro concrete finisher is going to do a much nicer job. But considering I'm at the bottom of the pit and the best tool at my disposal was a 2x4 on a trowel, I think it's going to do the job just fine. And thankfully, nobody's going to see it for very long. We're going to need to wait a good few days from when the floor was poured to when we can pour the walls. And in that time, I'm going to prepare the hammer frame, standard, and the base plate for blasting and painting. We don't want any dust and debris getting inside there, especially after we spent so much time cleaning it out. So we're going to seal everything up with the original access plates where we can, and plywood and silicone where we can't. I hope I don't regret siliconing these in place temporarily. Hopefully it's the right amount of stick and not too much stick. This has the possibility to be a flashback moment in the future. Oh, I love how these holes line up so well. And while I've been doing that, Paul has also had some small parts in his vibratory leveler, and dare I say, they came out spectacularly. Now we're going to get our box in the hole, ready for concrete. 8.5, 9.5, 8.5.
Best way to do this would be to get Steve's little hydraulic.
I've got them, I've got some.
Well, let's just chuck it in that corner and push it this way.
Yeah, good idea.
Right.
Yes, please.
Ow, you hit yourself in the head. Oh,
I heard it shuffle. Perfection! To the 8th inch.
I thought it was supposed to be 9 inches.
To the 8th inch. Now I've got to secure it so it doesn't budge around when the concrete comes.
I've got it on semi-auto, fully automatic.
This is hopefully ready for concrete walls. I hope desperately that we don't crush the plywood in from the hydrostatic force of all the concrete. I hope that it's strong enough. Hopefully the truck is going to be coming in the morning right early. For now, oh, shoot. You know, I forgot, Jamie. Shoot. We're going to make a concrete shoot. Guys, I don't know how many times I have to tell you, this is not a swing.
Oh, sorry. I'm baking some breakfast. So, Alec, you want to go for the Nutty Fatty Cave experience?
Oh, yeah.
We're going to follow this. Industrial spelunking, we call.
You've heard of speleology, but have you heard of speleology? The plan is as follows. Next time the concrete truck comes, we know that he can get his chute to here. We know that it was like, what, about like waist height? We're going to cut those pipes in half, build a chute system that will then hopefully get it closer. We'll make trestles to support the chutes, so we can hopefully go from one chute into the next, and then angle it to maybe be able to pour some stuff in. Now, when I was getting ready for the first concrete pour, I was absolutely terrified. It wasn't just the first concrete pour of this project, it was my first concrete pour. So obviously I was quite nervous about how it was going to go. In blacksmithing, I'm used to working under a time pressure, because every time you take the bit of metal out of the fire, there is a timer. It's going to cool down, so you need to, hustle, be quick, plan well. But the thing is, if it doesn't go well with heat, you can always put it back in the fire and have another go. With concrete, there's no take-backsies. The take-backsies involves a giant excavator with an enormous breaker bit on it. and copious amounts of expense. Now, despite the fact that the surface finish on the floor that I poured obviously could have been better if I was a pro, I'm largely quite happy with how it went. And so, in the run-up to this second pour, which is going to be happening in a few minutes, I thought I was pretty relaxed about the whole affair. However, last night, despite the fact that I almost never remember my dreams, I woke up 3 times with nightmares about this pour going wrong. My first dream, somehow these walls were 6 feet high, and as they were filled with concrete, the entire thing burst, sending concrete all over the place. Well, that one isn't time for me. So one of the dreams that exploded everywhere. In another one of the dreams, I ran out of concrete, and it set up, and I hadn't vibrated it enough. In another one of the dreams, it started going pear-shaped and setting up, and then Colin Furs rocks up with a couple of stainless steel sheets. I don't know what the stainless steel was for. No, the concrete had already dried up by that point. Yeah. Oh, look at that! Right, will it run? Oh, come on, look at it! Maybe it wasn't so smart after all. Great idea. Oh, that's perfect. Outstanding. Look at it go! The shuttering box started to float, so I had to put a couple tons of steel on it. And now it looks a lot more solid. Almost there. We're getting there, guys.
Alex, what about those dreams you had last night?
Yeah, I worked through all the other possibilities of this going wrong, apart from the one that actually happened. Oh, I try to make things as smooth as I can. Whew, this is hard work. I tell you what, this would have been a whole lot less fun if we got a crew of professionals in to do this for us.
That'd be boring, wouldn't it?
Yeah, this isn't a proper adventure.
Although my ears are really, really.
Why is that?
This saxophone is loud as.
So the lessons I learned on this: never underestimate the ability for the form to float. It looks like the forms did a lovely job. They don't at all seem to be at risk of caving in, so I'm very happy about that. I made it just below the level of the actual floor, so at the eventual end of my tenancy, it's easy to just grind a little bit off before re-epoxying the whole area. I'm pretty happy. Overall, second concrete pour could have gone a lot better with more experience, but would have been significantly less fun. Part of the fun is just getting stuck in and having to go, isn't it? Well, more to go.
The last one should be easy though, because she's going to go straight in the hole.
Pretty much. In order to do our third and final pour, I need to do some serious fabrication to make the assembly that holds the foundation bolts. Thank you to Squarespace for sponsoring the video. Check that out, the link in the description. Use code FORWARD at checkout. And again, special thank you to our awesome neighbours for helping us make this possible, as well as the landlord for allowing us to do all of this. Thank you to everybody that's been involved. See you in the next one. Bye-bye. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the workshop. It is fantastic to have you here. In yesterday's video, we made ourselves a rack in my truck for my cowboy hat, because I'm just back to the United States, so of course I'm on a little bit of a cowboy hat kick, but we're going to be getting straight back into it, working on a 500,000 layer Japanese katana, and need to make the steel for it, so that is the plan for today. Now, what are you talking about, Alec? You've already made the steel for the katana. You made those 500,000 layers of steel. Isn't that gonna suffice for the katana? Well, there is plenty enough steel in our build, so 500,000 layer Damascus that we made just a few days ago. There is a video on this channel where you can watch me make that. But 500,000 layers of steel is going to look pretty bland. You're not going to be able to see any of the layers. You'll see a certain degree of patterning, as you'll have seen in our million-layer Damascus steel karambit, also on this channel. But of course, we're making a katana. We want this thing to be special. And so, in order for us to plan the patination and make something rather beautiful, we've cut off this little piece of steel. We're going to give this piece a test out. Now, you might be asking yourself, now, what is this piece of Damascus steel? Well, I made this up in the video entitled, Let's Yak Yak ... And I know it's difficult to tell exactly what it looks like, but it's essentially looking like this. Caveat time, I think. Now, either which way, what I do know for sure is that the next step is going to involve squaring off our steel here in the milling machine, and so we start milling. Now, In order to fasten up the content in today's episode a little bit, just like yesterday's episode, we're going to be doing some Q&A. So let's get to it. Lou Ace asked me, what was the hardest technique to learn while learning bodybuilding and knife making and such like that? Well, sadly, not a whole lot of what I do has been very easy to learn. It's always a difficulty learning pretty much all of it. I'd say for sure, however, that learning how to grind, especially grinding knives, that has been really difficult. So has learning how to do machining work, working at the mill on the lathe, learning how to use a TIG welder. They have been really difficult things too. All of this stuff is really difficult, and with all of it, I'm learning every single day. I'm in the workshop. There's nothing that I can say I have learned how to do and know how to do with a straight face. Frankly, I'm learning every time I'm in here. I'm learning how stupid I was the day before, and that's the whole thing. That's the whole point. You know, you try and get better. So what's the plan? Well, we've been doing it. What's happening? Where
Yo,
are
Slash,
we
you
going?
awake,
Well,
brother?
we've done a four-way here. So we got our skills stacked up in a four. What this is going to do is by taking this and arranging it in a four-way, we're going to get ourselves some explosion-y type patterns. So those explosion-y pattern, that explosion pattern is going to be drawn down into a rectangular piece of steel. That's going to be milled. It's going to be cut, angled, and mosaiced, and then welded on to the 500,000 lead billet. Since we have a few seconds here, I thought I'd answer another question, and that is from Spicy110. He has asked, what is something that you want to make that you know you're not ready to make yet? And that is a katana. That is right. I want to make a katana, but I'm absolutely not ready to make a katana. And guess what I'm making today? Yes, that's right. As the title right below this video does indeed say, we're making a katana. Ha ha! So what exactly is the plan now? This pistol has been forged down. I'm going to set it in the vise there. And indeed, we're going to be doing a fairy flip or a Felicietti flip, whichever it is you want to call it. So we're going to lock this in the vise. There we go. You contributed, Jamie. Thank you. And we are going to machine across all four sides. Get nice clean material.
Who the fuck just left? I just got back.
I'm getting hit this.
Watermelon, was that you? It was you. What's up? I just got out of the shower. Yeah, I know. I just got back in the room. You good, bro? Come back.
really see any flavor, whichever it is that we want to call it. As I said, obviously we do normally we'll be doing it 33-degree
What up, brother?
Now, Rad Knives on Instagram, make sure you check them out.
Nothing much.
Yo, Slash, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm. Can you hear me? Oh. I said, mm-hmm. Can you hear me now?
Oh, yo, what up, bro? I was about to be outside. I was about to start fucking with shit in the settings on the call.
I know, I started fucking with my settings. I was like, hold up, wait, you can't hear me. I was like, hold up, what's the reason for that? I was like, wait, oh yeah, I didn't switch my Discord mic over.
You might have, twin. But hey, guess what?
What's that?
You want to know the flavor of this weed? It is actually, I don't know the flavor, Loki.
What, do-si-do?
Yeah, I guess that is the flavor. I don't fucking know.
I've already had it, bro.
But it's
I already know what
indica.
it tastes like.
You've had it like.
I thought you was sleeping though when I was just in the call a minute ago. That's why I hopped on the stream. I hopped on the stream to like try and type some TTS shit. To be
No,
like,
look.
hey, bro.
No,
like,
look.
let's smoke.
Go look at the stream real quick.
All right.
Okay, so you thought I was sleeping, right?
Yeah.
You're looking at the stream, right?
Yeah, I am looking.
Give it a few seconds, and you'll see what I mean. You'll know when I'm sleeping.
Oh, you got the slasher is sleeping. That's awesome.
I know, you like that, eh? I was like, what can I fill that empty space in on this fucking goddamn scene? I'm like, it's the only scene that has a fucking empty space on it.
What scene?
And then I was like, thought about it, I've been thinking about it for weeks. And then I finally thought about it, I was like, I know what I could put there.
What? I'm curious now.
This. When I go to sleep, I put that on. It says Slasher is sleeping. But then when I'm awake...
I like how you did that.
Huh?
I said I like how you did that.
What, how it slides over?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, you want to know the best part?
What?
Look. Let's say I go and switch from one scene to another. It stays there, right?
Yes.
I go like this. I go and switch to the scene with my key. Boom.
Oh.
Gets rid of it.
Jolly saved Nicholas.
Isn't that cool? So I don't have to keep fucking making it disappear every time.
Coming to town.
So when you wake up, you just kind of press a little button and it says you're not sleeping anymore?
Uh-huh.
I said, so basically when you wake up, you
I
press
said,
like
yeah.
a little button and it...
Oh, honey.
my bad. I thought you said, huh?
Because
Like you
look,
were
when I
asking
wake
for
up,
me to-
honey, when I wake up,
you
I
were
can just go,
asking-
so I don't have to hide it.
Hey.
I only have it as a hide button, though, because I don't want to have it as a show button. It just kind of makes no fucking sense for me to re-turn it back on after I turn it off in the morning.
Do they have Slytherin costumes?
I'm pretty sure, yeah. Why?
So it's gonna do that for Halloween this year.
Nigga, they've had fucking Slytherin costumes for years.
Well, what are you thinking?
Let me hop to the Discord call real quick here, Twin. We're gonna take a few rips.
I got
And then
one
I'm
myself
low-key-
left, brother.
I'm gonna get to bed after these few rips here, Twin.
Okay, move.
Here, Joe, you want some bed too? Here's some more bed. Don't choke, child.
You just try and swallow that whole.
Yeah, because we went to go hand her another piece and she tried to hold it in the back of her throat
Look
while
at the
she's
same
trying to eat
amount
it.
as I did.
Nah, I thought I had more.
Do you want some chocolate?
Give me 3 for now. I'll save the other 3 for tomorrow night. Or either tomorrow. I like to binge on chocolate before bedtime. It makes me sleepy. And they said, and they literally have proven that chocolate is good for you only in certain amounts because it is still dairy. And only certain types of chocolate.
Oh, honey, I'm sorry. I didn't put these on red. I put them on yellow.
Yeah, bro.
Yo, that's orange. Put an orange by accident. Maybe something around. No, I'm pretty sure it's good.
Yeah, that's all there is. It wasn't very much. Here. A little bit more. Oh, get that, get it.
Alright, twin.
I'm getting it for you. Take it. There was such a struggle to get her to fucking eat that apple, the end of that applesauce. She was like, I don't want to. She's like, I want what the humans are having. Well, that was what the human just had, dumbass. Hey, bro. Hey, bro.
Huh.
I really don't want to turn on one of my mics to do this. But everybody has to hear this.
What's up?
Okay, so I'm going to turn off the noise suppression also. Listen to the crunch of this fucking chocolate, bro. This is Lindor chocolate ball, the chocolate balls, you know what I mean?
Oh, those little thingies.
The little Lindor chocolate balls.
Yes.
We put them in the freezer. Listen to this shit, bro. Bye.
Yeah. Alright, yeah, cheers, twin. Oh, nice. Shit. I'm so tired. And I'm fried. Ooh. Are you ready? Are you ready? I'm low-key.
Let me get one more crunch in before we take this toke. Wake the fuck up!
I'm hitting the front lane, bro. I'm so fucking tired, bro.
Motherfucker's leaning like he's on lean. And I like crunch.
Ugh. What? Is that how you feel?
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Alright. You ready? You thinking probably 1 or 2 more rips and it's time to go to bed for you two, twin?
Bro, I only got one more
What are you
rip left.
doing? What are you doing? Oh wait, yeah, you're up for like a while, huh?
No. I've been waking up at like fucking 7 in the morning. What the fuck do you mean?
What time are you going to bed, twin?
I was supposed to go to bed at fucking 10:30. But somebody kept me up.
Oh,
Like
tell
she
her I said,
always
how dare
fucking
her.
does.
How dare her? How dare she?
Maybe if she started taking her fucking medication at a proper time, maybe she wouldn't be up at this time.
I have to take it before I go to sleep, babe.
Yeah. The whole point of that is you take it at the time you want to go to fucking sleep, so it puts you to fucking sleep. It's like I took my pills a little bit earlier. They're just like finally just kicking in. I feel them coming. My eyes are slowly getting heavy.
My eyes are heavy.
You know what I mean, bro? Like, you feel me on that? When you take a sleeping medication that's really fucking strong, and, like, your eyes just start getting all drowsy, you feel all fucking, like, high, bro, and it's like, yo, what the fuck did I just take? What was I prescribed?
That's how I feel. That's how I feel when I get really fried.
Bro, it's like, some of these medications be feeling like they better than fucking drugs, bro. And you get a proper dosage every day at the end of the night, so like, you ain't fiending for them. You're just so damn fucking high, you don't want to get high for it. You don't want to fucking take them. But you have to. If you want to fucking sleep. Because me, I got insomnia. If I don't take those, I'm not going to bed.
Real?
Bro, for real. I'll stay up for days. Even with those, I still have trouble sleeping. That is how bad my insomnia is, bro. And like, you could shake me and shake me and shake me, but I've done so much fucking goddamn Xanax in my life, bro. Yeah, good luck. I'm the sleep master. You ain't waking up shit. Apparently, I got so fucking high off of Xanax one time. This was the time that I stopped doing Xanax, okay?
Yeah.
I had gotten so fucking high that I went to sleep on a Monday fucking, like on a Monday morning, you know what I mean? Because I still was going to sleep at weird fucking times back then. So I went to sleep like super early in the fucking morning because I was up like all night. All I remember is going to bed on a fucking Monday morning. I wake up and it's fucking Thursday afternoon, bro.
So you said Thursday night.
Thursday night, Thursday afternoon, same fucking thing. So no, not the afternoon, but technically it is after noon. If you want to fucking go there.
Hey. At least ask her how she feels about my Jey Uso plushie.
But yeah, I was asleep for 3 days in a fucking sleep-induced fucking coma.
What?
Yeah. That's when I stopped fucking doing drugs, bro. And I was like, yeah, I need to put this the fuck down.
Yeah, right? Like,
I still had Xanax left too, so I just let them sit in a baggie. And I just like had it just within eyesight so that I could see them every day and remind myself, you don't need to go back to that. I had those in front of me for fucking, like, I think it was, like, quite a few months. And that's what helped me fucking rehabilitate because, like, so you go to fucking sleep for 3 days and tell me you ain't gonna stop fucking doing what you do and that made you sleep that long.
Well, I would.
You'd be like, fuck this shit. I got a second chance to fucking live my life and the world just fucking told me that's the sign right fucking there. Heed its warning or else. So like my worry is one day I gonna fall asleep and not wake up. You know what I mean? Because, like,
No, I get
that's
that.
a really bad way to go. You didn't get to fight. You didn't get to say no last words. You didn't get to do nothing. You know what I mean? You just slept and never fucking woke up again.
Yeah, man. Do you remember having a weird dream? Like tripping out?
No. Bro, these
You
pills
remember
are
shit
kicking in,
heaven?
I swear.
Were you in
I
heaven?
swear, you see what I mean, bro? I'm trying to speak normal, dog, and I can't.
I don't know if that's good.
My mouth said, I ain't wording today. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. You
Yeah.
thought, bro? It pulled an Uno reverse card on my ass.
They pull some where your subtitles at.
Bro, I might need some subtitles, and I have trouble speaking over here.
Alright, you ready?
Feels like I got a fucking speech jammer on, bro. I'm saying the things that I know I'm saying. I'm thinking the things I'm saying when I'm saying them. But then when they come out of my mouth, they're
Nah, facts, bro. Whoa.
Bro, I'm telling you, my medication is fucking fantastic. It's fucking mirtazapine, bro. That shit'll put you on your ass, bro. Shit's fucking stronger than Xanax. I thought Xanax was fucking strong. This shit'll knock you out like a fucking baby, bro. Like a baby taking fucking sleeping medicine. You know the thing. She thinks I'm fucking dead sometimes because of how fucking just like unwakeable and unfazable I am in my sleep. I am not able to be touched. Hey, you choosing me?
Hey, Watermelon, are you cheersing me, brother? Watermelon, I know you can hear me, you sexy motherfucker.
Wake up, nigga. Toke? Toke? I know you hear the ch. Here, I got one even better for you. Calling all stoners. Calling all stoners. I repeat, Watermelon has to take a toke. Watermelon has to take a toke. I repeat. He has to wake the fuck up. Roger that. On command, he needs to take a toke. He's always telling me I'm slacking, but this time he's slacking. What's he doing? Look at this dude. Ah. He's pulling the tank, guys. He's pulling the tank. Falling asleep on me in the middle of mid-conversation. I didn't know my voice was just that soothing. I put him right to fucking bed. See, look, I was just talking about how my medication puts people to fucking sleep. Well, shit. I put him to sleep. You didn't need no medication, though. Ain't nothing better than watching a good fucking person, like a good fucking content creator that has a nice, calm, soothing voice. They know how to use it. They just sit back and they just relax and talk, talk. And like it doesn't matter what they're talking about, you know what I mean? Like I'm still vibing over here, having good times. We're creating good conversations. Some might be a little bit fucked up, but I'm pretty sure everybody's ready for that because everybody knows Slash can go a little bit off the rails sometimes with his conversations. But yeah. What's everybody doing? Everybody having a good time? Anybody toking? Anybody smoking? Anybody drinking? Anybody vibing? Anybody listening to music? What y'all doing? I would like to know, you know what I mean? Let me know in the comments. Right there, guys. Right there. Cheers, everybody in chat. Why'd you smack me with your tail? What the fuck did I do to deserve that? She wants my bread. That's what she wants. What they want, what they want, what they want. Dollar signs, yeah, I know is what they want. I'll take my last one with you. As you can see, look at this motherfucker right here. The definition of my fucking catchphrase. Everybody in chat, drop an exclamation mark 420 if you smoke them with me. If not, it's all good. It's each their own. We don't judge nothing up in here, except for trolls. Can anybody tell me why? Because fuck them bitches. But other than that, if y'all been around long enough, like Josh, you know the routine. But if you're sleeping like Mr. Watermeloni right here, you slacking. Because he was in the midway about to take a toke with me, and then he started dozing off and just fucking blasted himself. He took so many tokes back to back that he went to sleep. Because I repeat, weed is not for the weak. I tell people this all the time. They do not listen. And this is the result. Do you see this? This is the result. I tell you right here. Right here. This is the result of what happened when you smoke too much weed, everybody. Everybody thinks, oh, you have bad reaction. Oh, you go throw up. Maybe sometime. It's not 100% sure that you will or will not throw up, but worst comes to worst, you end up like him. You just go snoo. Cause that's about to be me in a minute. I'm about to take a talk and I'm about to go sleepy. But yeah, if y'all are new to the chat, welcome. We can show you how it goes. Cheers, everybody in chat. Wait, did I blow this out yet? Just gotta make sure. Gotta poke one more time for good luck. Cause you gotta do the hokey pokey, then you turn itself around. Cause that's what it's all about. Yeah. Cheers, everybody in chat. Cheers, Josh. I hope everybody enjoys the content while I'm sleeping. I handpicked him out really nice for you guys. Cheers. Huh?
He recommended I give a 45-degree cut.
It's lately on 2, nigga.
Exactly what we are going to try.
What, turn it down to 1 and then me not be able to hear my videos at all? What you need to realize is if I turn it down on the video, it turns it down on my screen too. And it's already hard enough for them to hear as is, because they're already trying to hear it through a mic instead of hearing it directly.
We are now going from clockwise to anti-clockwise, from clockwise to anti-clockwise, bringing our pattern up to the surface. We'll drop it over, we're going to clamp it up, and we are going to TIG weld it, fusion TIG weld it together for the portal. But first, let's answer a question. I don't have a phone, but I'm going to get my phone and we're going to find a question. Kim Paulson has asked, what is my why? What is my motivation? That is a fantastic question, Kim. I've answered it before, and I'm thrilled to answer it again because I think it's so important. My why, my motivation, why it is that I do this and work so much is because in the future I'm very much looking forward to having a family, having kids, having a wife. And it takes a lot to provide for a family. And so that's why I work hard. And it's a real blessing to do what it is that I do and enjoy it just so much. But at the end of the day, it's all about building something, or building a legacy that is going to be helpful to my family, provide great things for them, and live a life that is in accordance with the example that I'd like to set for my own children in the future. Pretty fun stuff, really. Well, that is now welded up, and it's a very small billet. And you take my sweatshirt off. I think it's nice and warm. AlexSteelShop.com. That's right, you can get your own. And the last question of the day is about my trip to America. What was I doing there? Well, a good friend of mine was getting married, and I was his best man. So it was a huge amount of fun. I nipped over there for the wedding, and that was in Kentucky, which is a great place. And I then subsequently found out that people don't really wear cowboy hats in Kentucky. That's great because my friend's from Texas, and so we were all wearing cowboy hats the whole time, which was good fun. And the best thing was, not only was it a great wedding, massive congratulations, but he got the groomsmen. Oh my goodness, the most incredible belt ever. Hand-carved leather belt with my initials in it. How cool is this thing? So congratulations, Daniel, and thank you so much for allowing me the honor of being your best man. That was a fantastic trip across the pond. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you have enjoyed today's video. It has been a lot of fun having you. We actually made 2 videos today. We made yesterday's video and this video that you just watched. So be sure to drop a like below. I'm looking forward to seeing you tomorrow as we get back into full-day videos. So make sure that you hit subscribe if you're new. Make sure you share the video with your friends if you think they'll enjoy it.
Hey, I need to come lay down too, Missy.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the workshop.
Have a good sleep, Josh. Much love, brother. And if you have work today, I hope you have a good day at work, dog. And everybody else in chat, I hope you all have a fantastic sleep. And anybody that watches this, I hope that you also have a fantastic sleep or a fantastic day, depending on what time you guys are watching this. And I hope you guys know that y'all are fucking fantastic. Keep staying fantastic. I'm gonna get some sleep, and I hope y'all do the same.
We're all packaged off and ready to go off to
Excuse me,
I have lit the
excuse me, Jubu.
This is
Lay back down after.
Damascus.
Off for a minute. Gotta go get tucked and get tucked in.
Damascus
You know the routine.
Here is the 500,000 layer billet. We're gonna
You
forge
know
weld
the
this
routine.
together. We're then gonna forge weld it to this. It's going to be a great day. Thank you for joining me. And so this will go into the fire. And if you're new to the channel, you probably want to
2 seconds. I haven't even got myself tucked in yet.
No, you're okay. I made myself a hat rack for the truck. Isn't that lovely? Well, last night as I was driving home from the workshop, the same day we made it, because we made 2 videos yesterday, my hat fell down half a mile away from the workshop. So indeed, I have some work to do on that hat rack at some point. For now, however, back to Damascus.
Okay.
She loves daddy though, it's in this, and she's like, let me love dad. At the bed. All day. Here's the bed.
And your spots.
This is I like it every night. Oh, I like it every night. I'm sorry. She's so cute. She does look good. She makes her head up.
So where are we now? Well, that piece of steel we have welded the mosaics together in the very flip or feliciated flip, whatever you want to call it. We've welded that together with the 45-degree angle. Thank you, Brad. Nice. And that went pretty well. Welded nice and easily, welded together neatly, but of course we still have to grind out the welds. So we went to the grinding room, we ground out the welds, and of course we made sure that it's all nice and clean and perfect. There are no more welds left in it, and now it's back in the fire. We're going to make sure that it's nice and neat and rectangular, so that we can bring our 500,000 light Damascus billet down to the same size, weld it together before forging the blade.
Harder. Not just leave it, it's harder. We're not getting it harder.
This is our stars, and we're going to cut them to the same size in the bandsaw.
Like she likes it. No, the bridge of her nose is fine.
So Jenny has just had a fantastic idea. I was planning to put the stars across the bottom, the 500,000 layer Damascus billet across the top, but Jenny thought about the idea of sandwiching the stars in the 500,000 layer Damascus billet.
So I said, where the hair is, it's okay.
I can cut down the piece of
If
steel.
there's not hair, don't scratch.
Now this is not
Only
real steel, this is a piece of mild steel, but I'm going to use the saw on a mill, so I want to give it a go and see how quick it is. If this doesn't work well, then we'll go to the forge. We'll forge it out and then just simply grind it. This could be a nice way of getting a beautifully clean cut the whole way across the length, and a nice way to try something new and learn another technique.
They're young enough to go grow it back. That's like a big deal too. Well, from the certain point. Not 100% the whole thing.
So as you can tell, indeed, it has been a miserable failure. Too much feed, then made it shatter after stripping teeth. So I still have some educating to do with one of those milling machine cutters. And now, however, as time is indeed of the essence so that we can forge this katana. I am indeed going to forge this down half the width, that'll double the length, and then we can grind this. While it's cooling, we're going to grind this. This is going to go in the middle of the two pieces.
That's taken. I told you this shit's interesting. People try to say this shit ain't interesting. Oh, if you pick the right fucking videos every time it is. What have you noticed, Tom? Laying on my side because I called her and taught her over the past few weeks to start laying on my side if she knows the lay like this. So she's not in the way as much as possible.
And so, once the long piece of steel, 500,000 less steel, was forged and cooling down, we milled two sides on the stars. We cut the 500,000 left. Jamie,
Not on your side.
it's been a million less saws.
She's not
As you'll
fucking happy.
notice, all of the
So
sides
push
that
her
are
off,
touching
and
have
she
been
gets
milled
mad,
clean, and I have tack welded
because she
blue
is
stick welds so
staying
it all
on
stays
by
together.
some.
I also did a tiny tack weld in the middle because as it heats up, those pieces on either side will
Get mad
expand.
at her.
And of course, because
Shove
the tack
her
weld
up
on the end,
in the
they'll want to blow out. So that middle tack weld helps a lot. And since we've got some time, Mr. Bruce Fong on Facebook the other day, we went to Facebook and Instagram. You can follow me on Instagram at Alex Steele. Yes. We went to Facebook and Instagram asking for some questions so we could do some answers too. And Bruce Fong has asked, what do I miss about my old workshop and what are the improvements that I'll be making in here? The first problem with this workshop is I've got to walk like 10 miles a day to get from one side to the other. So if I'm over here at the mill and I need a new battery for my camera, I've got to run all the way over here. So that's a slight problem. I've got to do a lot of walking in this workshop. Now having all that space does have its perks. It means I have a knife throwing range and I can have way more bits of machinery and way more tools. But the other downside of all this space is it sometimes looks a little surgical, a little bland. There was something to say about the beautiful, crammed-in, cluttered nature of my old workshop cinematically. Cinematically, this workshop needs some work. Everything is white and a little stale. We need some more color. I think that I need to have boards where I have tools, boards. I need shelves. I need stuff on the walls. Back there on camera, Jamie suggested maybe have somebody paint a mural. That might be pretty cool. Sparks flying everywhere in the background. Projects that I've completed should be on the walls. I need to fill these walls up a little bit. Pros and cons to it all. Overall, Big workshop, absolutely not this place, and it is very exciting to move up the frame about history of forge. So we are ready to forge weld these pieces together. The power hammer's ready. We'll start up nice and gentle. I only give it just a few blows before it's back in the fire. This is the most critical forge weld of the entire project. It's got to be right. We've got to take our time.
That is just the real time that you live in this couch. You remember, this was her spot. So she's technically, in the matter of speaking, she's listening. You just be getting mad at her because you think she's obviously well, I tell you, she's the fucking trick. Look at the bottom of this. Move down a little bit. She's like, okay, we fit together, man. She's like, oh shit.
There's a big issue and problem I'm dealing with right now. You see these? This is where it is not properly welded. These are cracks just at the edge. The weld doesn't properly tape. So this is why I grounded. I wanted to make sure that these cracks were all the way out of there. You saw I ground the other side. About 90-95% of all of that cracking is out. And I think that the other side is going to be all good with some more forge welding as part of the process of forging the katana. We're coming now onto our second side to just double check, see if we can grind through all the cracking, get rid of those little tick welds that we did in the middle, and make this all ready to forge our, I guess, million-layered Damascus steel katana.
You can always get blue blankets. Blankets are fucking cheap compared to a couch. Spend $100 get a fucking blanket. Nice blanket for $50.
So we have.
I know, but then we always steal the blanket from each other. That's why we stopped doing that.
Not as good as the first side. Not as clean. The cracks are still there. We're going to have to see how it goes. First and foremost, though, because it's ground, I thought we might as well take the opportunity to give it an edge and see how it looks, because I have no clue how this is going to look. Oh, that's so
You were like, I don't ever.
Goodness, guys! Oh my goodness! Ladies and gentlemen, this is so cool! These splotches and pattern, it looks amazing! This is gonna be so good on the screen once this is drawn out. Make sure that if you're new to the channel, you hit subscribe, because this is gonna be one of the best series yet. This is the most challenging project that I've undertaken, so make sure you join us for the journey. Make sure you go and make some of your own workshops, get some merchandise, drop a comment, leave a like. I'll see you tomorrow on the next episode. It's going to be an absolute blast. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the
Like having MJ lay on top of my chest.
Today is part 3 on working on
Do you know what I mean?
our $500,000 or $1 million Damascus, depending on how it is that you want to look at it. It's fantastic to have you here. I hope you enjoy joining us today.
I hope that MJ's already made yourself.
katana is a rather large sword. It is not a small sword. It will be the largest sword I have ever made. And right now, well, issue there. We are indeed a pretty decent fair ways away from the length that we need this to be. So indeed, we still need a pretty decent amount more length. And right about now, it's 9 millimeters thick, which is quite a ways thicker than it needs to be, but I can't go too thin. So I'm going to take about a millimeter or two of the thickness before it is indeed that we start forging the profile of the blade, forging the bevels, forging the textures and stuff like that. Just get a little closer. Of course, forging the bevels is indeed going to give us a little bit more length, mostly curvature in the blade, as is forging down the tang going to get us some more length too, but we want to get a little closer. Now, I mentioned a time or two that I'm absolutely terrified about this project, and I'm absolutely terrified as to how this project's going to go. And I have no clue what I'm doing as I build a katana. No, nothing about it. And I'm very worried. This is a long blade. This needs to be straight. It needs to be neatly ground. This is a big challenge, and challenges are difficult. And I know for sure, once all's said and done, I'm going to be really pleased. Or at least once it's all successfully said and done, I'm going to be very pleased that I undertook the challenge. For goodness gracious, I just feel so incredibly aware about how little I know about this. Luckily, that is a lot better. Well, I guess there's no time like the present to start profiling this. The time to take the chisel, cut the taper in for the tip, and then we're going to start forging the bevel on the blade. Woo! That's dangerous. Don't do that, kids. Indeed, actually going rather well. I'm actually very excited with how this is going. I thought I'd take the opportunity to answer some more questions. Lots of you guys have been asking, where is Sam? Well, Sam is making a lot of his own videos, and I'll drop a link in the description below so you can go and check them out. So yeah, I will keep beveling this, and I'm doing just a little bit at a time. So all of this is finished as we go, aside from doing final refinement. The final tweaking will be done at the end, but the rough forging of the bevel, and holy moly, the process of forging the bevel is getting this beautiful slow curve in there. That is exciting. It is time to continue working down the whole rest of the piece, and I think we are getting a nice amount of extra length there as we go too, which is fantastic. Something I really battle with is when I undertake a project like this that I'm absolutely terrified by. It is stunningly difficult to get started. You're thinking about it, you're humming, you're hawing.
Yeah.
It's so difficult to just get stuck in and start going and trust that you have the skills to take you through. Well, I'm probably going to bite myself for saying it tomorrow when I continue grinding on this, but I am stunningly thrilled with how well this forging has gone. Even before the final tweaking, the blade has a decent amount of the curve that we want in it, and it's looking pretty awesome. I'm thrilled with how clean I was able to forge the bevel. I'm very impressed with myself for that. And I tell you what, I thought I would be terrified while forging the blade. I had a ball doing it. It was a total blast. And now it is on to forging the tang of the katana. And of course, I'm still terrified about that, despite the fact that if all goes well, it'll be just fantastic. And it itself will be a total ball and a blast. Right, that's a 30-inch blade. That is the longest blade that I've ever made. I've done 3 normalizing cycles on it. I think you probably only saw one on camera. Here is my forge. That is a 14-inch forge. And here is my bucket of quenching oil, for those of you that are curious. 30 inches high. The oil doesn't go to the top of the bucket. And there's no way that I can get that in there deep enough without snapping off a tip. So indeed, ladies and gentlemen, we have an issue, and it's an opportunity to solve said issue. What's the first issue? Well, my forge is not a very long forge, which is fantastic, and you don't need a long forge for making the sword itself. Because when I'm hand hammering the sword, I'm working just teeny little bits at a time. And since I don't have a heat treating furnace, I always rely on my forge, or sometimes an oxypropane torch to harden things. Now, I've gotten away with the forge in the past by painting the heat. What is painting the heat? It is working your piece backwards and forwards across the heat to get a longer heat than your forge can cope with. Painting the heat works pretty well. It does not work very well when your sword is over twice the length of the forge. So, what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to build our own forge. A forge that is capable of heating longer lengths. And this is how we're going to do it. This is a piece of channel section. Here is a piece of tube. And we're going to have the piece of tube inside the channel section. We're going to be forcing air into the tube. We're going to have a multitude of holes inside the tube. And we're going to be going old school. We're going to be using coke to harden this blade. So this piece is obviously a little bit too short, as you can see. And so we fixed it. And now we have a long piece of steel, and we're going to go into the mill. And we're going to drill some relatively large holes across the entire length, so that when we fill up the entire thing with charcoal, coke, when we fill up the entire thing with coke, indeed, we will have a heat that goes the entire length. We're going to need some material down there. just kind of make sure we don't melt that pipe. Luckily, up here I have some spare refractory material. I'm going to be recording because if this fails, I think I'll fail out and make $150. And I think I'll have just about enough time for this to dry most of the way for us to indeed be able to mix up some refractory and throw it in there. Righty-ho, so that'll dry overnight. And now our sword is cool, so we're going to do some grinding. So this is now, I mean, I have a lot of work to do on that. I'm going to talk a little bit more about the forge there. So what is the idea? Now, something like this would work a lot better if I had a little bit of a wider pan there, so when we mound our coke up. Now, what is coke? You might not know. Coke is a refined form of coal. So they take coal, they put it in an oven, so to speak, the sulfur burns off. You end up with a very, very clean, almost pure carbon material that is coke. They use that in the actual manufacturing process of steel, and typically use that as that fuel for the forge. And so tomorrow morning, Jamie's going to, thank you, Jamie is going to pick some up from the coke merchant. So with the 225 kilo bags of coke, we should have plenty enough fuel tomorrow to now take this makeshift forge. Now, to any of you that have used my online school, beginningblacksmithing.com, which I always forget to talk about, but there's always a link in the description below where you can go to the online school. You'll get a little bit familiar with forging in the dirt. Now, because you will have seen me instruct on how to make the most basic of forge, which is indeed a hole in the dirt with fire bricks and a pipe and a hairdryer. Here, we're not going to use a hairdryer, we're going to use a blower, but the same principle applies. We're putting air into a coke fire. Could be a charcoal fire, could be a coal fire. That oxygen helps it get nice and hot. And so here we have a nice long bed of hot coals through which to gently and gradually heat this up tomorrow. And then, of course, once that's heated up, it's going to be time to go into the quench. And hopefully I'm going to be able to sort something out for that. Obviously, because we got this issue right there, that is just too close for comfort. So we're going to make up something else to do that. And I'm looking forward to seeing you tomorrow in the next episode. What's that going to be? Part 4? Part 4 of making our Damascus steel katana. It is holding this thing. Makes you feel powerful. Makes you feel like you can cut stuff. So hit subscribe, hit like, share the video with your friends. Follow me on Instagram at Alex Field, and I will see you tomorrow on the next episode. Oh, shoot. Hello, and welcome back to part 4 making aqua 1 million layer. Japanese Damascus steel katana. We've got mosaic Damascus in there. We've got 1 million layers of steel on either side. We rough ground this yesterday, and the plan for today is as follows. We are indeed going to continue grinding. Let's get this ready for heat treat. Heat treat it in a makeshift forge, and then continue grinding. Let's see how much of that we get done. Thanks for joining me on today's vlog. So I have done a lot of grinding in the grinding room, and after quite a good number of hours, and after making a lot of dust on the floor, I'm starting to get ready for heat treat. But before heat treat, you have a look at this, and I was having a look at this, and I was thinking to myself, gee whiz, I didn't think there was enough bend in here. And so I hopped online, I had a little bit of a closer look at some photos, and I worked out, really, I couldn't see any that didn't have a bend that was less than about 1.5 centimeters, about 15 mil or 5/8 of an inch. And so, of course, we need to do a little more curving to it, and we're going to use the forge that we started to build yesterday. So, of course, in yesterday's episode, you saw me drill some holes in this piece of pipe, give a little bit of a tack weld to this piece of channel section, and fill this up with some refractory cement. This is our little basic forge.
New orders here, excuse me.
I tell you, I'm very excited. This is going to be a blast from the past. It's going to be like being 11 years old again, starting the craft of blacksmithing. It's going to be an absolute blast. So now we have the coke forge running. The forge is nice and hot. I've got a good bed of hot coals here, or hot cokes, however you want to say. And I think we are about ready to start heating up this blade in it, painting it through, and getting this hot. Oh, that's a hot coal. I just put my knee on. And getting this hot enough to get the bend that we need in it. So I have straightened the sword. I've got a little extra bend in it. It's looking beautiful. How is this forge working out? The blower is a little underpowered, so I'm struggling getting enough air coming through. Another problem is that when you burn coke, the impurities, they sink down and they form what's called a clinker. And here in the UK, the coke supply that we have, certainly I can remember this from whenever it was that I used to use coke, we do not have the best coke. So there's a lot of clinker already forming, which means that with an underpowered blower blowing through it, it's becoming very difficult. I think it's going to be just fine for the quench. Speaking of which, Here is a piece of steel tube. We're going to weld this to a piece of plate, and that is going to be our oil tank. So I still have one more bead to run. However, the forge is looking nice and hot. We're going to do a normalizing cycle. Okay, here we go. I'm going to heat up the spine first. Since the spine is thicker, by heating it up, I feel then it's going to be easier to flip it over, heat up the edge, and then we can get an even heat. I think we're going to see. I've never done this before on anything this long, and I've certainly never heat treated a blade like this in a coke forge. Lock the doors and keep them lights down low. Nothing on the radio. Keep on playing something soft and slow. Take it away. Formalizing cycle number 1 is underway. We're going to do one more before the quench. And while that's cooling, I want to see if there are any clinkers I can hook out of there. Well, most of the fire is clinker, and because of that, I don't want to take the clinkers out because that's going to tear the fire apart. So I'm going to build the fire back up, then we'll pull the clinkers out if we can. Right, so I need to try and get these clinkers out of there. Part of the issue with that, it means I've got to take apart the fire, drag out the impurities, and hopefully put the fire back in place before it goes out, because the coke needs as much oxygen as possible to stay lit. Clinker, 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 clinker. Back in we go. So hot. Okay, now the fire's back together, and we got the clinkers out of there. It's just going to take a few more minutes to then get hot again. So now as I load up the forge a little bit, you see I'm putting the coke directly from the bag. Because it gets bagged up, it's been rained on and such, it's all very moist and wet. Which means that as we heat it up, it's not only steaming, but it's crackling and popping everywhere. It's unpleasant to be near to it. So I put that on first while we're letting the fire slowly build up, and it's crackling and popping everywhere. And then by the time we then go into it, all the material that's spilled off the sides is dry. And we can use that to then feed it as we are having to be really nice and close to it, and as we're working through. Ideally, this isn't the way you work a forge. Ideally, you slowly bring in your moist coke instead of putting it straight on top, because you want to avoid the crackling. There's no way to slowly bring it in and dry it, so we're just forcefully drying it. So in my haste, of course, I got the clinkers mixed in with all the good coke. Here you can see what they look like. So even though the coke is like 99% pure carbon, there are still impurities. They sink down to the bottom of the forge and block up the oxygen from hitting the coke that needs it to burn. I used to do all my forging in coke fire. It's nothing like this, but the same kind of principle, and tending the fire is such an important skill when you're using the coke forges. And keep them lights down low. Okay, there we go. Normalizing cycle number 2. That is super duper difficult because we got so much light from the outside. Judging temperature is near impossible, but we did end up getting an even heat the whole way across, and we've now just got to let it slowly cool down. Let's hope it doesn't leak. I'm not going to be able to get it hot enough. The trouble is the blower being underpowered, and of course not having a deep enough forge to have a larger blower, not having a long enough forge. The middle is perfect temperature, and it's so light here I brought down the roller door. But getting the tip and either end hot is very difficult. I'm going to have to let the fire build up. We'll consider this a third normalizing cycle. We'll see if we can do it on the next one.
was a stressful moment. I think we're gonna be okay. It took so much time getting the heat right, but that is difficult. Very, very difficult. You'll notice I didn't do this in the traditional style. There's no clay back on here. I'm not creating any hamon. I'm just trying to harden the whole thing. And the reason for it is we're making Damascus steel. We want the Damascus steel pattern to show up nice and evenly the whole way through. And if you do a hamon, you're then going to end up in a discrepancy in the contrast. As I mentioned before, you get the better contrast when it's hardened. So if you have a soft back and a hard blade, you end up with less contrast on the back, on the spine, and more contrast on the blade. And I just don't want that to happen. We want it to be straight contrast the whole way through. And so I'm pretty sure that we're pretty straight. Yeah. Slight bow in it. We did what we could to straighten it. At this point, it's going to be extremely brittle, so I really have to be very careful with that. So I'm going to wipe down the excess oil, and now, again, this is extremely brittle. We're going to go into the tempering room. I'm going to grind all the surfaces, and then I'm going to try and work out very quickly how we can do a tempering cycle on this. Because obviously, my oven in the kitchen is not big enough to fit in. You hear that high pitch? That's fantastic. This edge is hard. Woo! The sword has been ground after the hardening process. Of course, we tested it with a file, and it is skating a file rather marvelously. And now is the very difficult and nerve-wracking process of tempering this. Now, what is tempering? Tempering is the process of taking what was a very hard and brittle heat-treated steel object and heating it up to a significantly lower temperature than the hardening temperature. This is going to be a very precarious process. I've got to take my time. I've got to observe constantly the temperature. I'm going to be judging the temperature of the piece by the temper colors, and that is once you have polished material and you heat it up, the polished material will oxidize and form different colors from straw all the way up to a dark blue. We're looking for a straw, and that is 200 degrees Celsius or 400 degrees Fahrenheit. I'm going to be really, really careful. You see here, just there in the middle, it's already got to the right temperature. I'm just going to get that across the rest of the blade without exceeding the temperature here. Am I doing Japanese tempering right? Wait, hang on a sec. That's probably not Japanese, is it? Lotus position? No. Okay, so we've tempered it. I got a little hot spot there where it's too hot. Not majorly worried about it anyway, since ideal tempering lasts a lot longer than what it is that we can do without dyeing the coke forge. This has been a nerve-wracking day. So while that's tempering, guess what arrived today? We have a special box. Yeah. Okay. Oh, you know, I meant to open the box. You will remember a few weeks ago, we made a video about making a tomahawk for my dear friend and the fantastic YouTuber that is Mike Boyd. Well, there's a video on his channel he's just released. He learned how to throw the tomahawk, and as I said in that video, there's a link in the description below. We are doing a giveaway for the exact tomahawk that he has used in his video learning how to throw a tomahawk. We're going to see if we can do it. Yes! First time! That's the one! First time with the tomahawk throw. His video is amazing. He did a triple spin throw. Links in the description for that. Make sure you also go to my video of making his tomahawk. Drop a comment to enter to win. There we go. With the sword too. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for watching today's video of us building this katana. We're going to be grinding on it tomorrow on the next episode. So make sure you hit subscribe. Make sure you share the video with your friends. This series is so much fun. I'm enjoying it. This is a challenge. Can't wait to see it more. Be sure to follow me on Instagram at AlexTL. See you soon. By the way, Mike, thanks for only half going through one handle. Yes! Second throw! Yes! So satisfying. So here is the katana that we're working on. In the last episode of the katana, we indeed heat treated it without hamon, and we just went for a basic heat treat so that we can get the Damascus pattern looking consistent in the edge the whole way through. And on today's episode, we're going to continue grinding this, the largest sword that I've ever made. I hope that you enjoy it. It's brilliant to bring you on today. Holy moly, this is the most difficult thing that I have ever ground. It's so hard to ground. It's so difficult to do things right. I had a warp in there, I ground that out, I ground out the warp by getting just a slight distance paper in there, and I'm trying it out like that. And now it's just a case of slowly working my way up. I'm constantly, naturally slowing this down so that I don't lose the temper, and looking down the edge of the blade to see where my highs and lows are, that we start working down this edge. And it's so difficult, trying to control this piece, trying to get to even grind the whole way down. This is such a challenge, and I think in recent time, I've probably not articulated quite how new I am to blade making. How very new to blade making? It was a year ago that I made my first ever knife, and because I'm making YouTube videos, I'm not necessarily making a huge amount of knives, and so I don't have a massive opportunity to practice. This is what, my third or fourth ever sword, so yeah, I'm new to all of this. I am learning the whole way through. I'm experimenting, I'm trying to get better, but holy moly, this is so difficult. I don't know what it is I'm doing, but I'm trying my hardest to try and make sure that we can get something beautiful out of this piece of steel here. So I'm going to keep plodding away, and I'll check back in a minute. This is by far the most difficult project I have ever worked on. I have never ground something so difficult. Ugly duckly. So where are we with the blade? Let me run you through it. We have an 120 grit finish on most of it. I changed the angle as I went to the 120 grit to really make sure that we work past the 60 grit. And of course, I then used the contact wheel to make this flat spot there. Again, it really just helped me line it up on the platen. I was struggling with it every so often. I had the angle just wrong. I created a flat spot that I then have to line back in the bevel. But it's looking nice and neat and consistent. Establishing straightness in the blade has been a continuous issue the whole way through. In the quench, it got a slight warp that was really evident in the spine, but with the distal taper that I made, I was able to grind most of that warp out of there. But another thing that happened in the quench was a slight wrinkling of the edge, and this is evident. You can see where it hasn't quite been ground out right there. You see, this is original material that hasn't been touched in the grinding processes today at all, and that's because it goes out way from this side of the edge. It was proud on this side, but of course, since we have a pretty consistent straightness across the whole of this, it's still below the level of the rest of the blade. I found this a really good indicator for where my low spots are, and obviously as a result, where my high spots are on the opposite side. And another low spot right there, and another low spot right there. Aside from that, pretty good the whole way down. And regarding the tang, what's going on with the tang? Well, I'm basically just trying to get a distal taper in the reverse direction here on the tang, so that when we make our little, what you do there, the little copper thing that goes up there, we can slide it up and have this be the thickest point. The tang's a tough one. The tang is something that I really, here I can understand what's going to happen. You need to have a taper this way, I need to have a flat spot, it's I can just about make it work here. On the tang, I'm struggling with how it's going to go, and the basic principle that I'm working with is I need this to be the thickest part of the tang, this to be the thinnest part of the tang, this to be thickest, this to be thinnest, and it does have a slight curve to it. Aside from that, it's going to be a little bit of a struggle getting it just how it needs to be for that copper thing to work. Overall, how am I feeling? Well, okay, grinding this massive amount of work, really difficult, keeping concentration, really struggling with that. I've been going for kind of 45-minute bouts, and then kind of, taking about a 10-minute break or so, which is quite embarrassing to admit, but absolutely needed to make sure I can keep my bevels right. As soon as I got my bevels set, it was a lot easier to work to it than keep it consistent. I still do have the low spots, and I'm still going to be trying to decide what it is that I do with that. We're at 120 grit. For now, we're going to go to 240 grit. We're going to keep working on the blade, keep cleaning it up, making it pretty, and then eventually, of course, it's going to be time to go onto the hand sanding. But let's just take a moment to... This feels so good. Here we go again. You got enough to try, Zach. What do you think, Jamie? Do we go straight to the hand sanding, or do we have a look at what the Damascus looks like?
Test time.
Let's do it! Okay, I gotta take this stuff off that first. Because I've been in this for so long. Holy moly. Oh, it's alright. It's not that bad. What do you think? What the hell? Give it a quick degrease, because it feels so incredible right now. Like, it feels like it should be light and whippy. Holy moly. Look at the bend it has. It's so flexible. Right, let's do it. Here we go. Oh, run out of acid there. Okay, now look, close your eyes. I'm not looking. Okay, now I'm going to flip it over without looking. Oh boy. I didn't look. Oh my goodness. It's so cool! Holy moly! No, that is out of this world. I'm just shocked. It's so much better than I could have ever possibly thought it would. It just took forever. And not even as much time as I thought. I thought it would take days of grinding. I just ground this, my largest ever sword. So beautiful. Great.
Yeah, no, don't drop the gun. You still have to hand sand the whole thing.
Thanks for letting me know, Jamie. Let's start hand standing. Whoopsie. I'm actually not going to do some hand standing just yet. We're going to use this file guide, and we're going to file a nice, neat shoulder for the transition between the tang and the blade. I realize what it's called. And so, real fast, I went into the grinding room with the file guide. We ground the tang down here a little further on the backside. We got our radius in there using a round file against the file guide in the vise. And now, there is a workshop chore to do. Yes, that's right. Welcome to my wonderful bathroom. One issue with the bathroom, the hand dryer doesn't work. And it's obviously sometimes useful to have some hand towels. And so, in about 15 seconds flat, we need to put this up on the wall and get some hand towels inside of it. Oh no, I can't let it open again. this sword. That would make a lot more sense. Thank you, Jimmy. It's not working. Oh. We've got ourselves an issue. Yeah, I know. Try installing a lavatory paper dispenser. Maybe just from the inside of the wall. Well, I think that's it. Is this the secret to how lavatory paper towel roll dispensers work? We have done it! And I don't have to embarrass myself by asking YouTube commenters how to make one of these work. Great work, Jamie. Let's go back to making a good time. Holy moly, it has been another long day. Thank you so much for joining. The sword now is at 240 grit. Tomorrow we're going to continue the hand sanding and then start working on the next parts for the sword. So make sure if you're new to the channel, you hit subscribe and you follow along with this project and all the projects that we're going to have coming up in the future. Thank you for watching. I will see you tomorrow for the next episode. So as you can see, I got into the workshop nice and early, and I started hand sanding, and indeed, from 7 to now 11:30 in the morning, it was hand sanding time from 240 grit all the way up to 600 grit on the blade, which I'm very pleased with. And now it is time for us to work on the copper piece that goes between the guard and the blade. I believe that is called a habaki, so we're going to work out how we're going to make it. Thank you for joining me, and I hope you enjoy. Now, I was rather tempted to make my habaki out of silver, but I decided I didn't want to take apart my nice hand-forged solid silver YouTube playback. And so what is a habaki? Well, it is a colored piece of softer metal, so silver or copper or something like that, and it goes right up next to the blade edge. And it looks like there often seems to be a little bit of a lobe on that front edge, and then right here on the back edge as it comes into the spine of the blade, there often also appears to be a little bit of a cutout as it transitions between the tang and the blade. To give credit where credit is due, Walter Sorrells has a fantastic video, which I'm very pleased that I watched. Thank you guys for recommending that I watch it. And I watched the video where he kind of ran through the disassembly and the parts of the katana. I'll actually drop a link in the description below. I found it incredibly informative in trying to think about and guess, and I still have no idea what I'm doing, but think about and guess about how it is that the habaki needs to look and how it is that I might be able to make it. So first things first, I need to clean up the mess that I've made from hand sanding, and then we're going to put a piece of copper 16mm bar in the forge. So this is where we are with our bucky. And it's looking pretty good. I'm quite pleased with how this came out. I forged it from a piece of 16mm round solid copper bar. You can see we've got some little lobes coming off there. We've got that nice little transition. It's looking rather neat. And as ever, I have no idea what the next step is, what the next step could be, what the next step should be. I have no idea what it is that I'm doing, but I think out of all the options available to me, the best that I could do right now would be to get this closed up back there and to solder it. Here's an interesting thing to note, though, of course, is I'm going to need a very slim copper spacer in there that goes about 3/4 of the way across the habaki, the copper thing. Yeah, that's right, the copper thing. Or actually, no, it can go about the whole way across. I was wrong. And so I'll anneal this piece, and I'm going to chisel it, thin it down a little bit, check it for thickness, break it off. Let's see if it fits, and I can see it needs to come down a smidge even. Okay, that's about where I need it. Just give that a little scribe line so I know where it's going to be. So I want to try something different though. So before I attempt to attach that together, the spacer and attach the things together, I'm just going to try and take these two pieces. I'm going to see if it's possible to just sweat them together in the forge. So I'm going to give that a go because the worry that I have is as soon as I silver solder this, this is the United Kingdom. As soon as I silver solder this, I'm not going to be able to anneal it, and it's going to be a little fragile to work with. So I'm going to try sweating these together. I have no clue if this will work. I think it must. I think sweating copper together is a thing. We've got some flux there. Into the forge we go. Let's give it a go. So that it's orange right now, so that's going to soon be the melting temperature of copper. Let's pull it out. And it fell off. Hey, it didn't work. Nope, didn't work. I think it might be possible. I'm going to try it with a torch. See if, I don't know. We're going to see. We're going to give it a go with a torch. I think I just did it. Hello! Oh, it's definitely attached, but it's all a little ugly in there. Hey, what's the worst that happens? We give this a go, and I waste 4 hours of work? What do you think, Jimmy? Good odds. Good odds, right? Better than most of the odds. Is flux water soluble? I don't know. Will I find out? Yes, I will. How smart is it for me to treat something that I've spent 4 hours working on like this? Probably not very. What am I about to do? Probably something that's very, very silly. Look inside. That's my spacer. Yep, that's the spacer that I ever so carefully positioned in there. I don't think it fused at all. So, is that a case of, yeah, no, definitely nothing successful happened there. But we will we'll have a look, we'll anneal it, we'll inspect it, we'll have a look, we'll see what the issue is, and we'll work out how to fix it. But hang on. It feels like something happened because, well, coming apart. It's just that I don't have a spacer in there. I do have a spacer fused in there. It's just fused in the wrong direction, 90 degrees to where it should be fused. There's the wedge. You don't even know what you've done this for. Yeah, I know. I have no clue what's happened. I sweated together some of the copper. It's just without the spacer in it. And I don't know how much of the copper is sweated together. So I don't know how strong it is and whether I can. I'm going to try and lightly file down here and see how much of this is joined together. I mean, it's going to need to be filed down anyway. I can see right here, it doesn't look like it's attached in the middle. However, either end, it does still look pretty solid. I definitely don't think I can rely on this for the final bond, but I do need to open it up. And so either which way, filing is going to let me know whether, actually no, you can use it as the final bond, or it's just going to allow me to take it apart. So while I was trying to chisel that open, I just lost concentration. I didn't realize that the chisel actually chiseled down into the material, not either side. This, surprisingly, is an extremely strong bond. I couldn't chisel it apart, so I'm very nervous as to what it is to do. I have no idea what the best solution is. What we're now going to do is we're going to try silver solder again, even though I didn't want to try it first. So this, I believe, is silver solder. This here is flux. I think maybe one time I've silver soldered, but I still have no clue how to do it. This is what I'm going to try and do. I'm going to get some flux in there. I'm going to cut a piece of silver solder, and we're going to heat it up until that flows down into the joint. And this might go terribly again, but we might learn how to silver solder, in which case, there's another thing we've learned. I'm terrified, Jamie. Like, this is so difficult. I've spent so many hours on this. Goodness, guys, making stuff is difficult. I mean, it's fun, but it's... I don't want to break this. I've spent so much time making it. All right, so I need to get some flux in there. There we go, flux inside. Let's measure this. Here's the silver solid. I'll drop that inside it. Warm up the tongs that are holding it ever so slightly so they're not too much of a heat sink. And I don't know how successful that is. We'll come back for take two. Come on now. Get on with your damn self. Let's go. Man. I'm sure if I knew what I was doing, I would know if it was working or not. I'm going to flip it over and try and flow some solder in from the other side. That did not work. How well is this working? Not well at all. This is absolutely and unequivocally going to fail. Take 10 trillion. Considering I'm a YouTuber and I'm pretty familiar with the platform, I should probably try and look up a YouTube tutorial. Let's go learn how to solder, kids. This is not my proudest moment. Jay, oh my, we're struggling. You don't even know how much I'm struggling. In case you're wondering what it is that I learned from my YouTubing session, not a whole lot apart from maybe have the pieces a little closer together. So I hammered it a little closer, mixed it again. I'm going to wait till it's up to temperature before I touch it with the solder. And what is up to temperature, still not sure. Oh yes! Yes! We're doing it! We are soldering! Yeah, baby! It's ugly. I don't know if it has worked, but it might have. So we'll try and pull out our... Oh, no. Oh, my goodness! That is so in line with how things how things are going. Oh, that's good. Oh. Right, so we have silver solder dribbled all over it, about 3 sticks worth, which is a little overkill. Like, hopefully it's attached together. It's probably not, but it's time to start filing. first meal of the day in the water. I'll drop it in my pickle. I'm going to call it there for today. Today has been a day of lots of failure, but it has been very enjoyable. It's very enjoyable working away, trying these new processes. I'm sure lots of you guys have loads of tips, which I always really appreciate reading in the comments below. Sadly, I'm going to be done with this thing by the time I read them, which is a problem because that's going to be tomorrow, which is it's a complicated thing. It's this whole time thing. But I will see you tomorrow for you on the next episode as we continue on with the project, as I continue on taking on challenges that I have no idea how to do and start working my way through them. So make sure you hit subscribe and I will see you then. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the workshop. It is fantastic to have you here because today we're continuing work on our katana and in particular the habaki of the katana. Now, I have no idea what it is that I'm doing. I started on this yesterday. It was a whole muddle of failure mixed with success and mostly failure. I have some fixing to do with this, so it's a very good idea. A very, very good thing indeed. The Audible is sponsoring today's episode, so I'm going to be going onto the app right here. I'm going to be plugging in an audio book, and of course, ladies and gentlemen, there is a link in the description. You can get a 30-day free trial and a free audio book if you go to audible.com/forge. Thank you, Audible, for sponsoring us. You make my commute to the workshop very enjoyable, and you're going to help as we fix this katana. So let's get on with that. So this habaki fits up the tank. It fits to where it's going to be. Now, the issue is that it is very proud down here on that side, and in fact, needs to be trimmed down to the inside line of that Sharpie line, I believe, for this to look good. Now, I'm very worried about doing this because of the fact that my terrible soldering yesterday, I mean, really terrible soldering, that did not work. I don't know how far down that solder goes. I don't know how strong it's going to be. And so I'm pretty sure that once I grind this down and file this down to the size that it's going to be, I might well need to resolder it, which would be a shame. But it's going to be, what is the point? It's going to be a shame to resolder it. Anyway, I'm going to the grinding room. We're going to grind that down a little bit. Also going to shape that a touch, and maybe we'll have to do some more soldering. Well, I think it is fair to say that I am rather thrilled with how this is going. How did the solder hold up? Well, I actually went in there with a jeweler's saw to just open up a little bit there. It wasn't soldered, but it needed opening up so that that'll fit just onto the blade edge. There's a little gap right there, but the rest of it, shockingly, surprisingly, and amazingly, is soldered. The spacer does not look super clean, but this habaki, I am completely thrilled and completely shocked. I was able to pull that out of a piece of 16mm round bar, and all it needs now is some final tweaking and polishing from 120 grit up. And so it's back into the grinding room, putting in more of that. I am completely shocked that I have been able to create this habaki. Holy moly, I can't believe it. I can't believe how beautiful it looks. I can't believe that, not the most amazing soldering work ever, but that I've got it soldered all the way back there. I'm completely shocked, so happy, and I'm excited because we are now going to move on to making the guard. So I've just put a piece of 1.5 round wrought iron in the fire. Now, you've heard me talk about wrought iron a few times, and I get that you might be curious, about what exactly wrought iron is. Well, before it was possible to easily make steel, they had to rely on wrought iron. So they would make a balloon from iron ore. That balloon would be made with charcoal to make it also. And you'd end up with a balloon of iron with a load of impurities. And in order to get rid of the impurities, you'd forge it out, you'd fold it over, you'd forge it out, fold it, forge it, fold it, forge it, fold it, eventually refining it and getting rid of the impurities, which is great, but you don't have any carbon in there. So it means you don't have a particularly strong material, which then, of course, led the way for the necessity of having steel. Now, why are you going to work wrought iron, Alex? Well, similarly to when we make massive steel, because of the nature of the way the wrought iron is made, being folded and worked, and the impurities within it, you end up with almost grain-like finish. You can see a little bit of texture in there that we don't see in normal homogeneous piece of steel. It looks ever so slightly like a piece of wood. You go for another heat. It's really a fascinating material because from bar to bar, you're going to get very different looks in the finished piece. You'll sometimes see it come through very bold, that kind of grain-like pattern. It'll sometimes come through very subtly. It depends on where it was made, how it was made, etc., etc. There is almost no wrought iron produced in the world today, and so the other fabulous thing about it is the rarity of it. Here in the UK, getting wrought iron is pretty easy. However, places like in the States, very difficult to come by real wrought iron, just purely because of how new the country is and how little wrought iron is used in the development of it. Yeah, I got this from a scrapyard just down the road. We have finished milling what it is that we can mill. I'll show you that in just a second. Let me get that out of the vise. It doesn't look like much. It doesn't look like a full tang hole. That's because it only goes less than 2/3 of the way down the actual width of the tang. As you can see, the tang is extremely narrow on the very edge of the tang there. And so, of course, we're going to have to resort to filing to get this to where it needs to be. So it's filing time. can then stick this into the hole. That then transfers the blue dicam. You can get your blue dicam shirt at AlexSteelShop.com. That transfers the blue dicam onto the hole and tells me exactly where we have contact. So it tells me where it is that I need to remove material to get this to come up. I have a scribe line that's about 4 millimeters away from where it needs to be, so I know that once I hit that scribe line, that's good. I'm going to go a little bit further, and then this should mean that once it's all assembled, we've got a nice tight fit with the guard, with the habaki, and with the handle. Still got some more work to do. So we have ground this. We ground our circle and we ground some beautiful little undulations and using the small wheel attachment. I am very thrilled with how this is looking now. This is wrought iron. There are a couple of different things you can do with wrought iron. You can etch it. You can, I've heard, as far as I understand, flame etch it. We're going to give that a try. I've tried it in the forge before, and I didn't get the result that I want. We're going to try it with a torch. Worst comes to worst, it blackens it and gives it the beautiful scale black finish. Best comes to best, it oxidizes away the different layers respectively to a different extent and gives us a little bit of insight to the pattern of the wrought iron itself. So we do that with the torch. Let's give it a go. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for watching today's episode. I'd like to again thank today's sponsor, which is Audible. It's an audio book platform that is truly fantastic. It's got an app that goes on your phone, and of course there's a link in the description where you can get a 30-day free trial and a free audio book. Why do I love Audible so much? Well, it's because every single day when I come to the workshop, Audible is thrown on. I'm listening to audiobooks, absorbing knowledge, enjoying myself as I listen to the narrative of a fiction book, all the fascinating insights of course, a non-fiction book. I love learning more, and it's wonderful. You're driving in your car to and from work, commuting, Audible's with you. You're here in the workshop today of all days with all the hand filing, the fitting, all of that. Holy moly, having audiobooks in my ears has made today 10 times more pleasant, and I hope that for your next commute and for your next day of work, you could enjoy even more. Learn while you're on the go with Audible. Of course, there's a link in the description below where you can get yourself a 30-day free trial and a free audiobook. Audible.com/Aude. Make sure you click that link. Make sure you sign up. Wonderful way to support the channel. Thank you, Audible, and thank you guys for watching. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the workshop. We're continuing to work on the katana. Yesterday we made the habaki. We also made the guard. We're going to be finishing off that today, and then continuing to work our way back down this fantastic project. Thank you for joining me, and I hope you enjoy. So here is our guard. It's been sat in some vinegar here for not too long, about an hour and a half or so. A pretty interesting idea would have been to leave it here overnight. I did forget to put it in the vinegar when it was done being flame etched. And speaking of flame etching, how well did flame etching go? I would say not so good. The definition that I was hoping to see, hasn't come up. Not the end of the world, however. It does look rather beautiful, especially after a little soak in the vinegar. Got the heavy scale off of it. We can now just finish this up and then continue on with the next step. One thing, however, about heating that up with the flame is, of course, that oxide coating just adds a little bit of build up in there. So we're going to need to definitely clean up the inside, the scale that's in there, so that it fits as far as it needs to. Oh, yes! That is a perfect fit. Holy moly. Wait, hang on a second. No. Oh, I made a mistake. I made a tragic mistake. I made a terrible, terrible mistake. I measured the middle from the tang. I didn't measure the middle from where it would be seen. That's 13.21 millimeters, and that, no. 15.6. Look at that. It's terrible. That absolutely cannot happen. That is a major, major, major problem. That is very sad. I spent a very good number of hours yesterday working on that, and I gotta start from scratch. Oh well, that's how it goes. This happens when you're making something. I'm gonna cut another piece of raw time, and we can try it again. This feels very unfortunate that today, up to now, we're going to change it. Has been a day of doing the exact same thing that we did yesterday. We're going to change that. We're getting there with this. I'm filing away on it. Something that I had to do yesterday also was modify a file. All my files are too thick to get all the way into the crotch of the tang hole. So what I did yesterday is I made this little file. The problem is today it snapped, so I had to make another one of these files. I simply ground the back of the file really thin, and that allows me to get in here, and of course, once that blue diamond marks it, I'm able to file that away. No problem, all the way up to the back of it, right where the blue diamond is. But, ladies and gentlemen, this is an entertainment program, and so we will entertain. You remember, of course, the raw time that we're making this guard out of? Well, we're going to cut off another piece of this raw time. Now, Alec, why are you cutting off another piece of raw time? That's because we're going to make a kiradashi. Alec, why are you making a kiradashi? Well, it's because we need to create some content. Big time. We need to entertain you guys, and what better way to entertain you than making a kiradashi with raw time and a little Damascus steel. Now, what is a kiradashi? Well, as far as I understand, it is a Japanese marking knife, and it is very useful in the making of a katana because the handle itself is going to be made from one piece of wood, split down the middle, chiseled out, and then assembled back together. Now, how do we chisel it out without it raying everywhere and displaying everywhere and splitting? We use a Japanese marking knife to mark the outline of our tang onto the piece of wood. So we're going to take this piece of raw time, I'm going to cut a slice off this piece of Damascus, we're going to combine the two together, of course by forge welding, and hopefully we can have ourselves an interesting kiradashi, and hopefully we'll make ourselves a better YouTube video too. the forged welded Damascus steel edge. Kiradashi is most of the way forged. I'm just going to true that up. Bring it up. It's looking lovely. I've got a nice pretty little bow in there that I rather like. I'm going to fix this transition into the bevel. Fix the transition here. I am going to make this a double bevel Kiradashi here. So that has a bevel on both sides, not a single bevel. Give it a brush. And there we go. That's forged. We're going to be ready to go and finish that. But now it's time to go back to making the guard. It's the next day, and I'm still filing. So now that that piece is cooling down, I'm going to call it there for today's episode. I'm going to start straight away on the episode that you're going to be seeing next. So I really hope you've enjoyed. Make sure you subscribe to see the next step of this build as we work our way back up this katana, this difficult project. I'm having a blast. Thanks for having joined me. Make sure you go get some merchandise at alexsteelshop.com, and I will see you very soon. Bye. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the workshop. We're continuing on with the katana, and yesterday, and in fact the day before too, you saw me working on the guard, the tsuba, as far as I understand. That is what it's called. It might not be called. Let me know in the comments below. And on today's episode, we're going to be working on a spacer. But before we get on to that, you remember yesterday, so we could fill up some content and make yesterday's episode even better, because we repeated the same thing that we did the day before. We made a kiradashi out of the same water that we used for the guard, and out of one of the same billets of Damascus that made up the stars and the special pattern that's running down the middle of the sword. We're going to go to the drawing room and we're going to start applying it on that kiradashi. Thanks for joining me. Dogly. So the kiradashi has been rough and ground, and of course, if you're unfamiliar as to why it is I'm making a kiradashi while I'm making a katana, it's because yesterday we needed to make content, and a kiradashi is going to be useful in some of the next major steps of the katana process. We need to heat treat this bad boy. I can do it with the torch. This is how it's looking right now. It's at 120 grit all over. There is a slight issue. There's a little bit of delamination right here, which is a great shame. That's just where the water did not weld in nicely with the Damascus. We're still going to get and finish this thing real fast. Now, first things first, I'm going to do a normalizing cycle. So I'm going to heat this up to the critical temperature and hopefully not explode the workshop. Let it cool down instead. Okay, so now we've done a total of 3 normalizing cycles. We're slowly bringing this up to temperature for our final quench. And we're going to do something interesting with our quench and our temper. You've seen me do it before. Okay, we're up to temperature. Into the oil we go. But I'm not going to cool off the whole piece. I actually want a little extra heat in there, because that's going to be how we temper it. So, the way we temper it, you see me do this before, done it a lot on pan tools, is I'm going to scratch the edge here with a grinding disc, and then what I can do is if I reflect it in the light, I'm going to see the temper colors, and what I'm looking for is I'm looking for a dark blue back here and a light straw along the edge. So just make sure that, okay, I need to cool off this heel right there. It's got the heat back in it a little faster. And as we come up to the toe of the piece, so we have a nice straw there. The straw is slowly coming up to the toe. Got too hot at the heel, cool off the heel some more, and then we'll repeat the process. Working with new scratch lines, we'll do a second temper cycle. Okay, and there we go. Got straw at the tip. I'll cool up the whole thing, give it a wipe, and then now in regards to what we're going to do on the setup, which is a copper spacer, I'm not entirely sure. I want to wait until I've started working on the actual handle itself. So I've taken this piece of copper, put some blue diagonal on it, scribed some lines. I made a center punch mark where I need a 5mm hole. All I'm going to do here is make sure that I've got a good fit up with the tang and the final shaping until we get the handle is there, so we can kind of see where we want this. A little bit of heat should be all it takes to break the bond of the super glue. There we go. And I'll just take the opportunity to anneal it. So the copper spacer fits up there rather nicely, and of course now, time to continue working on this little kiridashi so we can make the handle. So we've got it polished. I'm going to give it a little bit of a degrease there and make sure I don't touch it with my hands anymore. Down. And so obviously this is wrought iron and Damascus steel. And over the last few episodes, you've heard me talk just a little bit about some of the interesting features of wrought iron. So one of these fabulous features, of course, is the grain-like texture that it has, similar to Damascus steel, but not so contrasty than the steels that we use for our Damascus. But it's going to look a little like a wood grain, or at least I hope it does, otherwise this preamble would have been useless. But because we have a Damascus edge, there's going to be Damascus on the edge, wrought iron on the tang of the kiridashi. It's going to take some time for the wrought iron to etch enough that we can see it. We're going to do a very nice heavy etch. And here you can get a little bit of an idea of the almost wood grain-like texture that wrought iron has, teamed with the Damascus on the edge. This is a special piece. You're gonna leave it in there for about half an hour to an hour. I need to extend my sincere gratitude to Island Blacksmith. I'm gonna link his stuff down below because he reached out to me. He specializes in making counters. I believe the Samurai Carpenter made a video with him. He reached out and gave me some unbelievable resources to look at that he's got on his website regarding traditional Japanese constructions. And holy moly, macaroni. It has been so insightful to learn and get a little bit of an as to how it is that he makes the handles, because the next step is going to be making the handle. Now, our tag. It's very difficult to make YouTube videos with pens that don't work. Our tang, obviously, is very long. And the ways that I've made handles before is I'll use a milling cutter and a drill bit and a file and chisels and work it out on a piece. But that's for a handle that's like 4 or 5 inches long. This tang here, it's enormous. How do we get a hole in there? Well, the Japanese way of doing this, for understanding blacksmith, is we take a block of wood that is the block of wood that needs a hole in it to be shaped for the handle. We cut down the center of the wood. We plane the two faces so they're perfectly flat and will sit back together. We open up the two pieces and we carve out the shape of the tang in both halves. The two pieces get glued back together, the handle gets shaped, and it fits perfectly to the tang. This is the same way they make the scabbard of a katana. It's a Japanese word for that. It's just obviously that's on a much larger scale, so there's going to be a lot of chiseling required for this, and of course that is why we're making the kiridashi, because we need a kiridashi for it, despite the fact that I've already got a kiridashi, but I needed YouTube content, really. Okay, so I left the kiridashi in the acid for 14 hours, so it got a little bit longer. The raw tie etched away like you wouldn't believe, and it looked pretty terrible. I did not know whether I was going to be able to salvage this. I went to the grinder, I took some 240 grit, I worked on the edges, I went to my buffing wheels, and I worked a little bit on that, smoothed it off to see if I couldn't, if I could get it to the point where I wouldn't cut myself. I sharpened it again. You got to check this out. Well, I cannot believe how awesome that looks. Goodness, I am just so lucky that it is still in one piece, and I actually managed to get something that can be held and isn't going to cut you from bits of wrought iron that is sticking out. So I'm actually very pleased. Terrible mistake. Don't leave stuff in acid for 14 hours unless you want it to look like it's been underwater for 200 years. But it is indeed time to move on to the next step. And now it is time for the handle. I've got a selection of woods here. I've got oak, I've got rosewood, olive wood, or ebony. The problem with ebony is it's a very brittle wood, so I don't think it's going to work too well for this handle construction. It would probably, however, be lovely to carve, because we've got a lot of carving behind. It's a tough one. This is the Stingray leather that I have, and one little issue with this is it's a little bit small indeed, so I can't wrap it all the way around. However, I was watching a Japanese film documentary that somebody kindly sent a link to, and I saw them inset it into the handle. I tell you what, Stingray leather is an extremely interesting material. Firstly, the hide itself looks just like you'd expect. It even has eye holes. What's very interesting is the texture of this. It's almost like it's a little beads. It's a fascinating material. And even with all those fancy woods that we've got down there, here is a piece of oak, and I dare say I'm tempted to use a very, very simple material. Use the oak for this area. It means I've got plenty to work with, and so I'll easily have enough. Obviously, it's a massive board, but I can really make sure that I definitely have enough. Having said that, I'd have enough in the ebony if I decided to use that. And yep, I'd have more than enough in the other ones if I decided to use those. So why is it that my mind goes towards using oak? I don't quite know. It does. Okay, so we are here at my father's wood workshop. which is very exciting. I grew up in here learning how to use a draw knife and such forth, and so it's good to do a little bit of work here because he's got tools that I don't have. Better to do with some woodwork in the woodwork shop. Here is our piece of oak, and we need to start working on it. My plan is as follows: I'm going to cut off a piece that's going to work for the handle. We're then going to slice it down the middle. We're going to plane it flat so it meets back together perfectly, and then it's the long and arduous task of carving out the perfect tang hole, half in one side, half in the other. This is going to be an ordeal. Two pieces, pretty flat, very difficult trying to use a plane and get stuff flat. We also have another two pieces. This is the first two pieces we started with that I had to put to the side because, like I said, planing things is difficult. But what I now need to do is I need to use the Kiradashi, our marking knife, indeed, to lay out where it is that we cut out our materials for the tag. So now I've got a lot of carving to do. Gee whiz, I certainly have my work cut out for me for the rest of the day. But for this episode, that's going to be it. Make sure you hit subscribe so you can see how this goes. Woodworking is not a real skill of mine, so it's going to be fun trying to learn and work my way through it. I'm looking forward to seeing you tomorrow. Make sure you hit subscribe. Make sure you drop a like below. Leave us a comment. We'll see you tomorrow as I continue working on this. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to definitely not my own workshop. We're in my father's wood workshop. We're working on a katana, and specifically, we're working on the handle of the katana. Thanks for joining me, and I hope you enjoy it. first one, mostly chiseled out. I've got it roughed out there, as you can see. It's awfully difficult, very, very difficult work, but we're making it happen. We're using mostly these two chisels now, one about a quarter inch wide, one about a half inch wide, which is helping me pop that out. Something I didn't do on the first one that I'm doing now is I just went around the edges here with the chisel and just lightly worked my way down here with a supported in the vise. This way I'm really going to mitigate the tear out. The Kiradashi obviously then marks it, and then I go a little deeper here because I did have some tear out issues around here. I'm not super thrilled out. There's a bad one there. I think it's going to be okay. So it has taken an awfully long time, but I have both halves roughed out pretty close. I'm actually very excited about this. This is going a lot better than I thought. And again, in yesterday's video, I believe I mentioned Island Blacksmith, who got in touch and gave me some tips. He makes some beautiful Japanese knives and such. And in one of the articles that he posted, I saw him talk about offsetting the hole for the tag. It's probably difficult to tell because there's a little bit of love around the edges there. But if you can see that the very tip there on the side of the tag isn't split evenly down the middle. It's actually biased off to one side. Let me run you through the reasoning for this. So a tang obviously is like this. It's shaped, it's got a cross-section very similar to the blade itself. And if we were to have it evenly dug out in both halves, then the very point here of the tang would be right between both halves and would be then making it very easy under stress for the handle to actually just be split open along the fluid seam. So instead, the dugout is done at a slight angle, coming from halfway on the back end of the tang, and then just angling back down this way, of course, so that a very fine point where lots of stresses are being concentrated into one point isn't going right between the glue, but instead going into the wood. So that's a super interesting tip that I learned, and I'm very pleased about it, because hopefully that'll help keep this stuff together. How is the carving going? Well, it's very slow work, very slow work, trying to rough it out, and this is a difficult material to carve, and yeah, it's going well. I'm fun. I'm enjoying doing something different. While I've been doing this, I've been thinking to myself, maybe I should take on some woodwork projects in the future and try and enjoy learning just a little bit more about the craft of woodworking with some projects. I think it might be a fun idea. I might like to do that in like a chair or a table or something. I think that could be very fun. I'm very pleased. It's really been a blast tinkering away. It's quiet work. It's very different to blacksmithing. It's very different to all the rest of the processes that have made this, where there are loud noises, sparks flying, grinding. Here it's peaceful. It's nice and quiet. You make shavings and you get to work away. It's lovely. And speaking about working away, it's time for me to glue these pieces together. As you can tell, with the magic of editing, we're back at the workshop. Somehow the lights are all on, and I have my samurai sword and my katana with me. Right now, what we're going to do is we are going to make ourselves up one more setup. This is a little copper spacer, and I've got one that's going to go on the backside. It still needs to be shaped, but we're going to make another one that's going to maybe go on the front. We'll see. You'll see how it works, and it's going to be nice to have that option if we want it. So I'm going to take some copper. We're going to super glue it onto a piece of steel into the machine, and we're going to start milling. To say that the settlers are now installed, and this is looking rather fantastic. A little bit of tweaking before the final assembly, but they're installed. I like the patina we got on them, working on that Scotch-Brite wheel. The handle is going to be gluing, and I'll see you on tomorrow's episode as we continue working on more bits of this katana. So make sure you hit subscribe below, make sure you like, you comment, you share the video with your friends, and we'll see you very soon. Hello, welcome back to the workshop. It's fantastic to have you here because we're working on a katana, and specifically, we're going to be working on the handle of the katana, but it's still drying. It's only been about 14 hours or so now. So the first step is indeed, we're going to be working on the kashira, which is the vodka. Started trying to get hang of how to call these things properly. So what is vodka? Well, it goes on the end of the handle and it's ovalized to fit, obviously, the cross-section of the handle. It extends out a little bit, tends to have a little bit of a nice radius on the back side there. But the most important feature of it is there are two holes on either side through which the cotton that wraps around the handle can be tied through. Now, I'm trying to decide what material it is that I use for the kashira. So I'm going to put together the fittings that I have so far. And actually, we've got one sepper. Oh, that was worth making a sepper. That looks so awesome. So we got one copper sepper. We've got a wrought iron and one more copper sepper. Now that is just going to look fantastic with those beefy copper seppers. The question still is, what material do I use for the kashira? Now what are the choices between? The choices between copper and the choices between wrought iron. And that's a very difficult choice to make because I've got a lot of copper up there and we've got a little bit of wrought iron. We don't have... God, it's a difficult choice. But copper would be very easy to work. I could take a piece of that sheet, we could make a form, we could anneal some sheet and drive it in, boom, we've got ourselves that cool piece. Wrought iron will be a lot more difficult to work. Copper, thankfully, it can be worked cold by annealing, which means that you have all the time in the world to work with it. Wrought iron, instead, very prone to tearing apart, especially if you don't work it in the proper way. So many big risks with working the wrought iron over the copper. But I think you probably worked out the choice that I've made. One of my favorite things about blacksmithing is when you need something, most of the time, you make it yourself. You need something, you make it. You need a tool, you make the tool. You need a tool to make the tool, you make the tool to make the tool. To make the tool. To make the thing that you're making. It's great fun. It's great fun. It's one of the only craft forms where you yourself make all your own tools. There's a beautiful expression. I can't remember exactly how the story goes, but it's something along the lines of, at a medieval banquet for all the craftsmen of a local village, everybody sits down and how it goes. Oh well, everybody realizes the brilliant tools are made by the blacksmith. It's an exciting thing. King of the crafts. I've got these two pieces of steel. These are mid-carbon alloy steels. So they're great for making tools out of. Great for making stuff that's going to be put under high pressure. It's decently heat resistant. The material is 4340. Now what that is a chromium alloy steel with 0.4% carbon, a little bit of chromium, but also 2% of nickel. So it's similar to 4140 apart from the added. It's a nickel steel, really, is what it is, not chromium steel. But it is 0.4% carbon. It is similar to 4140, which is common like axle material, except the 2% nickel. So funnily enough, 4340 is very similar to the material that I used to be the light color in my Damascus steel. Other than the fact that it lacks about 0.4% carbon, the light color in the Damascus steel called 15N20, about 0.7 to 0.85% carbon, something like that, and 2% nickel here. We've only got the 0.4% carbon and 2% nickel. So that nickel helps get us some toughness and a little extra strength, and it's great for applications like your tooling, all these top tools, bottom tools, stuff like that. It's great, as is your 4140. Now, what's the plan? Well, the samurai sword handle, the katana handle itself, appears to be very similar to my hammer handles in cross-section. The best way I've ever described a hammer handle, and this is the way that Brazil can first describe it to me, was it is a capsule shape. It is a round piece of steel wood that has been flattened on two sides. Now, despite being a layman, my understanding of the katana handle is that it's very similar itself. We've got the two pieces of steel because we need to make one tool that is going to drive down the wrought iron, and another tool that is going to make the bottom die that we drive the wrought iron down into. Super difficult. It does not want to stay together well enough. That tool I made, it's not pulled down enough. I still want to sunk that first tool I made into that die, that bottom tool, as far as it's going to go. Because I wanted to do it in stages. I want to do a little bit of cupping on the wrought iron and then go a little further and then a little further, but then sinking down the tool that it's being formed into. Similar to when they make aluminium cans, they go through several different forming processes, so you're not stressing the material too much into one go. I wanted to go through several different things, but have the one tool and basically press it in as the tool gets formed itself. Make any sense? Maybe, maybe not. We'll see. So sadly, it's not going to work in the wrought iron that I've got. So I'm going to try it on mild steel. not worked very successfully. And I believe I know why. I think there is too much of a size difference between these two, the punch and the die, for this thickness of material to work in it. So we're going to take another piece of steel. Now this is obviously much too thick, but we're going to cut it off. We're going to forge down a little bit of a flat there. We'll see if this thicker material works any better for us. Another failure, even with the mild steel. This is why I like doing just small steps at a time with the wrought iron, because of just this precise risk of tearing. The wrought iron didn't tear this way, the wrought iron tore, and it seems this tore the way that I worried this might tear back to the drawing board. Okay, so I don't have a drawing board, but we're going to plan it out again and see if we can tweak the process. Like we've got close enough to the rough shape that it is that we're looking for with the mild steel, the thicker mild steel. You saw I used the swage block and we had in a little bit of a pre-form there, and that did indeed help us out as we then drove it into the tool and kind of had to tweak it and hammer on it to get it to work. And this is why when you see things that are industrially made on drop forging equipment, it takes a lot of effort to make the dies to make it, because all that trial and error we did, then multiply that by 10 billion for the complexity that some things can be stamped out at. And it's pretty interesting, you know, trying the primitive way and then realizing that literally hundreds of things in this workshop have to be made that way. My Yeti cup had to be made that way. Every tin can you see involved the trial and error of pressing things around. So my little hobo podunk thing there that's still pretty rough around the edges is a very small drop in the ocean of how forming things and forming shapes can be done. So that is humbling because I realize how much there is to know, but it's now on to the next thing. So we need to make a supply run, because we got an issue with the equipment we have. Here is our saw, and here is our etching bar. Just a little too short. It's time to go to town, and I'm gonna need this. Right, so we need big pipe, big plastic pipe. Big plastic pipe. First place did not have what it was that we needed. We found some. Don't do it ugly. Let's grab some food. We got food. So we're back at our workshop, and I'm going to PVC cement this pipe. We do not want to drop any acid once it's in here. There we go. And this is going to be for our bicarbonate of soda to neutralize the acid. Do you see me making more than a 3-foot blade? So, what we're going to do now, this has been drying for probably 24 hours or so. and only dropped it once or twice in the drying process. And what we're now going to do is we're going to very gently start working in the handle form of the belt grinder. Hopefully it stays together. This looks like a katana! This is insane! It's a katana! So what I'm going to be doing tomorrow is I'm going to be etching the blade, giving it the final etch, which is obviously a very daunting process. And you saw we went for a little drive into town, and we got these bits of PVC pipe. We PVC cemented on the ends to them. This is some ferric chloride. Put it all in the bottom. I'm now going to put some water in. You know, I probably should have done water first, because then it would have been a good idea to know if it leaks or not. I still don't have a hose, so this is a little precarious. And I'll put a little more ferric chloride. I aim for a 1-to-4 ratio of ferric chloride to water. And there we go. Top it up. And so I'll make sure to give that a little bit of a mix. And tomorrow, in tomorrow's episode, we're indeed going to see us not only continue, God, it's a good fit, on the handle. And what we're going to be needing to do, we're going to be needing to carve out and then inset some stingray leather. Oh, yes, but we're going to be doing the final finish and the etch on the blade. So I'm looking forward to seeing you on tomorrow's episode. Make sure you subscribe if you're new. We're making videos almost every single day. You get to see what we get up to here in the workshop. And it's a thrill bringing you along. Drop us a like, leave a comment. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the workshop. We are working on a million-layer Damascus steel katana. This is a fabulously enjoyable project. Very difficult, and another difficult part that we're going to be starting on today. We'll continue on. We started on it yesterday. Is the cashier, which is the butt cap on it. And I'm looking at it right now. I'm actually starting to get a little less hopeful that it's going to work. But part of today's episode is going to be making sure that we can get one of these things done. We're also going to be doing the etch on the blades. It's going to be very exciting. Stay tuned. Thank you for being here for one of our daily episodes. So what do we have here? Well, actually, I'm surprised I wasn't able to get the rough shape I need from it. I believe we're pretty close. I think leaving it proud is going to be the best course of action, so that then once the cotton is wrapped around it, it will then leave it all flush. It may still be a little bit proud. out, but we can easily fix that. The next step is going to be quite difficult because this needs a slot in it to fix the cotton that we have that then wraps the... So I need a slot in it. And I know because of the awfully strange shape of it, it is going to be a little bit of a nightmare to get inside the milling machine. So here's the cotton material I have. Let's see how wide it is. Ooh, about 12 millimeters wide, about 1.5 millimeters to 2 millimeters thick. And so obviously with that information, so knowing that our cotton material is 12 millimeters wide and approximately 1.5 millimeters thick, obviously depending on squishability, I need to have to think about how it's going to be wrapped inside of this bad boy to work out the dimensions of the slot that needs to be milled. What I think I've decided on doing is making this maybe say 4 millimeters wide, maybe bring it to about 15 millimeters long. The only issue is I now need to work out how I make that accurate to both sides. All right, that I now have is how am I going to get this set up in the vise? Thankfully, because I have a flat down the back, I'm simply just going to do this. I'm simply going to be able to clamp it straight like this, but the issue is, how do I get this alignment? As you'll see, this is not flat across the top or the bottom, and so putting a parallel under it, yeah, it's not going to give me alignment. Putting a parallel on top and just feeling for it, yeah, it's not going to give me alignment. You know what I did for a while? My eye. So we'll give it the old, if it looks straight, it is straight trick. Learn that from Jimmy the Rifter. Looks straight to me. Now, I was thinking about how I would make this happen, and I just realized I can probably make this happen with this. What do you mean, Alec? Of course you're going to make it happen with the head, but how are you going to flip it over? No, I mean, I think I can do it from just the one side. Yes! I think I'm just doing it from one side, because this 4 millimeter end mill has the same diameter shank as it does the cutting end, unlike this 3 millimeter end mill, for example. I say I just go straight for it. Oh, yes, this could be a terrible idea. Right, let's give it a go. Alright, let's try the other side. Oh, would you look at that? There was a hole in that. There was a slot in there that goes through both sides, and I guess alliteratively centered. Oh, that seems like crazy. So the next big step is going to be going into the edge, which is very exciting, but I want to have the tape of the guitar finished. That's going to require drilling a hole. It's also going to require touch marking it. Drilling a hole is going to mean that I'm going to need to have everything completely perfect with the handle and how it fits up together. And this is just not perfectly flat. So I'm going to draw across this piece of 240 grit sandpaper over my granite block. Hopefully this will get me a much better flat. This will then mate up to the copper. We're going to assemble it all together. Somehow we're going to find out where we need holes drilled. We're going to drill all the holes, which is a very nerve-wracking process. I'm saying that like I've done it before. The reason it's nerve-wracking is I've never done it before, so I have no idea how to do it. That's why it's nerve-wracking. Okay, so that's much flatter. We're going to go back in, we'll see. Okay, it looks like I'm a little proud on this bottom side here. There's a little air on the other side, which makes me think that this needs to come up, so that needs to come down. One of the things I learned from Walter Sorrell's videos is that this is how you take apart a katana. Ow, ow, it works, but it hurts. Okay, let's give it another go. Okay, there we go. That is a million times better. I'm pleased with that. Now I need to work out how it is that I mark a hole that makes this all work. I wonder how far down I'm going to go with the peg. It looks like it'd be quite attractive. Or, here's an idea. I can go the same amount down as... Where's this peg? I think so. I don't think it's the hacky sacky maggy backy. I think I'm going to make it the same length away from our settlers as this copper, which makes it. No, not the Hiroshima! Jamie, please tell me you're recording that. The interesting thing about the way these are constructed is there is one tiny little bamboo, we're going to use wood. A wooden peg holds everything together. Now what that means is that it's tapered, and you drive it in, or push it in, and you then push out, and then that tightens it together, which means that really, I don't want a perfect measurement. I want a measurement whereby I put a tapered pin in there, and It closes up any air gaps. I'm sure the Japanese have an actual way of doing this, but I'm going to try and take some feeler gauges and just have a look at the air gaps that we've got and find one that's pretty close to it. So then when I take my measurement, I can go that amount of half that distance back on the wood, half that distance forward on the steel, and that way it'll then hopefully tighten up and close up all those air gaps. Lucky! There we go, Jamie! So I was able to get my 0.05 millimeter feeler gauge in here and in here. So I'm going to basically assume that I've got 0.1 millimeters of gap to fill. And so with this measurement, I'll do 39.05 on the end of the wood to where the hole needs to go. And here we're going to do 38.95. I think that's how maths works. 8.95. I'll lock off the top one and then the tiny little knob there. We'll drop it down. 38.95. Tied it up. Well, that was pretty silly of me. I could try clamping with this, then getting my zero off of that, but I worry that I'm going to get that to stay still enough as I do it. We'll give it a go. Inscribe it with the carbide tip scribe on the height gauge. Hopefully, that is a very precise scribe bar. This is difficult. This is very difficult. The handle obviously wants to be 39.05. Turn the holder down, put pressure, make sure it's flat, scribe it, scribe it. So now as I double check, perfect, love it. I now need to find the center of this handle on the sides. I'm going to see what I can do to get pretty close to my top height there, 38.3. 19.15. Scribe it, scribe it, scribe it, scribe it. Something about me really dislikes the idea of doing this. It's a great way to break it. In the middle. So remember the handle on it, and I'm just going to find where this hole is. There we go, you can even see the 0.1 millimeter differentiation between the tang and the handle when we measured for. Got a little bit of offset. I can just so slightly see it, which is very exciting, which means that when I drive the tender peg in, hopefully it's going to lock it all together and make it nice and tight. What I'm going to do, actually, before I knock it off, we are going to remove the electrical tape. This is taking forever. Great. If only real life was as easy as editing. I need to make sure that this blade is really thoroughly degreased. Any grease on it, any little oil spots will affect the etch, and we won't get as consistent of an etch. This is the moment of truth. Gonna give it a little stir, make sure it's all mixed up. How many days in are we? What episode is this? This is episode 12. 12 days, and that doesn't count making the Damascus steel. At this point, there's 15 days of work. 15 days getting into the workshop, working away, tiresome work, working away. And this is not the end. This is just where we find out if I wasted that time, because we're going into the etch, most important part of the whole build. Why we made it, to celebrate us coming up to 500,000 subscribers. Scary stuff. Let's have a look. Let's check there are no oil spots on it. Oh, baby, that looks beautiful. This thing is something, let me tell you that. We're going to leave it there for 25 minutes, not 14 hours. I'm going to set a timer on my phone. In 25 minutes, it's going to come out of there. We're going to neutralize it. The next step is we're going to go back to my father's workshop. And we're going to carve the handle so that we can inset some Stingray leather. about making sure that when you start a task, you've got nice sharp tools. So my chisels are sharpened up. We're ready for the next step. This is going to be a difficult process. I need to carve a slot in this so that we can inset some stingray leather. Oh no, got my work cut out. I don't know how it is that I'm going to do it. I don't know how I'm going to hold it. I don't know how I'm going to do any of this. All I know is I want a 20mm groove running the whole way down this piece on both sides. Time to start working. So I did these sideways cross hatches into the oak, and it's really looking like this is helping chisel this out of there. I also ran a central glue down there, and I'm just taking out one side at a time. Probably difficult. This oak is tearing a lot, so I'm really struggling to make it happen, but we're making it happen. Slowly but surely. Slowly but surely. We're getting there. Oh, yeah. I'm slowly getting there, just taking my sweet time, working it away, making sure that it's flat, making sure there's an even depth of the groove the whole way along. We're going to have a look here. So this is obviously stingray leather. I'm just going to fit it down there and see how the depth feels. That feels like it should. It's going to be nice and flush, and it looks like I've got a pretty consistent level the whole way. I'm happy for the stingray leather to be kind of slightly below the level of the wood, because I can always sand the wood down. The other way makes it a little bit difficult and can mean that it could easily kind of get ripped off of there. The main focus now is making sure that I got it perfectly flat across the bottom and that my sides are neat. When I look down, there aren't any kinks, and it looks nice and neat and even the whole way across the handle. I'm taking my sweet time. Something that I guess is difficult to appreciate when you see these projects is just how much time goes into each step. I mean, this is just to get this rough groove here is probably what, 2 hours work? 2 hours. It is a tough process, but that's the price you pay for doing things right. He says, just as he's around the corner from surely making a mistake or doing something wrong. Now what? Let's keep going. Let's try that. Finally got this clean and it looks neat, and I'm completely shocked because this has just been, I'm shocked, but we've got that one side done. Now what we're now going to do is, before we move on to the next side, for what reason? Only so we can make good YouTube content, because it's going to take me a lot more time to do the other side. We're going to work out how I can measure and cut the stingray leather so that it'll perfectly fit inside of there. I don't know how I'm going to do that. What I'm tempted by, just because I sit this on here, I am tempted by somehow applying pressure and maybe finding a way for that to lock through the backside, maybe chalk, maybe something like that. Nothing comes through. Okay, so here's what I'm going to try and do. I'm simply going to cut it wide, going to get rid of all the rest of this so it's not flopping around on me. And then I'm going to try and match the contour by cutting over the top of this far side and hopefully whittle my way down on the next side. Let's see how this goes. This feels wrong. It feels really wrong. There was an eyeball here back in the day. This is difficult to cut. Oh my goodness. This is near impossible to cut. No. This is crazy. This is the hardest material I've ever cut. There we go. I do not know how I'm going to get an accurate cut on this. I did not expect this to be so difficult to cut. These little balls here, every time you try and cut through them, the blade has to shimmy its way either side or split it. It's horrendously difficult to cut. This could be a big problem for trying to get an accurate contour. Yes! At last! I have stingray leather that fits the groove. It's only taken 10 trillion hours. 10 trillion hours! But holy moly! Shouts in the description below. At last, it fits. This is awesome. The groove is clean and neat, or at least as clean and neat as I can make a groove. And so that means that side 1 is done. It is now time to start working on side 2, but not just yet because it's the end of the day, and so I'm going to be seeing you tomorrow as we continue on with the Katana project. Thank you for joining me on these daily videos. It's a thrill to bring you along with what happens here in the work. Make sure you subscribe if you're new to the channel. Make sure you check out the other videos of the build project. This is quite the series. This is quite the endeavor. This is quite the challenge. Every single step is a challenge. It is a thrill. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the workshop. It is bright and early, and this is not my workshop. We're in the wood workshop because we're working on the handle for the katana. Still some carving to do. Still going to inset some stingray leather. Thanks for joining me. It's going to be a fun day. This is some of the most difficult material I have ever worked. The stingray leather has these little balls in it, and you try and you can't cut it. You've got to chisel it and break your way through all these little kind of balls. But it is very difficult. It's very difficult, and we got it pretty close to fitting perfectly. It's not as amazing as I'd like. However, it's time to move on to the next step, which is carving down the end of this handle to accept the kashida that we made in yesterday's episode so that this can fit in there. So this is going to be chisel work, it's going to be more wood work, and I still have no idea what it is. It's now time to get back to the workshop. And we're back at the main workshop. It is good to be back. But it's getting nippy. Winter time is slowly approaching, and though our British winters are very mild, it could do with forging. It's doing some forging, but we're not going to be doing any forging. Instead, we have a blade that has been etched and needs polishing. So the blade is out of this world, beautiful and insane. This is very, goodness, this project, it's pretty shocking that it's starting to come together. Anyway, it is now time to take the handle that we've been working on, and we are going to hand sand this and bring this up to a lovely, lovely finish. I've got a whole stack of sandpaper right here, and we're going to start off nice and low with 180 grit. Fold this over, tear it off, and start. Okay, doubly. So I have a 600 grit finish on the oak for the handle. Here, the stingray leather fell out. The stingray leather is sitting inside of it. I just need to make sure it's close to halfway. Okay, the bottom of the mark. So of course I now need to glue this, and I have no clue how I'm going to glue this. So I'm going to think about what glues I have. So here are our choices: G-Flex, 2-part epoxy, chewing gum, PVC cement, wood glue. Indeed, that does rather make for a pretty difficult choice. It's now a game of elimination from here. What goes first? Wood glue, chewing gum? No. Yeah. Metal, ceramic, glass, plastic, wood, and is that included? Serving time 5 minutes. Okay, we're using this. Oh, actually, I didn't like the setting time of the tune. So I think we're going to go with this, and hopefully it works and actually sticks the leather to that. But we need to have a think about how it is that we get that to stick there and stay down and not swell up or move or anything like that. I think this is where this comes in. This is a piece of balsa wood. I can pull this off, lay that on there, bing, bang, bong, bing, ting, bong, tang, bing, jang, beep, up. I'm gonna zip on the bandsaw. And so the plan is, once I've got this all glue filled and ready to cure, I'll just set that right on top there on that side. Boom, give it the old flipperoonie. Set this on top there on the other side. Wrap it, and then look, but it all works. Well, no time like the present to make a mistake that you're gonna regret and waste days of work, eh? There's really dramatic music playing right now because I am so nervous. Holy mackerel, I messed this up so bad. I spent so much time working on this handle. Woo! We'll go with the second side. The other side is still there. Very gentle acetone down the spec glue. A little acetone just thins it out, makes it easy to clean up afterwards. We've done it. I think we've done it, ladies and gentlemen. Get a clamp. There we go. I think we all got this to work. So while that glues, I'm just going to tweak, finish up, and then heat and oxidize this cashier. Ugly dokily. So I'm gonna make up a little bit more glue. The Kashira, I did a little fiddling to it. We then heated it up, oxidized it. We put some wax on it. So that is ready to go on. Once we mix up the glue, onto the handle the glue goes. So I'll just take some more acetone and I'm gonna wipe off the excess before it dries. So the glue is probably most of the way set. Probably shouldn't take too long there now. And I'm going to take my drill. We're going to drill through. We're going to file across. We're going to get all that wood out there so the slot goes the whole way through. Here's a high-tech tool. Round down the hacksaw. There we go, we got the slot made it. So the stingray leather has been glued onto the handle as well as the kashira. The slot has been formed and it's now time for me to make sure that I don't forget. We have a tomahawk to give away. Yes, that's right, Mike Boyd used this tomahawk in his incredible video that has garnered this many views already. It was a fantastic video of him trying to learn how to throw it. It is a lot of fun, absolutely worth watching. And the way that you entered the competition was by commenting under the video where I made the tomahawk. And here we go. It's analyzing the comments. It's gonna find a random comment. And boy, with a lot of comments. Almost there. Amount of unique commenters, 6,345. Start the raffle and pick the random winner. Who's it gonna be? Who's it gonna be? The winner is the Remo Lemon. Congratulations, my friend. I'm going to make sure to get in touch with you, and we're going to get this tomahawk to you. Make sure you get back to me nice and soon with your address, because at this rate, I might end up breaking it, because it's really fun to play with. But aside from that, ladies and gentlemen, it has been an exciting day, a very exciting day, moving along with the project. This handle is now ready for the wrap. So tomorrow's endeavor is going to be trying to learn how to wrap this, which is going to be very difficult. So make sure if you're new to the channel, you go ahead and hit subscribe below, you share the video with your friends, and of course, drop us a like, leave a comment. See you all on the next episode. This is very exciting. We're almost finished. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the workshop. It has been a long series, and the plan is that today is the finale of making our million-layer Damascus silk katana. Thank you so much for joining me. The forge is lit behind me because it's a cold day, and we have a lot of fiddling work to do here on the suka. As we left off yesterday, I let you know that the next step was indeed wrapping the cotton onto the handle. So I took to the internet and I found a website by Andreas Brackbush where I found a template so you can make your own paper deals that go on top of the handle for when you wrap the cotton. And I've made my own to match the length of the handle and the width of the cotton cord. So I've got my pieces cut out here. There is an issue, however, is it didn't look like it's scaled as perfectly as it should have. So, and the other issue is, and I didn't know this when I made the handle, you've got to make the handle so it's an odd number of cotton cord widths. Now, cotton cord widths, once you stretch it out in length. Otherwise, the issue that you then have is the issue that I'm going to have, which is that you can't get the wraps to go up. That's one problem. Another problem is Captain Doofus over here, that's me, did not put the holes into the stingray leather before I glued the leather on, so I don't have holes. We need to find find where the holes are. Holy moly! It has taken like an hour and a half to poke those two holes. An hour and a half! It was so difficult because I have no idea where the hole in the wood is, and the whole point of it was I made the hole in the wood that it was super accurate to like 0.1 millimeters, as you saw in yesterday's episode. I don't think it's going to be accurate to 0.1 millimeters anymore, but the holes are there. It's now time to think about the step that I'm really dreading. I was dreading that. Boy, am I dreading this. I need to start wrapping the handle. The side that faces in. It's like learning a new language. Like learning a new language. It is learning a new language. That's a very, very good point, Jamie. Now, I'm not sure if this paper thing is incredibly essential. I think it helps keep it all together and helps keep it all neat. I can see we're going to be giving it a try. I've also seen a video of a guy, he used a piece of electrical tape so that when he was gluing onto the electrical tape, I'm going to be using glue. I don't know if I'm good enough to not use glue. He can glue onto electrical tape instead of straight onto the handle. It's going terribly. Okay! Not terribly. Here. This is very dangerous work. Super glue? This is no joke. Okay, much better. Now I just need to get the glue. Gotta be very careful. Can't make any mistakes. This is so difficult. Come on! Ow, 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 ow. This is not appropriate arts and crafts glue. This is industrial ethyl 2 cyanacrylate. Double-sided tape. This is too thick, but I'm going to hold on to it for a second. Make a nice bracelet out of it. Double-sided tape. Come on, double-sided tape. No! Masking tape. Yes! Double-sided tape. I believe you call that a clobber blade. No, it didn't work. This was a bad idea! And ladies and gentlemen, that's how you get 2 rolls of tape from 1. Yeah, I made a little bit of a mess there, so that's a worry. Now, there is another way that people do this, he says, acting if he knows what he's doing. I have no idea what it is that I'm doing. But there's another way that people do this, which is instead of this, where you have the thing go around the whole way, they just have these tiny little triangles, and they manually slip them in. So the last attempt now is going to be, I'm going to cut these little triangles, and we're going to see if we can start wrapping it with electrical tape on the side, super gluing as we go, putting the triangles in. Hopefully this works. So I hope I have enough of this material. I'm not particularly sure if I do, because I had no idea how much I needed. So when I went on the website and I bought it, I just bought whatever length it was that they said, assuming that they'd probably be selling lengths that are good enough for a katana. What does it look like? 12 feet? So, got the halfway point, and on to the double-sided tape we go. Now, we're going to work out what I'm going to do next. Holy macaroni! This is going to be very difficult doing this for the final wrap here. This is just me testing and experimenting. And you can see a couple of things I've learned, which is one, I can't have electrical tape up there, and it cannot be that wide because you can see electrical tape through it. Two, I need to be careful with where it is I put my double-sided tape, but that's fine. This is not the final thing. I can pull that off. And three, there's a hole that's meant to be on this side, but you can't see it from the other side. That's a problem because I need to get a peg in there. That's the large side of the hole, and so you need to be able to poke it in from here. So I don't know how to fix that. Frankly, I don't know how I'm doing any of this. I'm just saying that it looks like a guitar wrap. I don't know where these things go, and frankly, at this point, I'm not sure it needs it. I don't know what it would serve. So what do I do? It's a good question. I was hoping somebody else would have the answer. So I thought I was doing it right, but then I'm looking up here, and I'm seeing how the spacing looks different. It doesn't look like they're getting any air gaps way up here in it. So I've got to be doing something wrong. The way they're doing this fold here with the cotton seems to be very different. My understanding of what it is that you do is you simply come across and you give it a twist and then go back around the other way. But they're saying fold. What does fold mean? Does that mean something different? Does that maybe fold at 90 degrees? Is that any different? Is it a full twist? No. I believe as you come across, you then twist it in the other direction or fold it in the other direction. I have no clue what I'm doing. That doesn't look any different. Okay, so I think what I'm going to do now is I'm going to pull this off of there. I'm going to make sure that I'm going to cut down my electrical tape and get a piece of electrical tape on. I'm going to get rid of the thing at the beginning, and I'm just going to super glue that on. And I'm going to start going, and I'm going to make sure that I punch it all up as I go, and hopefully that's going to get us where we need to be. Three-quarters of the way up the handle, and I already have 6 hours of wrapping gone. I've given up on the paper triangles. It was too difficult for me to put them in. I don't know enough of what it is that I'm doing. I couldn't follow the diagrams or any of the tutorials I could find online, so I made it up as we go, and this is what I'm doing. And I think by hook or by crook, by luck, this is actually a proper way of doing it. I'm doing one full twist, and I do it by making a fold, and then twisting all the way over, so it goes all the way over, and then as the next piece comes across, that also gets a full twist, but you do your half twists in such a way that almost encapsulates the first piece that goes across the other way, and you alternate directions so that it supposedly won't untwist, and holy moly, the amount of tension that you've got to keep while you're doing it. My hands are exhausted. It is so tiring. I'm falling and falling and falling. I'm using super glue as we go on every other one, just to make sure that we can lock it in and keep it tight. This is a massive, massive undertaking. I never ever would have thought wrapping a katana with cotton would be so difficult. This is a fascinating experience. I'm going to keep going, and then it's on to tying the knot again. Something I have no idea how to do. Have no idea how to tie the knot. There are plenty of diagrams. I'm probably going to have to end up making it up as I go. Major difficulty understanding any of the diagrams I looked at online, so I've ended up doing this. First things first, with the cord, I wrapped it into the hole, back down, underneath this side, back over with a pretty fold right there, back through, underneath, over, folded, and then doubled it over, and I'm now pushing it back into the hole. I've been putting enormous pressure on it, trying to get it in there as deep as I can. While I still think I can go further, I'm now going to blunten my nice kiradashi and cut off the excess material before finishing to shove it into the hole and hopefully make it a seamless and invisible end to the cotton wrap. There is a lot of pressure on there, but I think I've done it. That is the handle wrap. Wow, that's exciting. I see daylight. At least that means that the holes line up. It's time to make a tapered peg. developed another one because the last one was a little loose. And off camera there, I've already installed it, but this is a problem. Tim, a big problem. Yes, that's right. It looks like when I drove the pin in, it has in fact pulled the handle back and created more gap. That's a serious, serious issue. Well, it looks like the only way that I'm going to be able to fix this is by making another spacer, maybe to replace it, maybe as an additional one, either which way. This is annoyance. So it's something to overcome. So we have our little extra spacer made up. I've made it to be the side here of the end, the round length of the air looming. Hopefully that's just going to look rather lovely up against the cotton. It is much thinner than the last spacer, about 3/4 of the width. And what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and put it all together and see if when we put our little wooden peg in, this all works. You see it's a little proud there up on top. However, before I do anything to that, I just want to see if when I put this peg in, everything stays tight. There's no point taking it apart and tweaking it, only to find that it doesn't end up working. Everything rock solid, the peg needs to be whittled down a little bit there, however. hours and the katana is complete. It has been an unbelievable challenge. I had no clue if I could make it. But with this project that has taken longer than any other project I've ever undertaken, I've learned so much. I've been so humbled. I've learned how much there is to learn. It has been fantastically enjoyable. And I sincerely hope you've enjoyed watching these 14 parts. If you haven't watched any of the other parts, and this is the first video you've watched, there's a link in the description below. Make sure you go back to part 1. Enjoy your way the whole way through. See the trials, the tribulations, the mistakes I made, the successes I had, and see what it is that I learned as I built this throughout the whole 14 parts. I'd love it if you'd share the videos with your friends. Drop a like, of course. Leave your comments. What is it that you want us to make next? Because we're going to be back tomorrow with more daily videos on the projects that we work on. Can't wait to see you then. At 500,000 subscribers, we're going to be doing a fantastic Fruit Ninja session, not only with this katana, but with a lot of the other projects that we've been making here in the last year. So I can't wait to see you then. Can't wait to see you tomorrow. Thank you all for your continued viewership and your wonderful, wonderful comments throughout this entire process. I cannot wait to see you soon. Nobody asked for this.
But today, I'm going to challenge myself. Instead of building the fastest gaming PC, I'm going to build the slowest one possible. Yes, this might actually be the only gaming PC on YouTube that nobody will be jealous of. The rules are simple. I can only use random parts that I already have lying around in my studio. No buying new hardware, no cheating. And the goal is to assemble a complete PC, just like a normal gaming setup, with all the essential components. Honestly, this might end up looking like one of those ancient computers you used to see in a school library. But to make the challenge even more interesting, once the system is finished, I'm going to overclock it right to the edge of what this hardware can handle, and then throw modern games at it to see just how badly it falls apart. So the real question is, how terrible can this PC actually be? Alright, let's start picking the parts and see what kind of disaster we're about to create. Alright, to begin this build, first thing we need is a motherboard platform. Right here on the table, I have a whole collection of boards from different generations. The newest one here would be an Intel B760 chipset motherboard, using the LGA 1700 socket. But today, we're not trying to build the best PC possible. We're trying to build the worst one. So from this entire pile, I started digging for the oldest and weakest option I could find. And eventually, I found it. This is an Intel G41 chipset motherboard, designed for the classic LGA 775 socket. This platform dates all the way back to around 2008. It's been so long that I don't even remember the exact year anymore. And to be honest, I'm not completely sure whether this thing still works properly. You can still find boards like this floating around the used market, but I really wouldn't recommend buying one today. The platform is simply too limited for modern use. For example, the maximum supported memory is only 8 gigabytes of RAM, and storage is restricted to say 2.2, which typically tops out at around 250 to 280 megabytes per second. That's roughly half the speed of SATA 3, the standard used by most systems today. So yeah, starting this build with this platform is already a pretty terrible decision. Now that the platform has been chosen, everything else becomes a lot simpler. On my table, I've got a mix of CPU from both AMD and Intel, all sorted out by their sockets. But today, I'm only interested in one specific platform, LG A775 socket. And for that socket, I found 3 processors. The first one is an Intel Core 2 Duo E8400, which is actually still a fairly capable chip for its time. But honestly, that would be way too powerful for this terrible PC build. What I'm really looking for is something much weaker, like this Intel Pentium E2200. Of course, before using it, I need to make sure it still works. If I remember correctly, I actually pulled this chip out of a pile of electronic scrap a long time ago. So let's install it and see what happens. And wow, no post, no signal. This thing is completely dead. I guess it must have died a long time ago without me even realizing it. So that leaves me with the final option, the Intel Pentium E5700. After installing it and powering on the system, thankfully, it works perfectly. Let me quickly go over the specs of this processor. It comes with 2 cores and 2 threads, and the clock speed is locked at 3 gigahertz. About 15 years ago, this chip was actually one of the most popular budget CPU you could buy. It cost roughly half the price of a Core 2 Duo, yet delivered about 90% of the performance, which made it incredibly attractive for budget builds. But fast forward to 2023, the Pentium brand was officially retired, marking the end of a very long chapter in Intel's history. To cool this CPU, I'm just going to use a basic stock cooler from Intel. Honestly, I don't really care how effective it is. If it keeps the chip from immediately overheating, that's good enough for me. Next up is the RAM. To make this system as bad as possible, I'm not even going to run it in dual channel mode. Instead, I'll install just a single 4 gigabyte stick, leaving the system stuck in single channel. That way, the performance stays exactly where we want it, as terrible as possible. Now let's talk about the graphics part. Honestly, there isn't much of a choice here. This NVIDIA GeForce GT 210 is easily the weakest GPU I own. It only comes with 512 megabytes of VRAM, which by today's standards is almost nothing. In fact, people used to joke that cards like this were basically display adapters, something you use just so the monitor turns on. The performance is so weak that even integrated graphics finally have a worthy opponent. Now let's move on to storage. For this build, we're going to completely forget about high-speed SSD. Instead, I'll be using the traditional 320 gigabyte hard drive to handle all the tasks that an SSD would normally take care of. And honestly, this decision alone will probably make the system twice as slow. Everything from booting into Windows to loading games is going to take significantly longer. So if you're not the most patient person, my honest advice is to stay as far away from drives like this as possible. Now let's talk about the power supply, and honestly, This part is a bit risky. The unit is rated at 250 watts, but 12-volt rail only delivers about 96 watts, which is pretty questionable. So I'm really hoping this thing doesn't burst into flames while the system is running. And as for the case, it doesn't really affect performance in this experiment. So I'll just grab a random chassis that can hold all the components together neatly. And with that, we finally have all the parts ready for what might be the worst PC build imaginable. The real question now is, how bad will the performance actually be? Well, there's only one way to find out. Let's run some tests and see what happens. First, I'm going to check the CPU performance using a benchmark tool. And honestly, the results are pretty embarrassing. The processor only scored 414 points in the multi-core test, which is already extremely low. But the single-core result is even worse, coming in at just 223 points. That's honestly painful to look at. I'm pretty confident the CPU is slower than almost any computer you're watching this video on right now. Now it's time to talk about the GPU, and I'm not going to hide how terrible this thing really is. In a benchmark at 1080p, the card only managed 6 frames per second. That's obviously unusable for gaming, and it's clear this GPU is way out of its depth here. Realistically, the only resolution where it might function somewhat decently is 720p. Next, let's move on to actual game testing. Because this GPU only supports DirectX 10, most modern titles simply won't even launch. So instead, I'll be testing a few older games and then pushing the system even further by overclocking it to its limits. Let's start with a game everyone knows, Minecraft. At 1080p resolution, I set the render distance to the absolute minimum, 2 chunks. Without any overclocking, just walking around the world gives me around 50 frames per second. But whenever new terrain loads in, the frame rate can suddenly drop to around 20 frames per second. Technically, the frames per second isn't terrible, but the visual experience is awful. With the render distance that low, the moment you fly up into the air, you can barely see anything below you. So what happens if I increase the render distance to 8 chunks? Well, things get ugly. The frame rate drops to around 30 frames per second, and there are constant stutters. In some moments, it even plunges down to just 3 frames per second. Next, let's move on to an older AAA title, Tomb Raider. For this system to even handle the game, I had to drop the resolution all the way down to 800 by 600 with the graphics set to the absolute lowest settings. Even then, the frame rate only fluctuates between 20 and 30 frames per second at best. Technically, it's playable, but the experience is definitely far from smooth. Now let's try the third game, Left 4 Dead 2. With 720p with low settings, the frame rate sits around 60 frames per second most of the time. However, when large groups of zombies appear on screen, the performance can suddenly drop to much lower levels. So now it's time for the part I've been waiting for, overclocking. My goal is to push the CPU to 3.3 gigahertz. To do that, I increased the FSB by 20 megahertz. Since the Intel Pentium E5700 has a multiplier of 15, the math is pretty simple. 220 times 15 equals 3,300 megahertz, or 3.3 gigahertz. And just as expected, the CPU successfully boosted up to 3.3 gigahertz. For the GPU, I increased the clock speed by about 5%. After that, I went back to test Minecraft again. This time, the frame rate improved by roughly 10 frames per second compared to the stock settings. At 8 chunks, it also gained around 10 extra frames, although occasional stuttering still happens. And moving back to Tomb Raider, the highest frame rate I reported was around 34 frames per second. The difference isn't dramatic, but the gameplay does feel a little more stable. Then I returned to Left 4 Dead 2, where the system managed to reach a peak of 89 frames per second. More importantly, even during intense zombie encounters, the system didn't suffer the same massive frame drops as before, but I wasn't done yet. My next target is 3.6 gigahertz, so I increased the FSB by another 20 megahertz and pushed the GPU clocks a little further as well. Back in Minecraft, the highest frame rate I recorded was around 90 frames per second. The improvement wasn't huge, but the overall stability was noticeably better, and those sudden drops became less frequent. As for the other 2 games, the changes were minimal and not particularly noticeable. Still, I wanted to push things further, so I added another 10 megahertz to the FSB. But when I tried to boot the system, it immediately failed to start. After reducing the FSB by 5 megahertz, the system finally booted again. At that point, the CPU was running at around 3.67 gigahertz. I launched Left 4 Dead 2 to test it, but after about 2 minutes, the system suddenly crashed. So it looks like 3.6 gigahertz is the absolute limit of the CPU. And with that, I've officially built the worst gaming PC I possibly could and pushed it all the way to its limit. If you enjoyed watching this ridiculous experiment, don't forget to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. Imagine this. One day your computer suddenly starts slowing down. Programs begin to lag, the system freezes, and then out of nowhere, the one thing everyone fears appears on the screen, the blue screen of death. And when that happens, there's a very good chance that your storage drive is failing. Here's something a lot of people don't realize. A hard drive is actually one of the shortest lived components in an entire computer. On average, most drives only run reliably for about 3 to 5 years, depending on how heavily they're used and how much data is constantly being written and read. After that, thousands of these drives get thrown away or sold off in the used market, especially on sites like eBay. And unlike many other PC components, a broken drive is extremely difficult to repair or recycle. But that's exactly what made me curious. So today, I did something a little risky. I bought 15 broken hard drives for $150. Now the big question is, are they really dead? Or do they still have a chance to come back to life? In this video, I'm going to try recovering, repairing, and reusing every single one of them. So how many of these drives can we actually save? Or did I just throw $150 straight into the trash? Let's find out. So for $150, I ended up with 10 NVMe EM.2 SSD and 5 SATA 3 SSD. Some of these drives even have 1 terabyte of storage, while a few others come in 500 gigabytes and 240 gigabyte capacities. And honestly, if all of these drives were still working, buying them new would probably cost well over 100 times what I paid. That would be an absolutely insane amount of money. But unfortunately, there's a reason they were so cheap. Every single one of these drives is listed as broken. So the plan now is pretty simple. I'm going to test each drive one by one to figure out exactly what's wrong with it. Let's start with the first drive. This one is a King Spec 240 gigabyte SSD. At first glance, nothing looks suspicious. Connector pins are still intact, and there's no visible physical damage. All right, let's plug it in and test it right away. Oh no. Immediately we get a blue screen, and the system reports that it can't find or access the files required to boot. That's not a great sign. So instead, I booted into Windows using another drive to see whether the system could still detect this SSD. And luckily, the drive does show up in Windows. Next, I opened Crystal Disk Info to check the drive's health. And this is where things get really strange. The health status shows 100%, and the total power on time is 1,936 hours, which is roughly 80 days of continuous operation. That's surprisingly low for a drive that's supposedly dead. So, to be absolutely sure, I decided to go one step further and install Windows directly onto the drive. The installation process went completely smoothly with no errors at all. After that, I tried copying and pasting a bunch of files to test the read and write speeds. And honestly, I couldn't believe it. The drive works perfectly fine. No errors, no slowdowns, nothing unusual at all. So it looks like we've already successfully recovered the first SSD. The second drive is a Samsung 870 EVO with 500 gigabytes of storage. To save time, I'm going to focus mostly on the actual condition of the drives rather than spending too long on each one. When I first tried booting from this SSD, the system immediately reported that it couldn't boot from the drive. So next, I connected it through a USB adapter to test it inside Windows. But once the system loaded, the drive wasn't detected at all. Even worse, it actually caused the computer to freeze and lag, which was extremely annoying. Then I tested the third drive, and interestingly, it's almost identical to the second one. Same model, same condition. It also couldn't boot, and Windows couldn't detect it either. But I do have a simple trick that sometimes brings these drives back to life. This method works specifically for SATA SSD. First, power off the PC, then connect only the power cable to the SSD. Don't plug in the data cable. After that, turn the system on and enter the BIOS, then just leave it there for about 30 minutes to an hour. During this time, because the SSD is receiving power but no data connection, it may run an internal recovery or self-repair process. After waiting, shut the system down, reconnect the data cable, and check whether the drive is recognized again. You can repeat this process up to 3 times. If it still doesn't work after that, the drive is probably beyond repair. So after waiting for about an hour, it's time to test them again. The first drive, unfortunately, still isn't looking good. I tried a few more times, but the system still couldn't properly detect it. Now let's try the second one. Oh wow, Windows finally detects the drive, so it looks like the trick actually worked. You can definitely try this method yourself if you run into a similar issue. However, the drive health now shows only about 50% remaining. Because of that, I wouldn't trust it for installing Windows or storing important data. Instead, I'll probably just use it as temporary storage, almost like a large USB drive. Next up is the fourth drive, another SSD from Samsung, but this time with a larger 1 terabyte capacity. After installing it and trying to boot, the system once again hit a blue screen, but fortunately, after restarting and letting the system reload, the issue seemed to resolve itself. Eventually, the drive was able to boot successfully into Windows. The only problem is the health of the drive, which is now sitting at around 45%. To take a closer look, I ran a scan using HDD scanner. In this tool, the colors shown on the right represent the quality of the storage blocks. After scanning the drive, most of the blocks showed up white, with only a few blue blocks, which actually indicates the overall condition is still fairly decent. However, since the health level has already dropped significantly, the remaining lifespan of this drive will likely be limited. Now moving on to the fifth drive. Before it even booted into Windows, the system automatically ran a disk check and repair process. After that finished, the system booted perfectly fine, but when I checked the health status, it showed only 1% remaining. Surprisingly, the read and write performance still seems fairly normal. But with health this low, the drive is clearly on borrowed time, so I definitely wouldn't use it to store anything important. There's still a high risk that it could fail at any moment. Next, let's move on to the NVMe drives. Here I have 3 identical NVMe SSD, and all of them come with 1 terabyte of storage. To save time, I installed all 3 into the same test system so I could quickly check their condition. And luckily, all 3 drives were successfully detected by the system. After that, I used a disk monitoring tool to check their health status. The first drive shows about 49% health remaining. The second drive is basically completely worn out. And the third drive still has around 26% health left. To see if they were still usable, I tried copying a large batch of files into each drive. Surprisingly, they were still able to complete the task without any major issues, so technically these drives are still functional. But because their health has already dropped so much, I definitely won't use them to install Windows or store any important data. Instead, I'll probably turn them into portable storage drives, almost like external data boxes, for temporary files or non-critical data. Next, I tested 4 more NVMe drives. After checking their health using monitoring software, I was actually quite surprised by the results. The first one is an ADATA 256GB SSD, and it shows about 73% health remaining, but despite that number, the drive is behaving a little suspiciously. This kind of behavior can sometimes indicate serious physical issues or surface-level problems like bad sectors, which means the drive could potentially fail completely at any time. Next up is an Asgard 500GB SSD with 59% health. In my opinion, this drive is still perfectly usable for normal read and write tasks. I tested it by copying a large file, and the transfer speed peaked at over 500 megabytes per second, which is actually quite decent. After that, I tested a Micron 1 terabyte SSD. This one shows about 60% health, and during testing, the read and write performance looked completely normal. Finally, there's the XPG SSD, which shows 0% health remaining. Even though the reported health is basically gone, the drive can still perform temporary read and write operations. Of course, this is definitely not something you trust with important data, but for short-term storage or quick transfers, it can still be useful. Next up is a Lexar 1 terabyte NVMe SSD. When I installed it and tried to start the system, I couldn't even enter the BIOS. The system would just hang during startup. This kind of behavior usually points to a firmware-related issue with the drive. There's actually a trick you can sometimes try in situations like this. The same power-only BIOS method I mentioned earlier. Basically, you leave the drive powered on while sitting in the BIOS for a while to see if it can reset or recover internally. So I left it there for about 30 minutes, hoping the drive might recover. But unfortunately, results weren't very promising. So I moved on to the next drive, but unfortunately the situation looks very similar to the previous one. As soon as I plug it into the system, the computer completely freezes during startup, and the drive isn't detected at all. This usually happens when the SSD has a serious firmware or controller failure, which can cause the entire system to hang. I tried several different methods to recover it, reconnecting the drive, testing it on another system, and even leaving it powered on in the BIOS for a while. But unfortunately, none of those attempts made any difference. Now let's move on to the final drive. Unlike the previous 2 SSD, this one doesn't freeze the system at the boot logo, which is at least a slightly better sign. However, when I checked inside the BIOS, the system still couldn't detect the drive at all. Just like before, I tried the same trick, leaving the system sitting in the BIOS for about 30 minutes to see if the drive might recover. But after waiting and testing it again, the system still refuses to recognize the SSD.
Sounds, this time seemingly emanating from an eater.
Yes. There was no one outside. It's crazy.
These disconcerting sounds resemble strange howling. Yet Boyd asserts that when the footage was recorded, there were no open windows and the weather was calm without any wind.
It sounds like there's a storm out there. But it's not.
The third video captures the enigmatic sounds once more, along with further potential paranormal activity concentrated in and around the bathroom.
Move the door if there's anyone here. Come on, just sing it right.
The door begins to move.
If there's somebody here, move the door.
It eventually slams shut, similar to the scenes witnessed in the first video.
Okay, no, I won't. Yeah, I can stay on, eh?
According to Boyd, the first weeks in the house seemed peaceful, but everything changed when the mysterious howling sounds began. Initially, she disregarded the disturbances, but their volume and persistence gradually increased, resulting in these eerie events.
There's nobody.
During a live Cycle-a-Thon challenge on Twitch, Finnish streamer Mon IRS unwittingly captured a chilling incident that sent shivers down the spines of the viewers. As the streamer ventured deep into the woods, far from civilization, an unexplained presence made itself known, sparking intense speculation among the audience. The Cycle-a-Thon challenge involved a unique twist. With each new sub, the streamer was obliged to ride an additional distance, progressively pushing their physical limits. During a nighttime camping break in the remote wilderness, the streamer inadvertently caught something eerie. A dark figure passes by in the background. Given the secluded location, viewers were quick to share their theories regarding the identity of the figure. Some enthusiasts of paranormal pondered whether this could be an encounter with the legendary Bigfoot, a creature long associated with uncharted forests and elusive sightings. However, others suggested a more disconcerting possibility, that someone, potentially dangerous, was stalking the streamer through the dense woods, biding their time until the moment the streamer fell asleep. What makes this incident particularly gripping is the fact that it unfolded in real time, with viewers witnessing the events as they transpired. The immediate nature of the live stream added a sense of urgency and authenticity, intensifying this eerie encounter. As discussions continue to unfold within the Twitch community and beyond, this unnerving encounter continues to remain a mystery.
So when that happened, the only thing I can see in the backyard is a dog.
When TikToker Streets of Heaven Are Gone posted a video detailing a series of bizarre events that occurred in his neighborhood, the internet immediately began to run rife with speculation. In his 7-minute plus retelling, the TikToker recalled his version of events from May 1st, 2023. He asserts that he and his brother were in the backyard of their Las Vegas residence around midnight when they unexpectedly heard an odd sound emanating from overhead. Upon turning, he witnessed a bright light falling from the sky, which was quickly succeeded by a thunderous crash as the object struck to the ground. The TikToker and his brother then began hearing footsteps all around them. That's when he claims to have spotted an entity standing between 8 and 10 feet tall, with an incredibly slender build. Acting quickly, the TikToker sought his father, who reportedly also observed the towering creature. His father then told the boys to go inside, at which point they captured this video. The OP is adamant that although you can't see the creature very well in the footage, it's definitely there. The TikToker alleges that when he went to fetch some tools, he encountered another entity closely resembling the first. He describes it as having a large face, a towering and gaunt frame, and that it was of a greenish-grey colour. Allegedly, as he looked the creature in the eye, he likened the sensation to the immobilising effects of sleep paralysis.
It was a tall, skinny, lanky creature. It was a greenish color, and when I looked at it in the eyes, my body just froze. Like the same way, the same experience as having to speak up. Keep in mind, I'm staring at him, and I look at his whole body, and he has those weird-looking feet and a big face, and eyes, and you can see a big mouth.
Seconds later, the TikToker gained control of his body and he ran back into the house. From there, he dialed 911. Take a listen to the call.
It's like an 8-foot person inside, and another one inside, and they have 3 guys that live there, and it's over there.
Okay, where is the fucking property?
In the backyard. And I swear to God, he's not a joke, he's not getting certified with it.
So there's 2 people or 2 guys that are in your backyard?
Correct, and they're very large. These guys, like I can explain it, and they got out. They're tiny eyes in me, and they're not human, they're 100% not human.
As the family waited for the police to arrive, they could allegedly hear what sounded like footsteps on their roof. This news footage shows the TikToker recounting the events to the officers.
Would you say it was like a big creature? Big creature? Yeah, so I'm thinking, they saw something fall in the sky too, so that's why I'm kind of curious.
Did you see anything right in your backyard? Or?
They see like a big, they see like a big something like that.
Bizarrely, one officer tells the boy that his partner also saw something fall from the sky earlier that evening. Luckily, it was caught on their body cam. According to the TikToker, the police officers then entered the backyard where they discovered a perfect circle imprinted on the ground. Upon leaving the premises, one of the officers jokingly says to the TikToker and his family that, if those 9-foot beings come back, don't call us, alright? Deal with it yourself.
9-foot beings come back, don't call us, alright? Deal with it yourself. I ain't dealing with that.
The boy then claims that he and his family re-entered the house and began praying. As they did, they heard a loud human-like scream coming from the backyard. Unfortunately, this is where the TikToker ends the video, noting he'll make a part 2 sometime in the future. However, it seems he's since deleted his account. Several skeptics have suggested that he might have made the story up for views or internet clout. Yeah, not only was the story partially corroborated by the police officers, it seems that the TikToker no longer has a presence on the platform. A Reddit user known by the handle GamingIsLife91 recently posted a video that's turned quite a few heads on our Slapcam subreddit. The footage, originally captured to document fighter jets flying over the user's house just outside Richmond, Virginia, ended up documenting something more intriguing. Gaming is Life 91, an aviation enthusiast with a passion for photography, started filming as the sounds of the military jets echoed in the distance. The focus of the video swiftly changes, however, when an unidentified white object darts across the screen. Here it is, slowed down. It enters the frame from the top, circles around the jets, and zips out of sight, exhibiting a speed and trajectory that set the comment section alight with speculation. The footage triggered a flurry of theories from viewers. Some jumped to the extraterrestrial hypothesis, suggesting it might be evidence of alien activity. Others, however, proposed a more earthly explanation, arguing it could be a butterfly flying closer to the lens, creating an optical illusion of a larger, faster object high up in the sky. While the footage remains open to interpretation, there's no doubt that it's a peculiar capture, fueling animated discussions and further blurring the line between the mundane and the mysterious. Whether it's an alien visitor, an optical illusion, or something else entirely, it's a stark reminder of how much we still have to explore and understand about our own skies. This next photo was shared to the Ghosts of London Facebook page by an anonymous user. The user from Manchester, England, was on holiday in New York when the picture was taken in a bustling hostel room during the afternoon while playing catch with a baseball. Upon review, however, the photo appeared to show an unseen entity that had its arm around their throat. The poster goes on to note that they're skeptical about this sort of thing, and that nothing like this has ever happened to them before. The photo has stirred up debate online, with viewers unsure of what it actually shows. One thought that it appeared as though the figure was placing the user in a chokehold, while another believed that the spirit might actually be embracing him in a loving way. So, as always, we'll throw this one over to you, the viewer, for final judgment. What do you think this photo really shows? Malevolent spirit or guardian angel? Post your thoughts and comments down below. This brief clip, uploaded to TikTok by elkkui.tv, comes with a description that reads, "Found this in the middle of nowhere. Take a look at what the video shows." As you can see, there's some sort of figure standing in the middle of the road attempting to divert the oncoming car in another direction. The figure looks pale and thin with long arms and an oddly shaped head. Whatever it is, it doesn't look human. While it's unclear where this footage was captured, judging by the surroundings, it seems to be a lonely, desolate place. So what would you do if you were confronted by this strange figure standing in the middle of the road? Take its advice to detour or drive past pretending you never saw it? Let me know down below. In a series of chilling home security stills shared by Reddit user ProUpset, a strange and eerie presence has left netizens baffled. The OP says that a nurse comes to look after their grandpa regularly. The camera in the living room captures still images whenever movement is detected. Some of the stills show the nurse walking through the living room at around 10 a.m. Some others show the room empty. However, one still image taken at 1:23 a.m. shows something a little more eerie. There's a solid black form in the middle of the room. It lacks details or features, but you can make out a head and torso. When compared to the other images, there's a distinct lack of detail in the figure compared to the nurse, for example. One peculiar detail mentioned by the Reddit user is that a mere 7 minutes after the picture with the dark figure was taken, the room appears empty and the grandpa is not present. Additionally, the Reddit user noticed a red cup on her grandpa's table that mysteriously disappeared in the photo with the figure that reappeared the next morning. Attempting to debunk the paranormal theories, the user provides information about her aunt's presence in the house. Some images capture her aunt with a walker. And if she was standing in the same spot as the figure, she would likely appear taller. The Reddit community has been quick to offer their interpretations and suggestions. Some firmly believe that the image captures a shadow figure rather than ghostly presence. Others, however, suggest that there might be a technical glitch with the camera system and potential tampering with the images. Skeptics argue that without more concrete evidence or professional investigation, it's difficult to draw any definitive conclusions. So what do you think this strange black figure could be? I'd love to hear your theories in the comments down below. This next one was uploaded to Instagram by user Owens.Sean. The footage is an excerpt captured by their Ring home security system. It's the middle of the night, and something truly odd is afoot. A strange white mass seems to make the hammock move on the left. It then drifts across the yard. Towards the end of the clip, you can actually see it again, moving from right to left at the rear of the yard. When the clip hit Instagram, it quickly went viral, with thousands of people chiming in to try and make sense of the bizarre footage. Some likened the white mass to Casper the Ghost, while others tried a more earthly explanation suggesting a puff of smoke or even vape. But that doesn't seem to explain why it moves the hammock at the very beginning of the clip. So what do you make of this strange sighting? Share your theories with one another in the comments down below. A baffling video was recently shared on Reddit by a user going by the handle AwareMeasurement121, sparking a wave of speculation. The video was uploaded to our Slapcam subreddit, igniting a widespread discussion about its authenticity. The OP received the video from a friend who had encountered unusual happenings at her former home. The footage, originating from 2018, depicts an average living room. However, it isn't long before the camera captures something unusual. Towards the end of the video, a pair of white shoes seem to move of their own accord. The internet is abuzz with theories about the strange occurrence. Some Reddit users suggest that the movement of the shoes could be the action of a poltergeist, a type of ghost or spirit that's traditionally associated with physical disturbances, such as loud noises and objects being moved or destroyed. However, this supernatural explanation doesn't satisfy everyone. Some think the shoes were manipulated by a hidden string, making the video nothing more than a well-executed hoax. So what do you think? Real or fake? Let me know in the comments down below. In an unexpected twist, a member of the Ghosts of London Facebook group recently shared an image that sparked intrigue, curiosity, and a slight shiver among its viewers. The photograph, a somewhat darkened image from the member's childhood, reveals an eerie figure in the backdrop. A detail initially overlooked, but impossible to ignore once spotted. The submitter, who wishes to remain anonymous, shared the intriguing backstory. My mum and I were going through old photos of me as a child and we came across this. At the time, as it's quite dark, nobody paid it much attention other than looking at me. But once you see it, you can't stop looking at it. When the photograph is brightened up, the presence of the figure becomes alarmingly clear. A vaguely humanoid shape with what appears to be glowing eyes looms ominously. Speculations ran rife among the members of the group. Some suggested the figure could be a benevolent spirit, perhaps the spectral form of the child's deceased grandmother. However, others voiced concerns about the figure's apparent sinister aura, suggesting it was a supernatural entity not to be trusted. So what do you think's going on in this unsettling image? I'd love to hear your take on this one in the comments down below. If there's something over there crying, when TikToker It's Brityo woke up to hear the eerie sounds of crying in the darkness, she quickly grabbed her phone and began recording. And look what she captured. At first, the footage is a little too dark to make anything out. However, once it's brightened up, you can see an eerie ghost-like figure lurking nearby. The poster thought it was a child, and other viewers agreed, one noting that the figure appears to be wearing a dress. Ghost children are often haunting presences in supernatural folklore and paranormal tales. These ethereal beings are believed to be the spirits of children who have passed away prematurely, often due to tragic circumstances or untimely deaths. Ghost children are often depicted as innocent and playful, their apparitions appearing as young boys and girls dressed in attire from the era in which they lived. Some legends suggest that these spectral children may be searching for closure or seeking companionship, reaching out to the living for comfort or assistance. So what do you think this creepy figure could be? Is it really the ghost of a child, one with a former connection to the uploader's residence? Watch the clip again and let me know what you think this is in the comments down below. This next quick little clip was uploaded to our Slackdown subreddit by user Reformed Thinker. It's the middle of the night and the OP has heard some strange noises coming from the woods just behind their house. Suspecting squatters, they venture into the darkness to see what's going on. This is what they caught on camera. If we slow that down and brighten it up, you can make out a strange dark figure walking through the forest. Looks like a person on a dark road. Could this be a squatter walking through the woods late at night, just as the OP suspected? Or is there something a little more sinister going on here? Watch the footage again and make your own mind up. For a few months now, Instagram user Win McPeaks has been posting some strange and unsettling clips that's left the community creeped out. Over the course of that time, the homeowner has been experiencing what appears to be a residual haunting of some kind. He's been hearing strange noises, seeing shadows, and even seeing objects moving throughout the house. The activity's been getting so frequent that he's managed to capture some of it on camera.
Can you stop, please?
Then the chair moves in the office.
That's it. Okay. Whatever you are, you gotta go.
In this second clip, the door to the basement seems to open all by itself.
Stop it. Hey, buddy. I got too much going on. You gotta cut it out.
After propping the camera up on the bench, more strange activity is captured.
I understand you gotta go. We gotta investigate yourself.
If we watch that again, slowing it down and zooming in, you can actually see a shadow moving up the stairs. final clip, the alleged haunting goes to a whole new level.
Stop! You gotta go!
Shh, 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 shh. Calm down. Turns on the lights and heads outside.
Stop!
But there's nothing there.
Charlie, come on.
When he heads back inside, he's again.
Oh, no.
The eerie set of clips has set Instagram abuzz with speculation and theories. Some are genuinely worried for the homeowner and his family, suggesting that he get the space blessed by a priest or to sponge the house with sage himself. Viewers think it could be a very dark and evil presence that has taken up residence in the home. But as always, I'll leave this up to you, the viewers, to make your own minds up. Reddit user Big Dick Winters shared this clip to the platform, noting that as a man of science, he prefers to examine things logically before jumping to conclusions. In the footage, we see an unusual shadow that, according to the uploader, moves at an angle which couldn't have been produced by the light from the windows inside the room. Take a look. If you listen closely, you may also hear what sounds like heavy, disembodied footsteps. The uploader claims that there are only a few members of his family that could make such a sound: his cousin, grandmother, and himself. However, this strange event occurred when no other family members were present and was only discovered when the uploader's cousin, who was showering at the time, received a camera alert. The alert was triggered in the room, which is now a baby's room, and it seems that something passed by that was visible enough in the infrared spectrum to activate it. To add to the already creepy nature of the video, the uploader notes that the sounds of footsteps and a mysterious shadow were captured where his grandmother and grandfather passed away. An eerie video from Tehran in Iran has recently been shared on our Slackcam subreddit by user Original Arcadia 4057, raising questions and leaving viewers a little unnerved. The event occurred on a seemingly ordinary Monday morning in April 2021. The owner of a house in Tehran awoke to find his front door open, a surprise given it had been locked the night before. Seeking answers, he turned to his home's CCTV footage, only to be greeted with an inexplicable sight. The video reveals a dark figure emerging from the house before mysteriously vanishing from view. Despite poor video quality, decided the ethereal figure, visible for only a fleeting moment before disappearing, is undoubtedly unsettling. The fact that the door was locked adds an eerie layer to the mystery, turning an ordinary piece of surveillance footage into a topic of debate and speculation. The incident bears an uncanny resemblance to some of the most famous ghost myths and legends from Iran. One of the most well-known of these is the story of the tall woman, or the Bozboz in Kandahar. This spectral figure is said to haunt abandoned houses and can apparently unlock doors at will. With the mysterious figure caught on camera with this infamous entity. Furthermore, the footage seems to resonate with the story of Zahak, a demonic figure in Persian mythology, known to have the power to materialize and dematerialize at will. These legends, deeply rooted in the local folklore, add a tantalizing dimension to the story, encouraging us to ponder over the thin line that separates reality from myth. This footage was uploaded to Reddit by user Windronin. It's a stabilized version of a clip of a cylinder-shaped UAP they found on the website 4chan. The clip comes with little accompanying information, however the object was supposedly filmed somewhere over the Bermuda Triangle. After viewing the footage, several Redditors were quick to share their own experiences with similar-shaped objects. User mchiaccio1984 shared these images of an object that their child had seen one day prior to this footage being posted. As evident from the video and the photos, it's undeniable that the object depicted in both exhibits a remarkable resemblance. Another viewer noted that they too had seen something similar in the skies over LA near Burbank Airport. They supposedly reported the object to the authorities, shortly after which they saw 3 V-22 Ospreys respond to its last known location. The object was described as looking like the fuselage of a plane, only it was vertical and had no wings. So have you ever seen an object matching this description? If so, we'd love to hear about your experiences in the comments down below. Watch this next strange clip from Facebook user Bob Now. Captured somewhere in Southeast Asia, a riderless motorbike comes hurtling down the road. Strangely, it turns and parks itself perfectly upright in a roadside store. The customers look bemused at what's just happened. While this scenario is most likely the result of pure coincidence, the strange events certainly do leave a few unanswered questions. In a recent post that's ignited widespread intrigue, a Reddit user with the handle QuirkyBoot6735 shared a video capturing a peculiar incident from a few weeks ago. The user writes that her cat, named Ladybug, succumbed to an unfortunate encounter with another animal and sadly passed away. Seeking solace and closure, the OP and their spouse decided to set up surveillance cameras around their property, hoping to catch a glimpse of what might have attacked their beloved companion. During a routine laundry session, the OP's spouse received a notification from the front door camera that movement had been detected. Take a look at the camera form. On reviewing the footage, they were startled by a momentary apparition resembling a white cat, complete with visible whiskers and an ear. However, in the blink of an eye, the ethereal figure vanishes into thin air, leaving behind a lingering sense of mystery. The OP followed up the post by saying they're certain that this is their deceased cat, Ladybug. They note that the cat always used to sit on the railing and watch them do their laundry. The OP's spouse was doing the laundry when this footage was captured. So could this really be the OP's cat's spirit lingering on to say one last goodbye? Whatever the case may be, if the footage brings the family some sort of comfort, then that's all that really matters. Shared to Reddit by user TonyWay1992, this next video shows something really creepy. As the camera holder takes viewers on a tour of a newly constructed house, we see several construction workers moving about. However, right at the very end of the clip is another figure that doesn't look quite right. The uploader believes this mysterious figure is a kuntilanak, also known as a pontianak in some Southeast Asian cultures. The kuntilanak is a mythical creature from Indonesian and Malay folklore, often depicted as a ghostly figure of a woman who died during childbirth. The kuntilanak is usually described as a pale, beautiful woman with long black hair dressed in white, and sometimes seen carrying a baby. Her physical allure is considered a deadly ruse used to attract and entrap unsuspecting victims, primarily men. She's believed to announce her presence through a high-pitched cry with feminine laughter. Legend has it that kuntilanaks can transform into a fearsome form with sharp fangs and glowing red eyes when they're preparing to attack. They're often associated with haunting specific places, such as trees, houses, or areas where their life was tragically cut short. In some variations of the folklore, they're also known to manipulate and control the minds of their victims. While the figure seen in this video certainly looks mysterious, several viewers have questioned its authenticity, suggesting it might just be a fake. Unfortunately, without more information, it's difficult to know the truth. So what do you think? Real or fake? Let me know down below. An uncanny piece of footage has taken the internet by storm, sending shivers down the spines of thousands of viewers. Uploaded to YouTube by user Nixmatic, the footage, purportedly captured by a security camera set up in a temple somewhere in southern Asia, is causing quite the stir. In the video, all seems perfectly ordinary, until something quite strange happens. A wreath encircling one of the idols at the shrine begins to move of its own accord. No apparent external force or manipulation, the shifting ornament has left viewers dumbfounded and slightly unnerved. The eerie movement has triggered a wave of speculation across the web. Many are considering possibilities beyond the realm of the ordinary, positing theories that the idols might be sentient or even cursed. The uncanny footage begs the question, what could be the cause behind the strange occurrences at the shrine? Is it a simple trick, or is there something more mysterious at play here? Join the conversation and share your thoughts in the comments down below. This last video on our list was uploaded to TikTok by alkakui.tv. According to the description, the person who recorded the footage was home alone with their pets at the time. Watch the clip and see if you notice anything unusual. If you have a keen eye, you may have seen a dark, shadowy figure lurking in the hallway. It moves into view shortly after the two dogs come running. One theory suggests that it might be a shadow person, an entity described by paranormal enthusiasts as an ominous, dark, shadowy figure, usually existing in the periphery of one's vision. These enigmatic beings are thought to move with quick, jerky movements and are often associated with an unnerving sense of presence. While some view them as interdimensional beings or supernatural apparitions, others ascribe their appearances to optical illusions or psychological conditions such as sleep paralysis. Encounters with shadow people vary greatly, from fleeting, barely perceptible movements in the corner of one's eye to more distinct and prolonged sightings that can evoke feelings of unease or fear. Despite their ominous presence, there's an ongoing debate regarding their true nature, with some viewing them as malevolent entities and others considering them neutral or even protective. While this is one possible explanation, several viewers of the clip note that neither of the two dogs seem to pay any attention to the figure, suggesting it might simply be a person that's known to them. The notion that animals might possess a heightened ability to sense the supernatural is a concept that's been widely explored in folklore, literature, and even paranormal studies. Proponents of this belief often cite instances where animals, particularly cats and dogs, exhibit unusual behavior before a significant event, such as an earthquake, which they interpret as a heightened or unique sensory perception. They also reference cases where animals seem to interact with unseen entities or avoid specific locations reputed to be haunted. So what do you think? Does the dog's reaction prove that it's just a normal person with throw this one over to you, the viewers, for final judgment. Now, if you want to watch some more scary video clips, then click those two links right there. Remember to check out our merch. We've got a link to our merch store in the description box down below there. It's full of fun, spooky designs. I'm sure you'll love them. And that's it from me. I'll see you all next time.
So this right here is the $177 mini gaming PC that I built on a very tight budget. To make it work, I had to make some compromises. For example, the graphics card I picked up actually has a broken fan, and the power supply, well, it's one of those units with very questionable wattage ratings. But surprisingly, none of that really affected the performance that much. For 1080p esports titles, this little machine actually performs pretty well. Most competitive games run smoothly without any major issues. However, once I started testing some AAA games, the limitations became very obvious. The hardware is simply showing its age. And it's not just the performance. The overall look of this build isn't exactly the most attractive either. But what I really want is something a bit more ambitious. I want to be able to play graphically demanding games at 1440p or maybe even 4K if possible. And honestly, as you know, there's really only one way to make that happen. We're going to have to burn some cash and start upgrading this thing. And this time, the budget is bigger than ever. I'm finally at the point where I can pick the parts I want without constantly looking at the price tag. So, to start this upgrade, I'll need to take the entire system apart. Almost everything inside this PC is getting removed. The only things I'm keeping are the PCIe riser cable and the case itself. Because at the end of the day, the internal components are what really determine the performance. And the first part that has the biggest impact on gaming performance, especially your frame rate, is the GPU. Right now, this system is equipped with a NVIDIA GeForce GTX 1050 Ti, which only comes with 4 GB of VRAM. So today I'm upgrading it to a NVIDIA GeForce RTX 5060 with 8 GB of VRAM. I went with a dual fan version, but the card itself is only about 20 centimeters long, which means it should fit perfectly inside this tiny case. At the moment, this GPU costs around $350, and besides being compact, it also comes with a much newer architecture and modern GPU technologies. On top of that, we're getting double the VRAM, which is a huge advantage. Compared to the old 1050T, this thing will absolutely leave it in the dust. Performance-wise, it's more than twice as powerful, which makes this a massive upgrade, especially if you want to run more demanding games. Alright, so one major component is taken care of. Next up is another very important part of the build, the ITX motherboard. Now the big question is, AMD or Intel? First of all, I definitely want something newer than Intel 3rd generation, and ideally a platform that allows me to upgrade the CPU later without spending a fortune. But finding something like that in the ITX form factor is actually pretty difficult. So realistically, I had two main options. Option 1 was going with AMD AM4 platform. Option 2 was choosing something like Intel 8, 9th, or even 10th/11th generation. After doing a lot of research, I found myself leaning more toward the AMD side. The problem is, ITX motherboards from the big brands are usually pretty hard to find and often cost over $150. And at that price, I really had to rethink the plan. Because after upgrading this mini PC, I might end up completely broke. But eventually I found something interesting. This is the Jinyu B450 OI Mini ITX motherboard, which I picked up for about $100. Jinyu is a brand from China, and while this board is technically new, there's an interesting detail not many people know about. The chipset inside is actually recycled from older, damaged motherboards. But honestly, that's not a huge problem, because the board still comes with a 3-year manufacturer warranty, so I'm pretty comfortable using it. And the biggest advantage of this board is that it supports the AMD AM4 socket, which means I can upgrade to a wide range of Ryzen processors later on without needing to replace the motherboard again. Now that the motherboard is chosen, the next question is, what CPU should we pair with the RTX 5060? Well, in my previous video, I actually picked up an AMD Ryzen 7 5700G for about $165. And honestly, this is a very powerful APU. But in a build like this, I would normally recommend buying a Ryzen CPU without the G suffix to save some money. Because realistically, if you're already using a dedicated graphics card, paying extra for a CPU with an integrated GPU is kind of pointless. No one in their right mind would buy a CPU with an iGPU just to pair it with a powerful graphics card. That's basically wasting money. In my case, though, I'm simply reusing the chip I already have instead of buying another CPU. If you want to know more about the detailed specs of this processor, you can check out my previous video, where I go into it in much more detail. Now, when it comes to cooling this CPU, I'm just going to stick with the stock cooler that comes with it. AMD stock coolers are actually pretty decent, and while this one is a bit bulky, it should still fit inside the case without sticking out too much. So for this build, the stock cooler will do the job just fine. Next up is the RAM, and honestly, this part is pretty easy to choose. Right now, 16 gigabytes is more than enough for most modern games, even the more demanding ones. So I went with two 8 gigabyte sticks to run in dual channel. The kit cost me about $79. Now the next upgrade is actually one of the most important ones. Replacing that cheap power supply with fake wattage ratings. There's no way that thing could safely handle this new setup, so it was time to find something more reliable and preferably fully modular to make cable management easier in this small case. Luckily, I found a FPS MS600 power supply for around $60, and it's rated for 600 watts. You might be wondering why it's so cheap. Well, it's actually used hardware, but the condition still looks really good, almost like new. And honestly, I doubt it has degraded much, so I feel pretty comfortable using it. As for storage, I'm just going to reuse an NVMe SSD that I already have, so I won't need to spend extra money there. So if we add everything up, the total cost of this build comes out to about $754. And honestly, that's a pretty big number for me. But with this kind of hardware, I'm confident it should be able to run pretty much any game I want to play. Before putting everything together, though, I wanted to quickly test the components to make sure everything actually works. And thankfully, everything powered on perfectly with no issues at all. Alright, so now that we know the parts are working, let's start assembling everything and turn this into a complete gaming PC. And after a few minutes of putting everything together, the upgraded ITX Gaming PC is finally complete. And honestly, the look of it is completely different now. The color scheme is much more consistent, everything looks cleaner, and overall it's just way more satisfying to look at. Not even sure about the performance yet, but from an aesthetic standpoint alone, I'm already really proud of how it turned out. I'm actually thinking about removing the two side panels completely. It gives the system a much more aggressive look, and it also helps improve airflow so the components inside can stay cooler. Alright, now let's move on to the performance tests. But before jumping into the games, let's quickly check temperatures and noise levels. For the GPU test, I ran the Unigine Heaven benchmark. During the test, the GPU temperature stayed around 72 degrees Celsius, which is totally reasonable and nowhere near overheating. Noise levels are also pretty good, like the system isn't particularly loud, and honestly, you could place this PC in a bedroom without the fan noise becoming annoying. Now let's move on to gaming performance. The first game I tested was Minecraft. With shader-enabled graphics set to fancy and a render distance of 32 chunks, the system performs surprisingly well. While casually walking around the map, the frame rate can reach up to around 170 frames per second. If I fly quickly across the world, the frames per second can drop down to around 70 frames per second, but that's still perfectly playable. Even when I detonated over 1,000 TNT blocks, the system handled it smoothly. When increasing the resolution to 1440p, the frame rate still stays above 100 frames per second, which is honestly impressive. That means we could easily consider pairing this system with a higher resolution monitor. Next up is a game that relies more heavily on the CPU, Fortnite. At 1080p, the frame rate peaks at about 180 frames per second, with an average of around 140 frames per second. And most importantly, the performance is very stable. When increasing the resolution to 1440p, the frame rate drops by about 20 frames per second, but it's still more than comfortable for a casual player like me. Finally, let's test something much heavier, Cyberpunk 2077. With ray tracing enabled and graphics set to high, the system delivers over 200 frames per second at 1080p. And that's a massive improvement compared to the original configuration, where the system could barely reach 30 frames per second at HD resolution. That's honestly a huge jump in performance. Even at 1440p, the frame rate still stays around 150 frames per second, which is incredibly smooth for a game this demanding. After all these upgrades, I'm honestly very happy with the performance this little machine delivers. But, of course, there's always a trade-off. And in this case, that trade-off is the cost. building a compact ITX system like this can get pretty expensive. So if you're someone who doesn't need to move your PC around very often, I'd actually recommend building a larger desktop system instead. A bigger case usually means better cooling, more upgrade options, and often better performance for the same budget. But for me, I'm really satisfied with how this build turned out. Alright, that's going to be it for this video. Thanks for watching all the way to the end, and I'll see you in the next one. The motherboard is arguably the most important component in any PC. No motherboard, no computer. It's that simple. And yet, it's also one of the parts we tend to spend a lot of money on. So imagine being able to pick one up for half, or even a third, of its original price. Sounds too good to be true, right? So why are they so cheap? Well, here's the thing. Motherboards are actually one of the easiest components to damage during the build. Bent pins, short circuits, bad BIOS flashes. It happens more often than you think. That means a lot of broken boards end up getting resold online. And of course, places like eBay are full of them. It's basically a graveyard of discounted motherboards just waiting for someone crazy enough to try and revive them. And at those prices, there was no way I was passing this up, so I ended up picking up a few of these. Now the real question is, did I get lucky and score a board with a minor, fixable issue, or did I just waste my money? Let's crack this thing open and see what we're working with. As you can see here, I have 5 different motherboards to go through. Let's start with the first one. This is an MSIH 410MB from MSI. It's not high-end by any means, but it's not ancient either. You'll still see this board used in plenty of budget builds today. Taking a look inside the socket, the pins are actually in great shape. No bends, no obvious damage. That's always a good sign, but once you inspect it more closely, you'll notice 2 pretty deep scratches in the PCB. Some of the surface components around those areas don't look completely intact. The scratches are very close to the mounting screw holes though, so my guess is the previous owner slipped with a screwdriver and stabbed the board by accident during installation. Also, the CMOS battery is missing. Alright, let's hook up the essentials and see if this board still has some life in it. Time for the real test. Alright, I've got everything plugged in. CPU, RAM, power cables, the whole setup. Moment of truth. I'm about to send positive energy into this motherboard. Alright everybody, count with me. 3, 2, 1. Oh no, absolute silence. No fan spin, no RGB, not even a sad little twitch from the power supply. This thing is quieter than my bank account after buying all these broken parts. At first I tried to stay optimistic. Maybe the PSU gave up. Maybe it sacrificed itself for science. So I pulled it out, tested it separately, and of course it works perfectly fine. Fantastic. Which means the only thing left to blame is the motherboard, I guess. Those deep scratches probably damaged part of the power delivery circuitry. If the VRM or power trace got cut, that would explain why it won't even attempt to boot. So yeah, this one might officially be beyond saving, but hey, we're only getting started. Saying goodbye to our first unlucky board. Let's move on to victim number 2. This is a Gigabyte H310M from Gigabyte. On the used market, these usually go for around $70, but I got this one for way less. So if it actually works, this could turn out to be a pretty solid deal. Now here's the problem. As you can see, there's thermal paste all over this board. And even worse, some of it made its way into the most sensitive place possible, inside the CPU socket. I'll be honest, cleaning this isn't exactly easy. In theory, thermal paste isn't electrically conductive and doesn't have capacitance, but it can absolutely interfere with proper contact between the socket pins and the CPU. And that's a big issue. So I carefully sprayed isopropyl alcohol to break it down and flush it out. Since alcohol evaporates quickly, it should dry off without leaving residue. Once everything is completely dry, we'll power it on and see if this board still has a chance. 3, 2, 1, and wait, hold on. The CPU fan is spinning. We've got light, but still no display output. Seriously? And then, just to make things more dramatic, the system shuts itself off. A few seconds later, it powers back on, and then shuts down again. Classic boot loop behavior. Most of the time, that points to a RAM issue, so I was ready to blame the memory sticks. After cleaning the RAM slots, though, something surprising happened. The motherboard actually booted perfectly. As you can see, we finally got display output on the screen, but the celebration didn't last long. Almost immediately after that, the board started having serious problems and fell back into a state where it simply refused to boot again. At that point, I had to figure out what exactly was failing. The first suspect was the power supply, but after testing it, the PSU seemed perfectly fine. However, when I tried to jump the power pins on the motherboard, nothing would start. I tried multiple times and experimented with a few different things, but unfortunately the results stayed the same. The system just wouldn't come back to life. Alright, I'm not gonna lie, at this point I was getting pretty disappointed. I started wondering if this whole batch was just electronic trash. But hey, we still have a few boards left, so let's put our hopes into the next one. Up next, we've got a MSIB 450 Tomahawk Max. And honestly, with a name like Tomahawk, it sounds more like a missile than a motherboard. But despite how solid and well-built this thing looks, I quickly noticed something worrying. There are clear burn marks around the M2 NVMe slot. Well, there's only one way to find out what happened here. Let's power it on and see what this victim can do. Hopefully nothing explodes. Alright, it's powering on, and no, it just shut off again. Wait, hold on. It's booting again, and this time, it's actually running. I'm not even kidding, that moment was a huge relief. Even with the burn damage, the board is somehow still alive. Now, of course, I'm pretty sure it's not perfect, and that burnt area around the M2 slot probably means that particular slot is no longer usable. And sure enough, when I tried booting Windows from an NVMe drive in that slot, it simply didn't work. But honestly, that's not a deal breaker. This board still has multiple PCIe slots, so you can easily use an M.2 to PCIe adapter, or just run your storage through SATA drives. In my case, I used a PCIe adapter card for the NVMe SSD, and everything worked perfectly fine. I double-checked with system software, and yes, it's confirmed to be the MSIB 450 Tomahawk Max. After running it for quite a while, the board seems completely stable. The only thing that doesn't work is that damaged M.2 slot. And considering these still sell for around $75 on eBay, this one alone already means I'm not completely losing money on this experiment. Moving on to motherboard number 4. This one is the MSIB 360M Bazooka. Right now, these sell for around $110 on the used market. Visually, it actually looks pretty clean. I was really hoping this one had already been messed with or repaired by someone else. But then I checked the socket. Yeah, the pins were bent. Not slightly bent, properly bent. At that point, I stopped asking questions and just grabbed my tools. The fix is simple in theory. Apply very light pressure and gently nudge the pins back in line with the surrounding ones. Slow, steady, and very careful. After about 10 minutes of delicate surgery, I managed to straighten them out. Not perfect, but definitely way better than before. Alright, CPU back in. Let's test it. The board powers on again, but still no boot. And then I noticed the debug LED. It's stuck on the CPU error code. So clearly the socket issue wasn't fully resolved. At this point, I was honestly getting frustrated. Replacing an entire socket is extremely difficult and requires serious equipment and experience. That's not something you casually do at home. So I gave it one more try, carefully adjusted the pins again, cleaned the socket, took my time. CPU back in. Power on. Oh my god. The CPU error light is gone. That means the board is finally detecting the processor. But of course, we're not done yet. Now it's throwing a RAM error. Alright, fine. I pulled the RAM stick out and moved it to another slot. Power on again. And this time, it boots perfectly. Windows loads. Everything looks stable. I double-checked with system software and, yep, confirmed. It's the B360M Bazooka. I'm not gonna lie, this might be the biggest comeback of the entire batch. Sometimes persistence really pays off. Alright, time for the final motherboard. This one is an Asus A320M, and honestly, visually it looks almost perfect. No obvious damage, no scratches, nothing to complain about. So I went ahead and installed the CPU to test it right away. And surprisingly, it powered on immediately. But wait, there's a problem. The system throws a USB device error, and after about 15 seconds, the motherboard automatically shuts itself down. I tried unplugging every USB device and even resetting the BIOS, but nothing worked. It still refused to boot properly. At that point, I had to call in a repair specialist. It turns out this is actually a built-in protection mechanism. When the motherboard detects abnormal current or short circuit on the USB ports, it shuts the system down to prevent further damage. Thankfully, the repair didn't take long. Now let's test it again. Oh yeah, the board boots perfectly. And the repair cost? Just $15. So what do you think? Cheap or expensive? Let me know down in the comments. Alright, so in the end I managed to bring 3 out of the 5 victims back to life. Considering I only spent $165 on all of them, there's actually a good chance I'll make a profit, assuming they keep running stable. Now, realistically, boards like these do have a higher chance of developing issues again in the future. That's just the risk with used or repaired hardware. So my plan is simple. I'll sell them at around the market price, but I'll make sure to clearly describe their condition, so buyers know exactly what they're getting. That way it's fair for everyone. And these boards get a second life instead of ending up as e-waste.
How you doing? I'm Callan, and this is Slap Cam. The following mysterious videos can't quite be explained. But before we dive in, remember to hit that subscribe button and get ready for more creepy content. Just like this. Here's a quick and strange one to start today's episode off. Instagram user the Heavenly Way THW showing striking thing with social media buzzing. Captured by a helicopter flying over Colorado, the video shows something bizarre. The dramatic scene has sparked a variety of reactions online. Many commenters suggested it could be a biblical sign of some theory it represents divine wrath. Others speculate that it may be a rare and unexplained weather phenomenon. So what do you think this could be? I'd love to hear thoughts and theories on this one in the comments below. This mysterious piece of footage appears to show an unusual late-night encounter. Can't really be explained. A woman is filming her walk down a dim pathway. Immediately, we get the sense that the woman thinks something's wrong, hence why she's filming in the first place. We see a jogger run past, and the woman turns the camera to see behind her, which happens. As you can see, when she turns the camera back, the jogger has vanished. Nowhere to be seen. Eerily, the jogger appears again, this time on the left-hand side. That's when something even more frightening happens. If we watch it again, the jogger appears on her left-hand side, pauses, and quickly runs up and down backwards. She turns and runs and the clip ends. When this clip hit the internet, speculation ran rife as the footage racked up thousands of views. Some comments suggested the footage was from a movie, but couldn't name which one. Others hoped the whole thing was staged, because the thought of a freaking, vanishing, backwards running man was just too much to bear. Either way, it's definitely a weird piece of footage that's unnerving, so anyway, look at it. Residents of a quiet neighborhood in York County, Pennsylvania experienced a strange and unsettling late-night visit, all captured by a homeowner's Ring doorbell camera. On March 11, 2025, just after dark, a mysterious figure approached the porch wearing a bizarre homemade disguise, quickly dubbed the Box Demon. Quickly announcing, "I am the Box Demon," the individual placed a large cardboard box on the homeowner's doorstep, describing it ominously as a gift, before abruptly disappearing back into the shadows. The bizarre encounter quickly ignited panic and speculation in the local community and nationwide as news outlets picked up the surreal footage. Initially, neighbours expressed fear, with news anchors admitting the footage genuinely freaked us out. Theories about demonic prowlers and menacing clowns circulated widely online. However, authorities swiftly tracked down and interviewed the so-called demon, revealing a more mundane truth. It was simply a human prankster attempting a misguided viral stunt. Though the cardboard box turned out empty, likely intended merely to unsettle, the motive behind the prank remains unclear. Even after police assurances that no threat existed, the box demon has lived on as an urban legend in social media retellings, an eerie testament to how easily a simple mask and mysterious proclamation can spark fear and fascination alike. This next piece of strange home security footage comes with unknown origins. It captures something genuinely unsettling. In the brief yet eerie clip, a shadowy figure slowly emerges from just above the homeowner's mailbox, lingering ominously in view. Initially, many viewers dismissed it as merely a mischievous teenager playing a prank, or perhaps a burglar discreetly scoping out the property. However, a closer look reveals something deeply unsettling. At first, the figure appears as a vague, shadow-like form, but then, inexplicably, a face emerges clearly from within the darkness. This unnerving detail has sparked intense speculation online, with numerous commenters convinced that this is no ordinary intruder, or possibly a shadow figure, or even a ghost caught on camera. Due to the lack of information and the original uploader's identity being unknown, the footage remains shrouded in mystery. In 2009, YouTuber Thomas Rengstorm posted a screened video showing his latest animatronic creation. Little did he know, the disturbing figure would take the internet by storm, earning a place in the Nightmare Hall of Fame. The animatronic is modeled to look like the late pop star Michael Jackson. It moves in time with music that plays in the background. However, as the song plays, the animatronic figure's differently sized eyes stare into the camera, and the distinct sounds of a man screaming. There's also an eerie voice speaking incomprehensibly. Videos and stories of the creation spread like wildfire. The animatronic figure was eventually named L.E. an intentional misspelling of Annie Aoki, which is a popular lyric from Jackson's song Smooth Criminal. The law claims that the hideous Aoki might appear in your bedroom, always around 3 a.m. The quiet of the night would be shattered by a sound resembling Jackson's iconic The infamy of Aoki led to other videos, comics, and memes. The most famous is this supposedly cursed video shared by YouTuber Fan Az. The video shows a creature with Aoki's face atop a pair of long legs clad in loose black pants. The creature has no torso, neck, or arms. It walks up a set of stairs and then begins dancing manically. The muffled Spanish narration tells the story of a man coming across a Michael Jackson CD lying in the street. After playing the CD, he goes insane and is inevitably silent. Some say the video is cursed, and that watching it even just once could induce panic disorders, anxiety, and deep feelings of existential dread. There's even rumors of people slipping into a permanent state of psychosis. Not a lot's known about this next clip, but it's been making social rounds these past few weeks. This version is re-uploaded by DailyTrueHorror.in. These two girls are filming themselves walking home after a night out. From their fun and games to some things. Someone, something, standing honestly in the shadows. If you zoom in, it almost looks like it doesn't have a head. The girls run away in a panic and kidnapped abruptly. So what do you think's going on here? Is it just a staged hoax, or did they genuinely encounter something strange? Let me know in the comments. Wow. This next clip seems to show something you'd expect to see in a superhero movie. A man summoning a tornado out of thin air. While it may sound hard to believe, skeptics will have a hard time disproving it after watching the clip. This seemingly impossible event is captured by a security camera overlooking a skate park. If we watch it again, the man stands still for a moment. He raises his arms out wide as a small, invisible cyclone forms where he stands. While others panic and move away, the man moves slowly, giving the viewers the impression he's not at all worried about the strong winds. Debris and other objects nearby seem to be impacted by the strong winds as the man walks around this small area. It then looks like he goes into a nearby building and the wind moves with him. Though he's no longer visible, the winds continue to focus on the building, working away at it until a portion of the roof is blown clear off. Although it seems impossible, the small cyclone appears to have moved with the man. The man's strange stance and calm demeanour seem to suggest the winds were somehow being controlled by him. Although this sort of power should be impossible outside of the world of fiction, this clip begs viewers to reconsider just what is truly possible in this world. I'd love to hear your opinions on what's going on in this mysterious footage in the comments section below. Instagram user Butor Decor Kahini shared an unsettling piece of CCTV footage that's left viewers debating paranormal. Captured inside of a hospital, the footage shows a terminal patient lying in bed. Nurses confirmed the room was empty aside from the patient, but the room seems to resolve something without hearing. Looks like a ghostly being reaching towards the patient. Many commenters were quick to suggest that the ethereal hand might be a guardian angel offering comfort to the patient in their final moments. Others, however, lean towards a more skeptical explanation, speculating that the phenomenon could simply be glare on the camera's lens or another optical illusion. The footage adds to the long-standing debate about whether unseen forces visit those near them in their lives, or if such sightings are merely tricks of the light or hallucinations of the dying brain. Either way, the haunting image is struck an emotional chord with viewers. Here's a quick clip for all of you who are afraid of being alone in the woods. Footage uploaded to Instagram by user OVO2 shows a worker to fix his chainsaw in the middle of nowhere. When suddenly a spine-tingling howl illuminates a remote landscape. Understandably, the worker seems spooked by the sound and heads back to his vehicle's cabin for safety. So what would you do if you're on the job, all alone in the woods, and you hear this sound? Would you stick around to see if you can catch a glimpse of the creature that made it? Or would you just phone the boss and tell him to know? Let me know in the comments. This next strange sighting was uploaded to Facebook by George Campos. Well, see if I can explain what it is. As you can see, there's a bizarre moving formation in the sky. It almost looks like a reflection or a shadow of several objects moving through the clouds. Stranger still, just below, you see some disc-shaped objects downwards. Several commenters suggested it was an example of Project Bluebeam. Project Bluebeam is a conspiracy theory first proposed by journalist Sergei Manast in 1994. According to Manast, NASA, the help of the United Nations, is implementing a new age religion with the Antichrist as its main figure. Manast believes NASA will project images of the second coming of Christ in the clouds using advanced holographic technology. While the theory is interesting, this footage doesn't exactly show a floating Jesus head high up in the sky. Some viewers thought it might be a trick of the light or some kind of mirage. So what do you make of this bizarre sighting? Share your theories with the community down below. A strange video uploaded to TikTok by paranormal_tops has left viewers unsettled, with many wondering if the footage might capture an encounter with something otherworldly. Footage from two different security cameras shows a man standing on a quiet street. At first glance, it seems ordinary. He's gesturing and speaking as though engaged in conversation with someone. On reviewing the security recordings, the man realized something chilling. No one else is visible on the footage. According to the man, he was approached by a stranger who asked him, "Excuse me, where's the cold forest?" He insists he clearly saw and spoke to the person, yet the cameras captured only him on the street, talking and waving into empty space. The unsettling clip sparked debate among TikTok viewers, with one commenter pointing out just where he stops and starts waving, a kind of vacant trail passes in the background. Stories of people claiming to see or speak with figures that don't appear on film are a recurring theme in paranormal lore. Some believe spirits can manipulate perception, appearing only to certain individuals. Whether it was a supernatural encounter or something else entirely, this video has left thousands scratching their heads. So what do you think? Did this man really speak to a ghostly stranger, or is there another explanation for the eerie footage? Let me know your take in the comments section below. While spiritual possession may sound like something that only happens in sinister haunted places, Videos like this pull that idea into doubt. In fact, this video might just be proof of a man being possessed in public, broad daylight, with numerous people around. At the start of the video, the viewer's attention is drawn to a man standing in a pedestrian area just off the road. A car, likely belonging to the man himself, is parked nearby. A motorcyclist and other pedestrians can be seen walking by over the course of the video while the man paces around. However, what happens next chills. As you can see, a shadowy figure emerges from the direction of the road. The figure is dark and distorted, as though the camera isn't able to focus on it. The eerie shape seems to enter the man and disappear. The man doesn't react at all and continues walking. When this clip went live, speculation ran rife in the comments section. Many viewers were certain that the strange dark shadow possessed the man. Many called it a demonic entity. Others took a more level-headed approach and suggested it was just a fly on the lens of a security camera, and it just so happened to look like a victim man. So did we just witness a demonic possession, or was it just an insect on the lens? Love to hear your thoughts on this one in the comments section below. To lighten things up a touch, here's a quick and weird one captured during one of comedian Zach Zucker's live comedy shows recently, as he's telling a joke. Something strange happens. Half the mic stand seems to vanish. At first it appears to be part of the gag. As the show goes on, you can see that Zach legitimately doesn't know what actually happened. Many commenters chimed in saying it's a glimpse of the Matrix once again failing, hinting that we're all in a simulation. So many things going on here. Where did the mic stand go? Any thoughts and theories on this one? Below. Instagram user Paranoid Normal recently uploaded chilling footage that has left paranormal enthusiasts baffled. Allegedly sourced from official police security cameras, the short clip reveals a weird apparition-like shape rather than flying directly toward the camera lens. The unsettling video sparked immediate speculation online. Was this a ghost caught on tape, or perhaps an unidentified creature lurking in the dark? Viewers debated wildly in the comments. Some argued passionately for paranormal activity, pointing to the fluid, ghostly motion as evidence. Skeptics countered that it might merely be an insect or even debris caught on camera at just the right angle to produce the visual effect. Yet no definitive answer has emerged, leaving the clip firmly in unexplained territory. In early June, Facebook user Kaya Long uploaded a truly unsettling piece of home security footage. Captured clearly by the home's CCTV camera, a small Ninja Turtles toy can be seen inexplicably sliding across the floor entirely by itself without any visible external force. Many viewers insist the toy definitely moved by itself with no visible string device causing it. Others pointed out that the toy has no electronic components, eliminating another possible explanation. To date, the strange movement remains unexplained, leaving both the uploader and online commenters convinced they might have witnessed genuine paranormal activity caught on camera. A short and unsettling video uploaded to TikTok by Nicola Pernicus has left viewers divided after capturing a man behaving strangely in what appears to be a parking lot. The eerie footage quickly went viral, with some viewers claiming the man's bizarre posture and movements seemed not entirely human. A few even suggested a paranormal explanation, likening his behaviour to demonic possession or trance-like states in the alleged haunted footage. Others, however, offered more grounded theories, pointing to possible drug use or mental distress, suggesting that the man's erratic actions might have a medical or psychological cause rather than a supernatural one. Whatever the reason, it's a clip that's hard to forget. With most phones doubling as cameras these days, it seems that more and more videos are surfacing to show so-called just the Matrix. In this bizarre clip, we see a woman behaving very strange. The bewildered voices of the two people filming her can be heard as they witness the woman frozen in place for some time. Describing her behaviour as creepy and continuing to film her.
That's actually really concerning.
Eventually, several people on the street begin to Slowly, one of them approaches the woman, who still appears to be completely frozen in position. Oddly, this action seems to jolt her out of her state, and she continues on walking as if nothing ever happened. One possible explanation for this woman's bizarre behaviour is a medical condition known as absent seizures. These seizures generally last only a few seconds, and those that experience them may not know when anything has happened. Absent seizures are caused by abnormal and excessive electrical activity in the brain, but the exact trigger is unclear. During an episode, the person may stop talking mid-sentence or pausing their activity before receiving a warning, then resume normal behaviour immediately afterward with no memory of the incident. So could this be a cause in the lady's strange behaviour, or is it really proof of a so-called glitch in the Matrix? During an interview on the Jonathan Ross show, pop icon Britney Spears made an unusual remark that had conspiracy theorists buzzing.
So scared.
She casually mentioned meeting a man who, in her words, looked like a lizard.
Oh my god! Holy shit, he looks just like a lizard. It's really bad. Immediately.
For most, it was nothing more than a strange description. But for some corners of the internet, this became instant fuel for the long-running reptilian theory, the belief belief that shape-shifting lizard beings secretly influence human affairs. Popularized by author David Icke in the 1990s, the idea blends ancient serpent myths with modern distrust of elites. Believers often point to odd celebrity moments or strange slips of the tongue as possible evidence. Skeptics, of course, argue Britney's comment was likely light-hearted or metaphorical, no hidden meaning at all. Still, the superstar's offhand remark was all it took to keep the reptilian conspiracy alive online. So what do you think? Was this just a throwaway joke, or did Britney unknowingly step into one of the strangest conspiracy theories of our time?
So scared.
This unsettling piece of footage was uploaded to TikTok by user Boaz3. While travelling through the Appalachian Mountains, a campervan owner was jolted awake in the middle of the night by strange scratching sounds outside. For a brief moment, its glowing eyes pierced through the darkness. Some viewers think it was a mountain lion or another big cat, but given the location, deep in the Appalachian Mountains, others wonder if it could be something far stranger. The Appalachians are rich with supernatural lore. Tales of the Mothman, a winged, red-eyed creature said to be an omen of disaster, have circulated since the 1960s. Legends also speak of the Lapis Cat, a mysterious feline beast tied to Cherokee folklore. There are stories of sheep's watch, devil dogs, and strange lights known as brown mountain lights hovering across the ridges. And some locals whisper of skinwalkers or witches and woods, shapeshifters drawn from native traditions and frontier superstition. So was this a prowling predator? Or could the Appalachians have revealed one of the encrypted secrets? A woman named Carly and her husband have captured a very odd event on camera. In August 2022, the pair had just finished milking cows on a dairy farm in Simpson, Victoria, Australia, and they saw something odd moving in one of the paddocks. To their surprise, there was an adult Australian fur seal lumbering its way through the fields. While this might not be so unusual if the area were located along the coastline, the farm where the seal was spotted was actually 30 kilometres or over 18 miles from the ocean. As you can see in the footage, the out-of-place seal appears to spook the cattle as it waddles in for a closer inspection. Understandable too, as neither animal likely has any idea what the other is. Questions have been raised about how the seal actually managed to travel more than 18 miles inland by itself. However, this isn't the first time an animal has been discovered far from its natural habitat. In 2013, hikers on England's highest mountain, Scafell Pike, discovered an octopus lying on a rock. The hikers were picking up some trash when they stumbled across the unusual discovery just 10 metres from the summit. While it's unclear how the sea creature got there, one hiker thought it might have been dropped by a passing bird overhead. This is certainly possible. However, in the case of the seal seen in this video, the creature's obviously far too heavy to have been carried away by a bird. So then, how did the seal really waddle all that way by itself? Is there something more mysterious going on? Let me know your theories in the comments down below. A chilling video originally uploaded to TikTok by user I'm Not Beautiful 509 and later re-uploaded by lqqe.tv has left viewers unsettled after capturing what appears to be a disturbing scene in hours. Footage allegedly filmed somewhere in California at 3 a.m. shows an old ice cream van driving slowly down a dark street. The vehicle's side door is wide open, and inside a person can be seen sitting on a refrigerator unit. But the creepiest detail, according to the uploader, is that no driver is visible. From the angle of the video, the van seems to move on its own, raising questions about what's really happening inside. One viewer thought that the video should be sent to the police, saying that it was getting too scary for women and children due to recent kidnappings. This comment echoes broader concerns about ice cream trucks being used as potential lures, a long-standing urban fear that seems amplified by this unsettling footage. A puzzling video of strange lights in the sky has recently emerged, capturing the attention of conspiracy theorists and curious onlookers alike. The exact location of the incident is unknown, but it's believed to have taken place somewhere in Asia. What initially appears to be a strange anomaly in the sky. Camera zooming in to reveal what looks like a graphical error, glitch in the sky. This bizarre sighting is prompting a variety of theories, ranging from Truman Show as damage to a hypothetical dome to a glitch in the Matrix. The glitch in the Matrix theory delves into the philosophical idea that we could be living in a simulation, the strange sighting in the sky potentially being evidence of a malfunction in the simulated reality. This concept has been a popular subject of discussion and debate, with proponents arguing that it could explain various unexplained phenomena. The simulation hypothesis, also known as the simulation argument or simulation theory, is a philosophical concept that suggests our reality may be a computer-generated simulation. This idea, which has gained significant traction in recent years, posits that advanced civilizations could create highly sophisticated simulations of reality, possibly for research, entertainment, and other purposes. As a result, it raises the question of whether our own reality is in fact a product of such a simulation. The simulation hypothesis can be traced back to earlier philosophical thought experiments such as brain-in-a-vat scenarios or René Descartes' evil-demon argument. However, the modern form of the theory is often attributed to philosopher Nick Bostrom, who published a seminal paper in 2003 titled "Are You Living in a Computer Simulation?" In the paper, Bostrom presents a trilemma which posits that one of the following propositions must be true. Number one, almost all civilizations at our level of technological development go extinct before they develop the capability to create highly realistic simulations. Number two, advanced civilizations that reach the necessary level of technological sophistication are not interested in running ancestor simulations. Number three, they're almost certainly going to computer simulation. The simulation hypothesis has garnered support from various notable figures, including entrepreneur Elon Musk, who's famously stated that the odds of us living in a base reality are 1 in billions. Additionally, some physicists and cosmologists have pointed to certain features of our universe, such as the quantized nature of space-time, as potential evidence for simulated reality. However, the theory has also faced its fair share of criticism. Critics argue that the hypothesis is untestable, rendering it more of a philosophical thought experiment than a scientific theory. Others contend that the ethical implications of simulating conscious beings will deter advanced civilizations from creating such simulations. Despite these criticisms, the simulation hypothesis continues to provoke thought and debate. While the notion of living in a simulated reality may seem unsettling and far-fetched, it encourages us to examine our understanding of reality and the limits of our own perceptions. Could this image be a glimpse into a malfunctioning simulated reality? It's like itself. During the 18th annual Penfield Little League Summer Slam in upstate New York, an ordinary game took an extraordinary turn. Security camera captured the moment a dust devil materialized as a young batter prepared to swing to the tail. as an umpire scattered, seeking cover of dirt, debris swirled through the infield. This isn't the first time nature has disrupted youth sports. In 2018, a similar whirlwind forced a timeout during a Little League game in Libertyville, Illinois, with players and fans alike stunned, suddenly torn by the vortex. Local media and meteorologists emphasised that while dramatic, dust devils are typically harmless and handle with caution, unlike the severe danger that real tornadoes can pose. This moment in Penfield reminds us just how unpredictable nature can be, even on cloudless sunny afternoons. TikTok user Fresh91, posting from Calgary, Alberta, Canada, shared a chilling clip after being woken in the middle of the night by what sounded like screaming outside. Stepped onto the balcony and looked toward the neighbour's house, and that's when he heard something terrifying. Inside the house, you can see a long-limbed figure menacing over a person. Viewers describe the shape as a towering black shadow, more than 8 feet tall, with an outline eerily similar to the Grim Reaper, or something demonic. So far, the uploader hasn't shared any follow-up footage, though he promised to post more if the entity appears again. Is this just a trick of the mind, or did this balcony witness capture something far darker lurking in his home? A strange football moment captured during a match between River Plate and Boca Juniors as their fans scratching their heads. A short clip uploaded to Reddit by user Junior150396 has been described by viewers as a possible glitch in the Matrix. The footage shows a tense free kick as the ball flies toward the goal and appears to strike the crossbar and bounce back into play. Just as fans might expect the goalkeeper to scramble, but it feels shocking. He was already holding the ball firmly in his hands. The TikTok comment section exploded with theories, many were convinced it was a classic glitch in the Matrix moment, evidence perhaps of reality glitching out on live television. Not everyone bought into the paranormal angle. A handful of sharp-eyed viewers suggested a more grounded cause. The ball hitting the crossbar may have actually been a bird or balloon flying across the pitch at the perfect moment. With the angle of the camera and the speed of play, it could create the illusion of the ball ricocheting off the frame of the goal, while in reality, the goalkeeper had only caught the shot cleanly. There was no running kick. Is reality breaking down during one of football's biggest rivalries, or just a bird stealing the spotlight at the wrong moment? Perplexing video clip has ignited a flood of speculation and debate among Reddit users. Uploaded by user Ron Swayze, the footage captures an unusual occurrence during a lightning storm. Although the user didn't record the footage themselves, they turned to Reddit to seek answers for the strange phenomenon observed in the clip. The footage shows a bolt of lightning realizing at night time. Suddenly, an unidentified object appears to fall in the sky. The sighting has prompted discussions about UFOs and theories that aliens may use lightning storms to refuel their crafts. A zoomed-in version of footage with adjusted brightness reveals the falling object is spinning as it descends to Earth. The unusual nature of the object has led some viewers to draw comparisons to the iconic worlds. However, not everyone's convinced of its otherworldly origins. Some users suggest that the object could be a raindrop on a window in the foreground, creating an optical illusion that makes it appear as if the object is falling in the distance. One Redditor of First Impression disagrees with the raindrop theory, noting, "It looks to me like it appears from behind the dark cloud. There's no other moisture on the window and no visible water trail left behind, as a drip might leave running down the window." As the debate continues to unfold, the true nature of the mysterious object remains uncertain. Is it a UFO, evidence of alien activity, or simply a raindrop? With no definitive answers yet, the internet will continue to ponder this bizarre occurrence. This next video is certainly a noggin scratcher. It was captured on the Auckland motorway in New Zealand as the camera holder was passing a truck parked by the side of the road. As you can see, there's a single sheep standing on the roof of the vehicle. A voice can be heard calling out from the car, trying to alert the driver of the truck. However, it soon becomes obvious that he seems aware of the bizarre situation. The car slowly begins to pass the truck, and as it does, you can actually see that it's full of sheep. They all seem to be well secured, and there doesn't appear to be any way for a single sheep to escape, let alone get onto the top of the roof. Moreover, looking at the height of the vehicle, it seems that there's just no way that the lone animal could have jumped up there either. So how did the sheep manage to get on top of the truck? Video ends. We're left with no explanation. We'd love to hear theories on this one. Can you think of a plausible way that the sheep could have gotten onto the truck's roof? Let us know below. On December 16th, 2024 at 3:04 p.m. GMT time, something peculiar was spotted on NASA's International Space Station ISS live stream feed. Two unidentified glowing lights passed across the camera's view, catching the attention of viewers. The incident took an even stranger turn. Live feeds replaced by a placeholder message stating the interruption was unexpected and that the live stream resumed shortly. Reddit user Miller CPT1 managed to save footage of the event before the screen went dark, quickly sharing it on the platform. The clip went viral, fueling speculation about the glowing orbs and the suspicious timing of the live stream disconnection. The theories range from technical glitches to more dramatic possibilities involving extraterrestrial life or advanced aerial technology. Recent congressional hearings on UAPs and numerous drone sightings across the United States speculating that public disclosure about unidentified phenomena is on the horizon. Whether the lines were part of a routine anomaly or something more extraordinary, the incident has reignited conversations about transparency and the potential for a larger revelation about UAPs. As always, the question remains, will full disclosure ever come? Time will tell. TikTok user Lazmary176 recently shared a series of baffling videos. Beginning in early March 2025, the user uploaded their first video after noticing something deeply peculiar about a painting they had created themselves during the pandemic. They quickly grabbed their phone to capture what was happening, what appeared on camera, and Father's explanation. In the unsettling clip, viewers were astonished to see what clearly resembles movement inside the painting itself, almost like a cloud gently shifting within the artwork. The strange footage quickly went viral, amassing over 3.4 million views and generating tens of thousands of comments from viewers desperately attempting to explain the phenomenon. In response to skeptical comments suggesting that reflective glossy paint might explain the strange movement, the uploader created a follow-up video. Here, they clarified that the painting used entirely matte paint, significantly reducing reflectivity. In a third video, the movement seems to appear once more, but subtly. The comment section soon erupted with theories. Some viewers speculated that the painting absorbed emotional energy due to being created during the emotionally charged period, the pandemic. One particularly striking theory emerged from a commenter claiming to be clairvoyant, suggesting the painting shows a trapped woman who is cursed by her husband's lover. As intriguing and unsettling as these theories are, no one has yet provided a convincing explanation for the mysterious movement inside this painting, leaving the TikTok community perplexed, fascinated. Cryptids are animals that are claimed to exist but have never been scientifically classified. The footage you're about to see, which was submitted to the Facebook group Alta Extranica by Alberto Rodriguez, shows a creature so strange it not only falls outside the realms of scientific classification, but almost defies evolution. It's not known exactly where the clip was filmed, but some think it's somewhere in South America. It starts off showing two fathers that seem to be on edge. They seem to be particularly cautious of the goats. It's brief, but you can see something has attached itself to one of the goats. Beauty slowed down. This looks like it's back. Seconds later, things turned from strange to outright creepy. Watching that again, the creature detaches itself from the goat and tries to escape across the yard. But as it does, it seems to resemble a big shadow slithering along the ground. Everything is slowed down. The farmers chase the creature to a nearby river where they try to drive it off the property. Later, we see a brief shot from a stationary camera showing the creature pulled across a rock. Then, left wondering what the heck it is we just saw. Most viewers have been at a loss to explain what type of creature this is. Some have suggested that Chupacabra, a famous cryptid rooted in South American folklore. They're notorious for their alleged vampirism, as many farmers have reported that they drink the blood of livestock, particularly goats. While the initial shot of the creature in this clip does match some descriptions of the Chupacabra, a large head with fangs and bat-like ears, it's when it escapes across the yard that things get even more difficult to explain. How does the creature go from looking like a large bat to things that are in shadow? This is a question that no one's been able to answer. Short of this footage being a very well executed hoax, the strange encounter will remain with mystery. This next video, shared to Facebook by Tamara Llewellyn, was captured at the youngest steakhouse and seafood in Calabasas, North Carolina. Some might immediately see the curtain and dismiss its movements as being caused by the draft. If you look closely, it is as though two small hands are manipulating the curtain from behind. The post brochure that there was no one behind the door, which hadn't been opened for 20 minutes. No animals were present either, to explain the phenomenon. The poster goes on to note that despite the presence of a vent on the ceiling to the right, peculiar motions seem disconnected from any airflow activity in the restaurant. Weird things are causing this strange movement. Watch the clip again. Know in the comments down below. TikTok user This Crafty Gal was left viewers stunned after sharing some bizarre footage from late November 2024 showing what appears to be a crack in the sky. Video quickly went viral. Shows a strange moving line in the sky. The user described it as resembling a ripple of the water. The eerie phenomenon has sparked countless theories, with many pointing to the infamous Project Bluebeam. Project Bluebeam is a conspiracy theory popularized in the early 1990s by journalist Sergei Manast. According to Manast, the theory posits that global governments and secret organizations will use advanced holographic technology to simulate a world-changing event. The alleged goal? To destabilize society and usher in new world order. Key elements of this theory include simulated images of religious figures or alien invasions projected into the sky to manipulate public perception. They manipulate emotions using advanced sound and light technology to evoke fear or awe. They'd also try and control through chaos, convincing people that supernatural or extraterrestrial forces are at play to consolidate global power. While there's no concrete evidence to support the theory, it remains a popular topic in conspiracy circles, particularly whenever strange atmospheric phenomena like this video emerge. Despite widespread theories, there's no definitive explanation for this footage. Whether it's an atmospheric oddity, a breach in the fabric of reality, or part of a larger technological experiment remains unclear. What's certain, however, is the sense of unease it sparked across social media. A curious photo shared by Ghosts of London has viewers scratching their heads. In reality, the boy's eyes are closed. In the reflection, his eyes appear wide open. Adding to the mystery, a faint blue-white mist can be seen floating over his head. Some have speculated this could be evidence of a doppelganger, a ghostly double said to appear as a mirror image of the living. Others believe it's simply a camera or lighting glitch, with the orb explained away as dust or lens flare. Still, the unsettling mismatch between the child and his reflection has left many viewers stumped. The Chelyabinsk State Museum in southern Russia is home to numerous interesting artifacts. However, one of the most intriguing items displayed at the museum is a fragment of the Chelyabinsk meteor. The largest surviving fragment of the meteorite resides in a glass case cabinet inside the museum. To lift the dome covering the meteorite, a museum official must obtain full approval, so it's rarely opened. The remote control that operates the 4 separate motors is kept in a secret place, watched by a security camera. Yet, in December of 2019, a different security camera reported something unusual, the case lifting on its own. No one had been authorized to open the case, and the remote was secured in its usual place. Some state that it was most likely a mechanical glitch, but the odds of all 4 motors malfunctioning simultaneously are highly unlikely. Several theories have been put forward. Some believe that the heavy glass must have been lifted by a poltergeist or some kind of paranormal force. Others have suggested the meteorite might have exuded an extraterrestrial force that made all 4 motors malfunction. This chunk of space rock entered Earth's atmosphere over Russia in 2013, burning brighter than the sun. Because of its humongous size and heavy atmospheric pressure, the meteor burst in the sky, creating a violent shockwave, hot dust and gas, and numerous small fragments of rock that sped to the ground. The energy from the blast was approximately 26 times as much as was produced by the atomic bomb that destroyed Hiroshima in 1945. According to authorities, 1,491 people were injured by the blast. Injuries ranged from broken bones and concussions to flash blindness and ultraviolet burns. Around 7,200 buildings were also damaged by the blast. So if the blast moved, poltergeist, extraterrestrial energy, or simply a motor malfunction. Let me know what you think in the comment section below. When NASA's Curiosity rover snapped photos of Mars's rocky landscape, you expected the images to ignite an alien conspiracy. Enter Scott C. Waring, a UFO researcher known for scouring NASA imagery in search of extraterrestrial secrets. In late 2022, Waring announced an astonishing discovery. What he claimed was an ancient Asian statue lying toppled among Martian rocks. Zooming into a specific NASA photo, he points out distinct facial features. 2 eyes, a prominent nose, a mouth, and even what appears to be a crown-like structure atop the figure's head. Remarkably, he notes that one of the statue's eyes looks damaged, which he speculates resulted from the statue's fall. Waring presented his findings in a detailed YouTube video, enhancing the NASA image with color filters to highlight the supposed humanoid shape clearly. He used local squash and bone from higher up and get diverged between the rock and the person itself. He argues this figure is definitive proof of an intelligent civilization that once inhabited Mars, though perhaps reptilian rather than human, due to the unusual facial structure. This isn't Waring's first provocative claim. Earlier, he suggested another NASA photo showed a miniature man-made doorway for tiny Martian beings. But space experts have quickly countered this statue theory. Most astronomers attribute these kinds of sightings to pareidolia, our brain's tendency to see familiar shapes, especially faces, rather than patterns. NASA itself hasn't specifically commented on this anomaly. It continuously reminds the public that Mars remains barren and inhospitable, with no verified signs of past or present life discovered. Despite skepticism from experts, Waring's Martian statue continues to captivate the imagination, blending genuine space exploration imagery with a tantalizing dose of interplanetary mystery. He's fucking sculpture and fallen higher up, and then got lodged between peculiar debris took place recently in Sunbury, Victoria, capturing attention for an unexpected reason. On April 23rd at around 1:10 a.m, CCTV cameras recorded a silver Holden Commodore entering a school's parking lot. As the suspect exited the vehicle, he surprised viewers by breaking into a jaunty dance routine, seemingly oblivious to the cameras capturing every move. After his brief performance, the dancing burglar proceeded to break into the school, stealing 3 laptops and a projector valued at over $5,000. Police described the suspect as a Caucasian male, likely in his 30s with a medium build and long dark brown hair. At the time of the incident, he wore a distinctive red and black hooded jumper, black running shoes, a red headband, and blue gloves. Police have since released footage of the incident, hoping someone recognises the toe-tapping culprit. If anyone has any information regarding this unusual crime, they're urged to contact Crime Stoppers Australia on 1-800-333-000. This next short clip has unknown origins, but was uploaded to the YouTube channel Fiance. It shows a group investigating an old abandoned house. As they look around upstairs, they spot something slowly. As you can see, there's a strange face in the mirror, just ahead of the staircase. After spotting it, the camera holder runs off screaming. Unfortunately, we don't know the original source of this clip, so it's hard to delve deeper into what's happening. It would be good to know the location and who's actually filming. If you know where this clip is from, let us know down below. A short but unsettling video uploaded to TikTok by the Scare Hub has left viewers baffled after capturing bizarre behaviour at an outdoor gym. The companion quickly notices and, clearly unsettled, steps away before walking off entirely, leaving the woman continuing her unnerving routine alone. The clip ends without explanation, but the woman's rigid posture and vacant expression have drawn dozens of theories online. Some viewers suggested she might be possessed under the influence of something unseen, or even moving in a trance-like state. Others offered rational takes. She could be experiencing a medical issue, and the concluded might have been staged to look more sinister than it is. Whatever the truth, these unnatural movements give the video an undeniably creepy image. A mysterious clip that feels straight out of a real-life horror scene. Our last clip today comes from the Instagram account Curious.Chills. His father of 2 starts filming after his daughter reports something strange looking out through the window. He looks outside. Yes. It a look in slow motion. This one was cute. This video. Now let me know down in the comment section, what would you do if you was in this exact situation? A TikTok video uploaded by user Chawachi has gone viral for its eerie yet odd twist on a possible paranormal encounter. The account is usually associated with ghost footage either, which makes this chilling upload more striking. The clip begins with the poster explaining that he's home alone in his girlfriend's house, a place she claims may be haunted. According to her, she often hears footsteps moving around upstairs when no one else is home. On this occasion, it was the first time the poster had ever heard the sound for himself. The poster approaches the staircase and calls out. Receiving no reply, he escalates the challenge. Seconds later, the sound of heavy footsteps thundering down the stairs fills the house. Without hesitation, the man swings a punch into the air, as if trying to knock out an unseen figure. Comment section lit up with a mix of amazement, amusement, and disbelief. Many viewers applauded the man's decision to stand his ground rather than running away, as is common in these encounters. Others admitted the clip gave them chills, noting how real the footsteps sounded as they hurried down the staircase. How do you think you would react in this type of situation? Will you get your swing on or run for the door? Let me know down below. In the rest of the UK, there have been strange sightings of a man wearing a shed on his head. For years, people have reported seeing a person with a sort of shed helmet walking local streets. We're unsure whether it was some kind of publicity stunt or prank. In this video here, uploaded to YouTube by Edward Jenkins, you can see one such sighting of the infamous shed head. The shed is adorned with brightly coloured lights that flash in time with techno music blaring from the structure. The shed's chimney often spouts small flames and smoke, making it hard to miss the bizarre spectacle. Subsequent sightings have been popping up all around the internet. This video here, from an unknown source, shows the man walking down the street as the shed plays out music. The man behind the shed engages in relatively normal behaviour while going about town. As the music blares and the chimney smokes, he walks the streets, checks his phone, and does a bit of shopping. A mysterious character recently made headlines in the UK when he was spotted doing some shopping in a local Aldi supermarket. Recently, the local Bristol celebrity was self-identified as Michael Shedworth. He did an interview on Big Jubba's Yak Shack music podcast to clarify his way of life. According to the aptly named Mr. Shedworth, the shed is not only a face covering, it's a part of his body. He claims that both of his parents are sheds, and that the shed head developed naturally as part of his body. As he got older, the shed developed more fine details, such as its glossy coat and chimney, which he claims are a part of the shed's natural maturation process. The music, lights and flames were also natural, according to Mr. Shedworth, emanating from inside him. Despite operating under the Shedworth moniker, the man's true identity remains a mystery. Whether Mr. Shedworth really is a shedhead, an attention seeker, or slightly unhinged, the weird videos of him living his life are not easily forgotten. In this next video, uploaded to our Slapcam official community over on Facebook by Alonia Burchett, viewers are once again taken deep into the urban corridors of the Waverley Hills in Victoria. Footage captured during a private investigation around Halloween of 2022 reveals mysterious shadowy figure in the doorway. Something got spotted. Initially, as the camera pans up the stairs, transitioning from the 4th to the 5th floor, nothing unusual begins to happen. However, a closer look reveals a distinct shadowy figure in the doorframe. The poster meticulously reviewed the video to confirm that this figure couldn't be any of their 10-person group, which included 2 men and 8 women, or a female worker present in the building. The unexpected appearance of this apparition sent chills down the poster's spine, enhancing the already empty allure of the Waverley Hills Sanatorium, a place famed for its ghostly encounters. Here's a quick and terrifying one coming out of China. It was uploaded to the Instagram account. Security cameras catch the terrifying moment a bolt of lightning strikes the apartment building. Luckily, no one was injured despite this intense impact. It began in Pedregal, Panama, when TikTok user King Panama claimed a meteorite had landed near his home. In the first video, he shows what looks like a scorched impact site on the ground, a darkened patch of earth where the rock supposedly fell. Soon after, he films the object itself. At first, nothing more than a lump of stone. Later clips show the rock burning a leaf it touches. In hours, something strange begins to appear on the surface. Over the next few days, the growth turns black and begins to spread. In one video, it seems to pulse and flip about as though it's moving under its own power. He's sending samples around the world. Meanwhile, the object itself keeps growing. Places it inside a safe overnight. Instead of lying still, the substance hides in the shadows, its tentacle-like strands flicking in and out of view. Subsequent clips show it expanding larger and larger until it nearly fills the inside of the safe. The story takes a darker turn when commenters begin reporting that King Panama himself has been hospitalized, allegedly after exposure to the substance. The bizarre series has left viewers unsettled, with many nicknaming the growth Venom because of its black moth-like appearance. Some worry it could be alien life, something dangerous that should never have been handled. Skeptics, however, note several red flags. In one early clip of the burn site, viewers spotted matches lying nearby, fueling suspicions that the impact was staged. Others suggest the growth could be terrestrial, a fungus, mold like Clanthris archeri, also known as devil's fingers, which emerges from a sac, smells foul, and sprouts tentacle-like arms. And crucially, no scientific body has confirmed the meteorite's authenticity or tested the samples. The poster says he tried to alert local university authorities to investigate, but no one has come so far. Without expert analysis, the claims remain grounded only in social media videos. So is this a viral hoax dressed up as sci-fi horror? Or has a TikTok user in Panama stumbled across something truly out of this world? Here's an update to a story we covered a few episodes ago. When we last checked in, TikTok user King Panama claimed a meteorite had landed near his home in Ecuador, Panama. At first, it might not be in a lump of rock, but soon a strange gelatinous growth began to ooze from the surface. Within days, the substance had blackened, spread, and even appeared to move under its own power. Viewers watched in disbelief as it pulsed inside a safe, flipped out thin tentacles, and seemed to grow larger with every clip. Some nicknamed it Venom, while others mourned King, pointing to something that couldn't be in this world. Now the bizarre saga has escalated. In a recent update, King posted more footage showing the creature swelling to an even larger size, pulsing and writhing as if alive. He even sat down for an interview with Samson's World, where he addressed accusations that the whole thing was staged, insisting he is not a filmmaker or entertainer. In another series of clips, King packs the entity into his backpack and treks deep into the wilderness. On the way, the bag itself can be seen heaving and shifting, as though the thing inside is trying to escape. Eventually, he arrives at the borrowed facility and lowers the substance into water. To the shock of many, the black growth seems to swim, flitting and undulating through the liquid like some kind of living organism. As the world watches, commenters remain glued to his account, waiting breathlessly for the next wild update. Is this an elaborate hoax, performance art, or something truly extraterrestrial unfolding in real time? A TikTok video posted by Toe2 for You shows a single apartment tour turning into a chilling moment of horror. As a young couple, guided by a realtor, walk through what appears to be a typical listing, the footage suddenly takes a turn for the movie. The couple casually films their walk through, passing the kitchen and living area. When they reach the bedroom, something creepy happens. To their shock, there's a person lying in the closet. This unsettling video brings to mind a similarly disturbing true story that was reported in 2019 involving a college student named Maddie. What started as a mystery over missing clothes turned into a nightmare for a young university student in North Carolina after she discovered a stranger living inside her phone. The student began noticing odd signs in her off-campus apartment. Clothes seemed to disappear, and unsettlingly, she even found handprints smeared across her bathroom mirror and walls. She told reporters that she assumed a raccoon had found its way into her closet, or at one point wondered if her apartment was haunted. Her suspicions came to a head one Saturday when she heard rattling noises inside her wardrobe. Gathering her courage, she called out, "Who's in there?" To her shock, the voice replied, "Oh, my name's Drew." Opening the door, Maddie found 30-year-old Andrew Clyde Swafford crammed inside, wearing her clothes, socks, and shoes. He was even clutching her book bag stuffed with one of her belongings. Terrified, Maddie tried to keep Swafford calm as she waited for her boyfriend to arrive. She told him to take off her clothes, which he did, continuing to try on other outfits, hats, and looking at himself in the mirror. At one point, he told Maddie she was pretty and asked for a hug. However, she refused him to touch her. Police arrived shortly after and arrested Swafford, who was taken to Guildford County Jail. He appeared in court via video link, facing 14 charges, including breaking and entering, larceny, and other unrelated offences. He was held with a $37,000 bond. The incident has left Maddie so traumatised that she decided to move out of her apartment. So I didn't feel safe. She said, "I slept with my roommate in the bed. I would stay here. Every time I go in that closet, it's just a bad vibe." So whether caught on camera during viewing like our first clip or stumbled upon by surprise, discovering someone lurking inside an apartment is every renter's nightmare. This final clip shows something truly unsettling captured by a security team in an unknown location. The security guards were alerted when they spotted a strange person on one of their cameras. There's a small, dark figure standing in the middle of the yard. They dispatched officers to investigate. Imagine. As you can see, the guards searched the area but claimed they couldn't see anyone nearby. There, to this day, is a strange figure standing right next to them. A small, child-sized figure is seen standing between the guards for the duration of the clip. Whatever it is, it remains remarkably still as the men continue to search the area. It's clear from the footage that the men don't see the person at all. Instead, they spin around, shining their flashlights all over the area. At multiple points, the guards seem to fix their flashlights on the exact spot in which the person is standing. The line appears to almost go through the entity without illuminating it for the guards. Although I don't speak Spanish, it appears as though the guards are communicating with the other officers in the control room, who can see the figure on the screen. Even more shocking, the guards almost appear to move straight through the shape at some points in the clip. Still, the figure is unfazed and the guards don't react to its presence. Even the most hardened skeptics will likely scratch their heads over the physics of this one. Given that the guards are searching the area and communicating with the control room at the same time, while the figure can be seen on the screen, leaves this piece of footage truly in the realm of the paranormal, and will likely remain a mystery in the years to come. Staff at the Cheltenham pub with a bottle of sauce say they finally caught the resident ghost on camera. It'd be hard to see at first, but if you look closely at the glass doors right at the beginning of the footage, you can see a transparent figure walk by. According to the team, sightings of the little boy have been reported repeatedly for the last few years. He's often seen crossing the garden late at night, then making his way to the games room. One manager, James Punch, says he's grown so used to the spirit that he now calls out "Good night, little boy" when locking up. Pub manager Rob Sanders admitted the viewing experiences at the pub had shifted his views on paranormal. One night, he caught movement from the corner of his eye, felt the temperature drop sharply, and noticed the hairs on his arms rise. Later, CCTV revealed the image of the boy passing by the doors. Once the St James Tavern and train stop is an old building with creaking floorboards and plenty of history still to uncover. Staff described the boy as comely, sought to grow things, but his presence is frequently felt. Customers playing ping pong in the games room have reported loud bangs beneath them when no one's there. Whether it's a residual echo of the building's past or something else entirely, staff at the Bottle of Sauce say their little ghost has become part of the pub's character. A mysterious child drifting through doors long after closing time. Taking a break from the spookies for a minute in a twist of real-life absurdity, security footage from Rishikesh, India, has captured something truly bizarre. Footage seen here on Fox News shows the bull nonchalantly walking down the street and deliberately mounting a vehicle. Several cameras managed to catch the action before the vehicle crashed into a fence. The bull then calmly walks away, seemingly uninterested in its brief stunt. The incident took place on Friday, May 2nd, 2025, turning an ordinary Rishikesh street into the center of one of the most entertaining and bizarre wildlife wonders of the world. Luckily for the owner, the whole thing was caught on camera. Imagine trying to explain what happened to your insurance company. A startling scene unfolded at McCarran International Airport, now Harry Reid International in Las Vegas, late in 2020, when a man reportedly jumped onto the tarmac and climbed onto the wing of an Alaska Airlines plane headed for departure. The flight in question was Alaska Airlines Flight 1367, bound for Portland, Oregon. Video captured by a passenger shows a man, later identified as 41-year-old Alejandro Carlson, holding onto the left wing of the Boeing 737 while the plane was taxiing to the runway. Onlookers described the scene as surreal, while a flight attendant remarked it's unlike anything she'd seen in her career. During his brief time on the wing, Carlson removed his shoes and socks, attempted to reach the winglet, and upon slipping fell, suffering injuries to his nose and head before being taken into custody. The airline returned the aircraft to the gate for inspection. The flight, originally scheduled for early afternoon, was delayed and eventually departed hours later. Carlson appeared in court but missed his scheduled hearing due to still being hospitalized. TikTok user Platform 13 Official is left spooked after sharing a clip in July 2024 that appears to capture some eerie activity surrounding what they call a haunted mirror in their home. The video starts with the TikToker filming the mirror, going back and forth between its reflection and the physical room. Small statues clearly visible in the mirror's reflection. The camera pans back to the table where it should be. The statues are confirmed. Now, if that isn't unnerving enough, this next moment escalates the heat factor. The footage has drawn intense reactions across the platform. Some viewers speculate that the mirror may act as a portal for spirits, a belief rooted in folklore about mirrors being conduits for the supernatural. Others theorise that the statue itself could be cursed or tied to paranormal energy, leading to its existence only in reflection. Skeptics, however, argue it could just be a clever trick or optical illusion. The appearance of a shadowy figure at the end is many other doubters will consider. Mirrors have long been associated with paranormal lore, believed by many cultures to act as gateways between the physical and spiritual worlds. Tales of haunted mirrors often involve figures appearing in reflections, objects moving inexplicably, with feelings of unease when gazing into them. This particular clip has reignited discussions about whether mirrors might harbour lingering energy or act as channels for entities from other realms. So what do you think? Could this mirror really be a portal to the paranormal? Or is there a more earthly explanation for these two events? Yeah, of course. In a recent podcast appearance, wrestling legend Hulk Hogan revealed a deeply startling story involving fellow wrestling icon Roddy Piper. Hogan and Piper, known for their fierce rivalry in the wrestling ring, eventually reconciled and began exchanging further messages later in life, often discussing their spirituality.
Once we go over basically this conversation, so we started talking about me. I started asking about my spirituality. It was very curious.
According to Hogan, shortly after Piper passed away, something inexplicable occurred. Hogan described receiving a voicemail message from Piper 2 days after his death. Here's the voicemail. The voicemail clearly states, "I'm just loving you, my brother. I'm just walking with Jesus and loving you, my brother." The message left Hogan astonished, particularly because it seemed unlike anything Piper would have expressed while alive. Hogan further emphasised that Piper had been struggling spiritually and had not fully committed to his faith, making the voicemail even more surprising and impactful. The recording, widely circulated online, does indeed appear to be Piper's voice, lending credibility to Hogan's claim. However, whether this voicemail was somehow recorded before Piper's death or truly came from beyond the grave remains highly debated and unresolved. What do you think? Did Hulk Hogan really receive a message from beyond, or is there another explanation at play? Let us know your thoughts below. This bizarre piece of dashcam footage was shared to the Facebook group Hombres de Negro by Eric Estrada. It shows a driver slowing down for a deer that's jumped onto the road and suddenly is turned strange. Yet again, slowed down, you can see the deer onto the barrier and disappears. If you follow the deer's trajectory, there's a slight shadow above the barrier. Some think this is a sign that the compression rate of the dashcam is the reason for the strange disappearance. However, others argue that the dashcam wouldn't malfunction that badly. But prior to the disappearance, it seems to be working just fine. All kinds of wild theories have been thrown around. Some say it's a ghost deer, a hologram, or even proof that we're living in a simulation. So what do you make of this strange sighting? Love to hear your theories in the comment section down below. This next video was submitted to our Slapcam official community over on Facebook. In it, we see an amorphous, transparent shape that appears to be hovering over someone. At first, one would be excused for thinking the shape could simply be a bug on the lens. This is often the explanation given for some of the so-called ghost videos. However, what happens next seems to prove this isn't the case at all. A few seconds pass before several items are violently thrown through the shelf next to the bed. The line keeps moving ever closer towards the sleeping person. The man then wakes up and is only confused. While the video's description suggests that it shows a ghost caught on camera, one viewer made a very interesting observation. Just after the items are thrown onto the bed, a strange shape seems to shrink, just as if it's entering the sleeping man's body. The viewer suggested that the man might actually be astral travelling, while in a dream state. Since then, the video's also been analysed on a more skeptical stance, with several key points suggesting that the whole thing might simply be a well-orchestrated pose. For starters, the timestamp in the upper left corner seems to move in double time. And gets up and begins to move at normal speed. The fact, too, that the camera is pointing directly at the bed has also left some viewers questioning its authenticity. What do you think? A ghost, astral traveller, or just a pose? You know, never know. Another case of a ghostly pet, CCTV video captured by Juliet Bird and Deanna Claude seems to have recorded a feline friendship that goes beyond the grave. In July 2020, housemates Juliet and Deanna were notified that their security camera had captured movement. The footage shows a parking area where two cars are sitting idle. The cameras are intended to prevent theft, but they caught something much more eerie. A cat with all white fur walks across the sidewalk in front of the cars. Although all white cats are sometimes playfully called ghost cats, this kitty is not the most interesting thing that occurs in this video. A moment later, another animal follows the white cat onto the screen. This cat, rather than being completely white, is utterly transparent. The second cat follows its feline friend until it seems to vanish into thin air. The housemates identified the white cat as their neighbour's pet Topsy. When they showed the neighbour the footage, the neighbour said that they had another cat called Licorice who had recently passed away. So is Topsy being followed by his old friend Licorice? Let me know what you think in the comment section below. A chilling video uploaded to TikTok by user Estevine Recanon, who's taken social media by storm. The footage, captured at Central Railway Station in Sydney, Australia, seemingly depicts something eerie. According to the uploader, the encounter occurred at around 12:30 a.m. as they were waiting for the last train home. The video has quickly gone viral, with viewers flooding the comments with theories and speculation. Some believe the figure's a ghost tied to Central Station's long history and alleged hauntings, while skeptics suggest it could just be an optical illusion. Central Railway Station has long been rumoured to be one of Australia's most haunted locations. Built in the early 1900s, the station sits atop land that once housed the Devonshire Street Cemetery. Tales of ghostly apparitions and eerie encounters have long been shared by workers and commuters for decades, including reports of shadowy figures and unexplained noises echoing through its vast corridors late at night. One popular legend speaks of a lady in white said to roam the platforms in search of her lost loved one. This headless woman tied to the station's spectral history was an entirely new, unexplained phenomenon. A driver reviews their dash cam and finds something that doesn't add up. There's no one here. No one is here. The forward-facing feed rolls on. Empty road, nothing weird. While the side camera, recorded at the same moment, suddenly shows a man appear at the curb as if he materialised out of thin air.
There you go. Follow the anchor. Wait a minute. Okay.
Clip uploaded by a bike is fast, jumps between angles. Stepping away here. No horn, no braking, no collision, just two cameras telling two different stories from the same drive. Viewers waste no time with wild theories, simulation glitch, time fold, or a literal tear in reality. But there are quiet and technical possibilities worth considering. Parallax and camera blind spots can make objects appear or vanish between angles. Rolling shutter artifacts and frame rate mismatches sometimes create odd micro jumps, and footage that's been stitched or compressed can introduce ghost frames that weren't in the original recording. Whether it's a camera quirk or something weirder, this is one strange piece of footage. In this first video, posted to Instagram by the UFO god, the camera holder has captured an object that seems to have most viewers totally stumped. Oh, God, the camera's poor. At first, the object just looks like a regular cloud. However, it soon becomes obvious that the cloud seems to be changing shape. Just when you think the object can't get any more mysterious, a voice can be heard saying that it's a cloud with lights in it. As it floats towards the power lines, its movement resembles that of a fish gently swimming through water. The mysterious object then disappears from view as it finally sinks below the roofline. When the video was posted online, it quickly gained attention. In an upload to the UFO subreddit, the poster said that the object looked like Jordan Peele's Note in real life. The comment referring to the 2022 film in which a UFO is thought to be hiding inside a nearby cloud. While the video seems to have stumped most viewers, one actually had a rather plausible theory. They suggested that the object might be some sort of foam waste, possibly produced by a nearby factory. So, we'll turn this one over to you. What do you think this mysterious cloud-like object could be? I'd love to hear your theories on this one in the comments down below. A chilling piece of footage has recently emerged from the Pleasant Hotel in Eureka Springs, Arkansas. It was shared on the popular paranormal podcast, Two Girls, One Ghost.
I stayed at the Pleasant Hotel in Eureka Springs,
The video begins innocently enough with a guest filming their friend lounging on a bed in a historic hotel.
Is my anxious, so I think that's why
It can be hard to see at first, but if we slow it down, something seems to zip by the camera. Some viewers believe it looks like the Crescent Hotel has long been a hotspot for paranormal activity with countless reports of apparitions, unexplained noises, and ghostly encounters. This latest clip has only added fuel to the fire, leaving many wondering if the spectral girl is yet another spirit tied to the building's dark history. Opened in 1886, the Crescent Hotel was initially a luxury resort, but later gained notoriety for its use as a hospital in the late 1930s under the infamous Norman Baker. A con man posing as a doctor, Baker claimed to cure cancer without surgery using questionable treatments. Many patients tragically died during their stays, and their spirits are said to haunt the halls to this day. The hotel's reputation for hauntings stems from countless ghost stories and eerie encounters. One of the most famous is that of Michael, a stonemason who died during the hotel's construction. Legend has it that he fell to his death in what is now room 218, considered the most haunted room in the hotel. Guests often report seeing shadowy figures, hearing ghostly knocks, and feeling sudden chills in the room. Another well-known spirit is that of Theodora, a former patient at Baker's Hospital. Guests staying in her room often find their belongings mysteriously rearranged and hear a disembodied voice politely introducing herself as Theodora. While the Crescent Hotel is no stranger to ghostly sightings, the identity of the little girl in the footage remains a mystery. Some speculate she could be the spirit of a young guest from the early days of the hotel, while others suggest she may be tied to the building's history as a hospital. With its rich history and reputation as a paranormal hotspot, it's no wonder the Crescent Hotel continues to fascinate and terrify those who visit.
is my anxious, so I think
The bizarre event that lit up the skies of Hanoi, Vietnam on the 9th of May 19th, 2024, residents witnessed a mysterious vertical column of light. Uploaded to our official community over on Facebook by user Hung Nguyen, these photos show the phenomenon that quickly sparked widespread interest and speculation across the internet. Initially, the light seemed unworldly, reminiscent of visuals from the video game franchise Halo, with a flurry of online discussion. The National Center for Hydrometeorological Forecasting in Vietnam also shared images of light intensifying public intrigue. However, as it turns out, the source of the spectacle was far less mystical. The phenomenon was traced back to the State Securities Commission of Vietnam building. It was revealed that the building's lights were responsible for creating the dramatic effects seen in the sky. This explanation was corroborated by additional photos showing the building emitting the light, confirming that the breathtaking sight was indeed man-made. One of our viewers, Night Rider V12, something strange has been happening between the sheets. In this set of weird videos, the things that go bump in the night get a little too close to comfort. As Night Rider V12 rests in bed, a small bump begins moving between the covers. He states that the covers are too thick and heavy to be moved by the wind. Even if the sheets could have been disturbed by the wind, there's almost no breeze coming from the window nearby. His hands and feet are clearly above the sheets, so he couldn't make the movements himself. He even reaches out to touch the moving spot to confirm there's no small animals underneath the sheets. The movements continue. The viewer states that this has happened numerous times. The family believes that they know what's causing the strange phenomenon recorded in these weird videos. About 6 months before the creepy movements began, the family dog unfortunately drowned in the backyard. The dog got stuck underneath the pool cover and died while attempting to get out from under the guitar. The family believes that the videos show the ghost of the deceased head. We can see that the movements resemble an animal poking its snout upward from beneath, just as the dog must have done as it attempted to get air while stuck under the pool cover. Sadly, weird videos seem to suggest that the dog may be reliving its final moments while in the afterlife. A chilling clip uploaded to TikTok by user paranormal_tops has reignited debate over one of the earliest pieces of surveillance footage to surface in recent years. Originally captured in 2016, the grainy video appears to show something inexplicable inside what looks like a function center or art gallery. A faint ghostly figure emerges near a doorway at the top of the frame. A close-up zoom gives viewers a better look. Comments on the clip reflect the usual divide between believers and skeptics. Believers argue that this is one of the clearest examples of a ghost caught on security footage, pointing to the figure's defined human-like outline and the fact that the building appears empty. Skeptics suggest it could be a trick of the light or a reflection on the glass that happened to appear in the shape of a person. Whether you believe in ghosts or not, this 2016 security footage remains a compelling mystery. Is the figure an optical illusion, a camera glitch, or proof that something paranormal lurking in the house at time? The last clip on our list for today has been around for some time. To this day, continues to divide viewers' opinions. Oh, what it shows. In the clip, which was posted to Instagram by Mysteries Unexplained, we see two jets as they fly past what appears to be a fishing trawler. The camera then turns, revealing a mysterious object hovering in the sky. The object remains in place for a second or two before appearing to dive straight into the ocean. The jets circle back. The camera holder shakily turns the device towards his colleague, who has a clear look of astonishment on his face. Suddenly, a helicopter flies into view and it seems to begin issuing instructions to the boat's crew. Unfortunately, the video is in another language and the quality of the audio makes it difficult to hear exactly what's being said. While some think this clip could be the real deal, it's certainly not short on detractors. Some point to the bad acting as a sign that the video has been staged. Yet the setting seems rather elaborate for a hoax. Others think it's just a scene from a film, however no one's been able to name which film exactly. There is definitely something off about this video. While it could well be a fake, the fact that no one seems to know anything about it continues to hold intrigue. If you know where this mysterious clip is from, I'd love to hear your thoughts about it in the comments below. Well, that's the end of the episode. Thank you so much for watching. If you want to see some more mysterious videos, check out those two links right there. Remember to leave some comments down below. We love reading your feedback. And that's it for me. I'll see you all next time.
The RTX 2070 has long been considered one of the best GPU for 1440p gaming. At around $174, it's still a solid deal even today. But what if I told you I found a graphics card that delivers almost the same performance for just $125? A full $50 cheaper? Sounds too good to be true, right? So what is this mysterious card? Let's open the box, and here it is. The NVIDIA CMP40HX. Now that name might not ring a bell, especially if you're new to PC hardware. On paper, the specs look incredibly promising, but here's the catch. To hit that low price, this card comes with some serious compromises, and a few risks that not everyone is willing to deal with. In this video, I'm going to break down everything. The real-world performance, the hidden limitations behind the cheap price, and whether this is truly a budget RTX 2070 or just a trap. I know a lot of you might be wondering where these CMP cards actually came from. And if you already know the story, feel free to skip ahead. But to really understand this card, we need to rewind back to 2020 and 2021. That was the time when the GPU market was completely taken over by miners. Every card from GTX to RTX, even AMD RX series, was being used to mine cryptocurrency. As a result, the gaming hardware market took a massive hit. GPU prices skyrocketed, availability disappeared, and the gaming community was understandably furious. In many ways, it's similar to what we're seeing now with RAM prices climbing again. Under heavy market pressure, NVIDIA introduced something new in February 2021, the CMP series. CMP stands for Cryptocurrency Mining Processor. These GPUs were designed specifically for mining, with no intention of being used for gaming. In fact, many of the chips used in CMP cards were GPUs that didn't fully meet gaming standards, but were still perfectly capable of handling compute workloads. Instead of discarding them, NVIDIA repurposed those chips into dedicated mining cards. Interestingly, though, CMP cards didn't get mined as aggressively as standard gaming GPU of the same generation, mainly because they were released later in the cycle. That's why today you can still find some units that are in relatively decent condition. Unfortunately, mine isn't exactly perfect. The DVI port on this card shows some pretty heavy corrosion, which already tells me this GPU has had a rough life. Then the crypto market crashed. Coin prices dropped, mining profits disappeared, and just like that, these cards became unemployed. That's when hardware enthusiasts started looking at them differently. Most people would assume you could just pull one out of a mining rig, plug it into a normal PC, and start gaming. But it's not that simple. Out of the box, these cards only run at PCIe times 4, and the original BIOS limits them to PCIe Gen 1 speeds. I've got to be honest, running at X4 bandwidth really hurts performance. You're leaving a lot of performance on the table compared to X16. To make them viable for gaming, modders actually had to solder additional capacitors so the card could run at full times 16 bandwidth. Luckily, the seller had already done all of that work, so in my case, things were much simpler. And that's not the only issue. Even though this card has 2 display outputs, they're basically useless. On some versions, like certain Asus models, those ports only exist because NVIDIA reused the PCB and cooler design from gaming cards like the RTX 2070 Evo V2 to cut production costs. Physically, the ports are there. Functionally, they don't work. So to actually use this card for gaming, you need a second GPU or an integrated GPU on your CPU to handle display output. That GPU takes care of rendering the image to the monitor, while the CMP40HX does the heavy lifting in the background. So the big question is, how hard is this actually going to be? Well, instead of just talking about it, let's build it together. First things first, we need a PC. After doing some research, I found that using a dedicated graphics card definitely gives you better performance compared to relying on integrated graphics. But there's a catch. It has to be a low-profile GPU, preferably from AMD, and the motherboard needs to have at least 2 PCIe slots. And yeah, that requirement alone kind of drives up the overall cost of the system. But in return, they can run with any CPU without necessarily needing integrated graphics. Now here's what I'm working with. For the CPU, I'm using an Intel Xeon E52667V3, paired with 32 gigabytes of RAM, running in dual channel mode. The motherboard I'm using is the TFQ board. And for the secondary GPU, the one I'll use just for display output, I'm going with the AMD RX 552 gigabytes. The boot process was actually pretty smooth. No major issues, no weird errors, it just powered on and worked. Before installing the drivers, though, I had to disable Windows Update and Windows Defender. If you've messed with modded or unofficial drivers before, you already know why. Now let's talk about driver installation. The process itself isn't complicated at all. There are already tons of tutorials out there, so I'm not going to bore you with a step-by-step walkthrough. I'll just fast forward through that part. After carefully installing everything in proper order, Windows finally recognized the GPU correctly. At that point, I was feeling pretty confident, so naturally, I jumped straight into performance testing, and that's when things went downhill. Even though Windows detected the card, it wasn't actually being utilized at all in graphically demanding games. Zero load, no meaningful GPU usage. And yeah, that was a huge letdown. Seeing the card just sit there doing nothing while running heavy titles was honestly confusing. Windows said it was there, but in practice it might as well not have been. So at that point I had to stop and figure out what was actually going on. At that point, I started thinking maybe it was a driver conflict. So I used Display Driver, uninstalled it to completely wipe out any previous GPU driver installations. After that, I reinstalled the drivers from scratch, tested the games again, and honestly, no improvement. That's when I started feeling stuck. I couldn't tell if this was a hardware issue or some weird software problem. So I moved on to the next troubleshooting step. I decided to reinstall Windows entirely, just to create a completely clean environment. The idea was to eliminate any background conflicts, give the modded drivers the best possible chance to work properly, and prevent Windows from automatically overriding or interfering with the custom configuration this 40HX requires. Once Windows was freshly installed, I went through the driver installation process again, but after testing everything one more time, the result was basically the same. The 40HX still refused to perform, but after spending way too much time digging into this, I finally stumbled onto something interesting. It turns out Windows 11 handles multi-GPU setups much more intelligently. The scheduling, filtering, and hardware prioritization mechanisms are noticeably more advanced compared to older versions of Windows. So I figured, why not give it a shot? I installed everything again, this time on Windows 11. Reinstalled the drivers, launched the game, and honestly, I was shocked. The GPU was finally working exactly the way it should. As you can see here, the 40HX is actually being utilized properly now. Real load, real performance, no more sitting idle. After all that troubleshooting, it finally came to life. Before we get into performance, here are the downsides. First, noise. Under full load, this GPU gets pretty loud, not ideal if you prefer a quiet setup. Thermals are also something to consider. Like most X mining cards, it can go past 70 degrees Celsius under heavy load. That's not dangerous, but it's definitely wrong. The bigger issue is driver compatibility. Since this uses modded drivers, it may not work well with games from Riot Games, especially titles like Valorant or League of Legends that rely on the Vanguard anti-cheat. There are even rumors it could risk account bans, so keep that in mind before using this as your main gaming mode. First, I wanted to test this card's rendering performance. I prepared a 9-minute video project ahead of time. Right away, I was surprised by how smooth the timeline felt during editing. But what really shocked me was the export time. It finished in just 2 minutes and 51 seconds. That's honestly impressive. Now let's move on to gaming performance. Since I don't have an NVIDIA GeForce RTX 2070 to compare directly, I used an NVIDIA GeForce RTX 2060 Super instead, since their performance is fairly close. In Counter-Strike 2 at 1080p, the 40HX actually edges ahead slightly, about 10 frames per second higher on average. Real-world gameplay hovered around 140 frames per second, which is very solid. Switching over to a much more demanding title, Cyberpunk 2077, the average frames per second between the two cards was almost identical. However, the 40HX showed noticeably worse stability, with less consistent frame pacing compared to its competitor. Then I tested Valorant to see if the compatibility concerns were real, and unfortunately, they were. As soon as I logged into the game, I completely lost control of the system. I had to force restart the PC. I tried again, same result, definitely disappointing. So overall, this is a card with very strong performance for the price, but it's not easy to work with. I had to spend a lot of time troubleshooting and researching just to get it running properly. Because it relies on modded drivers instead of official ones, compatibility isn't guaranteed, especially across different operating systems. And that's the reality with a lot of these X-mining GPU. So what do you think? Would you take the risk for the price to performance? Let me know down in the comments.
Pre-built mini PC are ridiculously expensive, and there's no way I could justify paying that kind of money for one. So instead, I decided to do something a little different. I built my own mini gaming PC for just $170. The entire system fits into a 7-liter case, small enough to toss into a backpack and take anywhere, yet powerful enough to play all the games I actually want to play. And yes, this isn't some stripped-down setup either. It has all the core components you'd expect from a full-sized gaming PC, just packed into a much smaller form factor. But this build wasn't just about throwing parts together and hoping for the best. Every component choice was carefully planned to squeeze out the best performance possible while staying on a tight budget. In this 9 minutes video, I'll walk you through that entire process, so sit back, relax, and enjoy the build. The first thing that determines the size of any PC build is the case, so that's where I started. My goal was pretty simple. It had to fit a single-fan, dual-slot graphics card. That was non-negotiable. I checked Amazon first, but honestly, the prices were kind of insane. Some of these cases cost more than my entire budget. eBay had a few cheaper options, but most of them were heavily used and looked pretty good. After digging around for a while, I finally settled on this, the T40 Mini ITX case, and it only cost me $30. The dimensions are 206 millimeters tall, 130 millimeters long, and 46 millimeters wide, which works out to roughly a 7-liter volume. It's surprisingly well ventilated too, since 3 of the outer panels are fully vented. The case supports a standard 17 by 17 centimeter mini ITX motherboard, a dual-slot GPU up to 200 millimeters in length, and an SFX power supply. Once I locked in those limitations and understood exactly what I was working with, it was time for the more challenging part, finding the rest of the components that could fit inside this tiny frame without destroying the budget. The next part was actually harder to find than I expected it to be, not because it's rare. There are plenty of them out there. The real problem? The price. Almost everything I found was over $50, which just didn't make sense for this kind of build. Eventually, I came across a B75M motherboard on AliExpress for just $22, and surprisingly, it had pretty solid user reviews. More importantly, it had everything I needed, including an NVMe M2 slot, which honestly caught me off guard. And visually, it looks almost brand new. For those who don't know, boards like this usually come from China. Manufacturers often salvage chipsets from dead or damaged boards and mount them onto newly produced PCBs. Reusing components like that actually makes a lot of sense. It reduces waste, helps the environment, and gives us a much lower price. I didn't really see anything wrong with that, unless of course it dies a few months later. Now the design is a little funny. The M2 slot is basically sitting right on top of the chipset heatsink, and technically B75 was never meant to officially support NVMe in the first place. So yeah, it's definitely a creative interpretation of what a B75 board should be. But for $22, once I had the motherboard sorted out, everything else became a lot easier. Next up, the CPU. On this socket, we actually have quite a few options. I decided to go with something more on the high-end side, mainly because prices have dropped so much over the years. In terms of performance per dollar, it's really hard to beat the Xeon E3 series without integrated graphics. The one I picked is the Xeon E31270V2. Performance-wise, it's basically on par with an i7-3770. You get 4 cores, 8 threads, a base clock of 3.5 gigahertz, and a max turbo of 3.9 gigahertz. And the best part, I only paid $23 for it. For cooling, I'm keeping things simple and cheap. The standard Intel stock cooler is more than enough for this chip, and you can find one for around $4. As for RAM, I don't really have many options here. It's DDR3 but I went with 2 8GB sticks costing $14 each, so that's $28 total. At this point, I've spent about $107 on this build so far. I still need about 3 or 4 more components, and honestly, fitting everything into a $170 budget is getting tight. Next up, the part that really decides our frame rate, the GPU. My goal was simple. It has to fit the case and it can't blow up my budget. Sounds easy, right? Not really. Most GPU that pair well with the Xeon E3 are still going for about $50, which just doesn't work for this build. But then I got lucky. I found a single fan GTX 1050 Ti for just $20. Now, it's not perfect. The seller was very clear the fan is dead and only one HDMI output works. But honestly, I can live with that. I've got a pile of broken GPU lying around, so replacing the fan isn't a big deal. I just need to find one with a similar size and mounting layout. The slightly trickier part is dealing with the proprietary fan connector on the PCB. It's not exactly textbook engineering, but if it spins, it cools. And at $20, I'm not going to complain. As long as it works,
parts were in business. Now that I've got all the major components, the next thing I need is a power supply, and honestly, this is where the budget starts to hurt. Brand new PSU are still pretty expensive, and even used open air units aren't exactly cheap enough to make a big difference. So I went digging through my pile of old parts, and I found something interesting. An old pre-built case with an SFX power supply inside. On the label it says 550 watts, but realistically most of that power is on the 12 volt rail, and it's probably closer to just over 200 watts usable. That said, for this specific build, it should still be enough. Since I don't actually know its real market value, I looked up similar units online to get a rough estimate. After searching for a bit, I found a 300 watt unit selling for around $20, so I'm going to use that as a symbolic price point. Next up, a part that's absolutely essential for an ITX case like this, the PCIe riser cable. Now, PCIe 4.0 risers are pretty expensive, so to keep things reasonable, I went with a PCIe 3.0 riser for about $20. For this specific layout, I need a 180-degree folded riser like this one. If you buy a straight version, it simply won't fit inside the case. And the last component you need is storage. Since the budget is already tight, I'm sticking with a used 128 gigabytes SATA SSD for $10. If I had more room in the budget, you'd definitely go with an NVMe M.2 version. Not just for speed, but also because it keeps the build cleaner and more compact. So, adding everything up, we're sitting at $177 total. That's for a complete PC build, not including peripherals like keyboard and mouse. Before I put everything together, I always like to test the parts outside the case just to make sure nothing's dead on arrival. Thankfully, everything powered on and worked perfectly. So now, give me a minute and I'll assemble the whole thing. After quite a bit of struggle, I finally managed to squeeze everything into this tiny 7-liter case. Overall, it actually looks pretty clean, compact, tidy, and surprisingly, there's still some room left if I ever want to upgrade something. But there is one thing that kind of bothers me. Power supply is in black, and the cables are all different colors. It completely breaks the color consistency. If you have a bigger budget, I definitely recommend going with a fully modular PSU in an all-black color scheme. It just makes everything look much cleaner. That said, aesthetics aren't as important as performance, and with ITX systems, the real concern is always the noise. Based on my testing, noise levels are reasonable, not too loud. And under full load, the CPU peaks at around 72 degrees Celsius, which is perfectly acceptable. So after swapping in a different cooler, I decided to test the GPU's performance and, more importantly, the temperatures using the Heaven benchmark. And honestly, I was pretty surprised. Under full load, the GPU stayed incredibly cool, hovering at around just 62 degrees Celsius. That's seriously impressive considering it was running at 100% usage the entire time. Now let's talk about performance. At full HD resolution with medium settings, this card delivered an average of around 77 frames per second. The lowest dip I saw was 25 frames per second, while the peak went all the way up to 149 frames per second. Overall, that's a very healthy and playable range for 1080p gaming. Based on these results, it's clear that this GPU can handle full HD gaming really well. Temperatures are under control, performance is solid, and for this level of hardware, I'd say that's a big win. Everything is running stable so far, so now it's time for the real test. What can this compact little PC actually play in 2026? For consistency, I'm sticking to full HD resolution across all of the games. First up, we have a pretty demanding FPS title when it comes to graphics Counter-Strike 2 running at low settings. As you can see, the FPS can sometimes go over 100, which feels super smooth. But when things get intense, like heavy action scenes or close-range fights, the frame rate can drop down to around 30 FPS. Now, that might sound a little concerning, but overall, the game spends most of its time staying above 60 frames per second. And for a small form factor system like this, that's honestly not bad. Next up is Minecraft. At a 32-chunk render distance, performance is actually pretty impressive. While walking through forests, frames per second can reach up to 140. But when flying high and looking down, the system has to render way more chunks frames per second. FPS drops to around 60, sometimes a bit lower. Still, that's very solid for this hardware. I also tested the Bliss shader. With render distance set to 8 chunks and graphics on fast, the system delivered a stable 45 to 50 frames per second. I played for a while and didn't notice any major frame drops or stuttering. Overall, Minecraft runs surprisingly well on this setup, even with shaders enabled. Next up is a real AAA test of Cyberpunk 2077. Even on low settings, both the CPU and GPU are maxed out, and FPS sits around 30. Not a huge number, but for a story-driven game like this, it's still playable. And after building my very first ITX
this PC from scratch, picking the parts, putting everything together, and actually using it, I have to say, it was a really fun experience. Challenging, but fun. If you've got the budget, I honestly think you should try building one of these ones. Now I have a compact PC that I can basically take anywhere, as long as there's a monitor or a TV, I'm good to go. So what do you guys think about this mini PC? Let me know your thoughts down in the comments below. Our first clip of the day was posted to Reddit by user Omar1R03. It's footage of two men exploring a collapsed cave system in Jordan as they approach a filled-in tunnel. Look at what they see. As one of the men removes several rocks, you can see some kind of face on the other side. Almost looks like a person covered in dust, some kind of disfigured animal. The Redditor uploaded the clip asked the question whether this could be a ghost or a jinn. According to Arabic folklore, jinns are paranormal beings. They're believed to inhabit an unseen world parallel to our own. It's said that they can cross into our world, but we can't cross into theirs. In some traditions, jinns are malevolent beings who enjoy causing mischief and harm to humans. In other traditions, they're neutral or even benevolent beings that can help or harm humans depending on their mood or whim. They're described as having dark, soulless eyes, sharp claws and teeth with elongated fingers. Reactions to this clip have been varied over on Reddit, but most people were freaked out by the eerie sighting. One plausible explanation suggested it could be a toy doll covered in dirt, and if you slow it down, you can almost see the resemblance. It's still freaky, nonetheless. So what do you think? Is this a jinn, a doll, or could it be some kind of cryptid yet to be classified by modern science? Let us know in the comments down below. Cemeteries are creepy at the best of times, but if you ever get the chance to visit one after dark, it can make you a nightmare fuel. When the investigators from the YouTube channel Soy Ramses decided to explore an old graveyard, it seems that they probably got more than they bargained for. As the video begins, we see the investigators speaking briefly to the camera.
Espero por cierto para preguntarnos qué estábamos haciendo porque obviamente pues que estén dos personas en un cementerio sospechoso y más con el equipo que estamos trayendo por los.
However, if you look closely, you notice that the paranormal activity might have already started. There's a shadowy figure walking among the graves.
Espero por cierto para preguntarnos qué estábamos haciendo porque obviamente pues que estén dos personas en un cementerio sospechoso y más con el equipo que estamos trayendo por los.
YouTubers then begin their investigation and soon discover what appears to be an empty grave filled with mud and water. The grave doesn't seem to be freshly dug, and nothing else around it indicates that it could have been filled by heavy rain. They continue on, moving along before they get a fright while examining some tombstones. Watch. Watching that again, two bottles resting on a nearby grave suddenly topple over. However, there doesn't seem to be anyone else around who could have caused it. The investigators search the area. Then a noise catches their attention. That's when they spot the shadowy figure nearby. They give chase, but soon lose sight of it. Then they stumble across a broken grave where they discover something rather unnerving.
¿Qué estás haciendo aquí?
Mira, esto es muy... While the contents of the bag is probably a little too graphic for YouTube, we'll leave a link to the original video in the description box below, so you can go and check it out for yourself. Sea bins are mythical creatures that are said to inhabit the Philippines. They're believed to be evil creatures that come out at night time to feast on the blood of their unsuspecting victims. Sea bins are said to be able to walk backwards with their heads between their hind legs, and they keep their balance with a long prehensile tail. Philippine locals who claim to have seen this elusive creature say it almost resembles a goat with long black ears. However, they're said to emit a foul odour. According to Filipino folklore, there are families who can control sea bins, commanding them to do their bidding. There are genuine logged sightings of these creatures, particularly in rural parts of the Visayan Islands, but some biologists believe it may just be a case of mistaken identity. They believe it may have been a kangaroo that escaped a local zoo enclosure. Well, now, a Filipino YouTube channel called Caviapo claims to have captured real footage of the mythical sea bin. The clip begins with the YouTuber interviewing a local woman who claims to have encountered the beast while out chopping wood in the nearby jungle. She says it was a little after 3 in the afternoon when the beast approached her. It had bright red eyes and bared its teeth at her. She ran away and only narrowly managed to escape. The YouTuber then searches the nearby countryside for signs of the sea bin. Eventually, while exploring a vast grassland plain, he comes across a strange-looking animal that he claims is a genuine sea bin. It's a small, dark-looking animal with large ears. It skulks about in the grass. Before it scurries away out of sight. Unfortunately, we don't get a real good look at the animal as it never quite comes into focus. Some viewers think this is a sign that the whole thing's a hoax, but many believe this is the real deal. So what do you think? Have you ever heard of the legendary sea bin? And do you think this sighting is genuine? Share your opinions with each other in the comments down below. If you believe that spirits can attach themselves to physical objects, then buying second-hand items could mean you risk also taking home some paranormal baggage. This story from These Curious Times News gives a perfect example of just how unnerving this might be. When Anya Sibavi, owner of the Winthrop Gallery of Art and Curiosities in San Pedro, California, purchased an old picture frame containing a photo of a young boy, she says that it had a dark, sad aura, but that she feels somehow drawn to it. Strangely, the previous owner told Sibavi that the boy's ashes were actually stored in a compartment inside the frame itself. Sibavi also noticed that on the back of the frame there was a pentagram etched out in a series of holes. After taking the photo back to her shop, strange things began to happen. There were security camera notifications when no one was there, and the camera itself fell off the wall entirely. The bell that notifies staff that a customer has entered the store also began ringing on its own, and even the resident cat began acting unusually. Sylvie decided to sage the entire store, all the while communicating to the boy's spirit the shop is now his home, and he doesn't need to be sad anymore. Mysteriously, according to Sylvie, the dark aura lifted. However, it seems that the boy's spirit won't still linger. Sylvie knows that once in a while strange things still occur, but that she now knows that she's actually being played with. So what do you think? Could this mysterious photograph really be somehow attached to the boy's spirit? Let me know your thoughts on this story in the comments down below. Every year, Instagram user Dorinda Marino treats their mum to a ghost investigation session on her birthday. They often travel to famous mansions and run a group session on the property. In this clip, we see the group running an experiment with a ball. Which one happens? Watching that again, the ball rolls, it stops. The group initially thinks it could just be the wind, but when the ball spins off in multiple directions, the group is shocked. It's not known where exactly this investigation took place, so it's hard to dig a little deeper and research the history of the property. Naturally, this bizarre clip has since gone viral, with hundreds of people chiming in the comment section trying to make sense of what happened. There are a few contrasting theories. Some say a string must be pulling the ball, while others think it's a demonic presence compelling the ball to move on its own. So what do you think? Are we seeing some genuine paranormal activity here, or is it all just a hoax? Drop your theories in the comments down below. When it comes to the paranormal, orbs are a topic of hot debate. While some believe that they're ghostly manifestations, others think they're simply dust particles or insects flying near the camera's lens. No matter your stance, this next video will likely have both parties scratching their heads for answers. The clip appears to be an excerpt of security footage. It was posted to Reddit by Izzy Does It 1031. However, the description notes that it was actually captured by one Vanessa M from Massachusetts. At first, the dancing orb could easily be explained away as a flying insect or dust particle. But as you continue to watch, you can see that it actually appears to be something else. At one point, it hovers over a rabbit sitting on the ground. Watch what happens. A beam of light seems to emanate from the orb. It shines down on the animal, which soon scampers away. And the orb moves to the left. Looks like it's heading towards a second rabbit. However, as the orb gets closer, it too hops away. So could it be a drone or some sort of mysterious alien technology, as many viewers have suggested? Let me know what you think this could be in the comments down below. Paranormies are a supernatural investigation channel here on YouTube. Based in Canada, the team travels around North America in search of ghosts, demons, and other paranormal phenomena. In this episode, one of their lead investigators, Johnny, delves into his past, searching for deeper reasons as to why he's been looking for ghosts his entire life. It begins with Johnny recalling a chilling childhood memory that he shares with his brother. Listen.
Subconsciously, we drawn further away from the to the closed door that was nearest to us.
Spurred on by this childhood encounter, the Paranormies team decided to set up an investigation inside of Johnny's dad's home, where a lot of his childhood belongings still reside. Johnny has always had a deep feeling that something paranormal may have attached itself to his family, even before he was born.
I promised to get back to that story and share the details of everything that happened inside that room before I was even born. But to get you to that point, I need to take you back to present day, and why we're filming, where we're filming.
As the team sets up their equipment, strange EVPs get caught on their cameras. Watching that again, a breathy voice can be heard saying, "Mine." Then, moments later, the team's Ovilus, a specialist piece of ghost hunting equipment, says something that spooks Johnny out. Wow. The Ovilus says the name David. This has particular meaning to Johnny because his uncle, who also happens to live in this house, has recently been diagnosed with cancer. His name also happens to be David.
That's my uncle.
Things begin to ratchet up a notch when the team starts hearing noises around the home. Following this eerie activity, the Paranormies decide to search the home using a modded Xbox Connect SLS camera. These cameras are known throughout the paranormal community to potentially detect entities that the human eye can't see. Take a look at that catch.
Right there.
Right there.
There he is. There's nothing there.
10 seconds later, this happens.
Oh, maybe that wasn't nothing. Okay, what was that?
Then a short while later, a door seems to open all by itself.
That just opened.
Later, yet more activity is captured while exploring the garage.
What the you? Jesus Christ. Oh, okay.
Sometime later, after their spirit box repeatedly says the word help, a strange shadow can be seen passing through the yard.
Whoa, whoa. Do you hear that? Yeah, that was a big help, eh?
Compelled by all the bizarre activity, the team decides to run a sensory deprivation session to see if they can contact any spirits that might be present.
Violence. There's violence between, it sounds like you're talking about two people, there's violence between two.
Before long, I keep getting the name Harry come through the spirit box.
Harry, again, Harry. It's a train going by because I'm here, train tracks. It's called.
It fears something tragic might have happened on the nearby train tracks.
I'm hearing a train going by in my head voice. So loud. And there's some violence again. There's a train going by. You can hear it.
Moments later, some eerie activity is caught on camera.
As you die in the train tracks. Yes. Okay. It's somebody else caused your death, or did you do it yourself? Second kitchen. Work in the kitchen? Which kitchen? So, oh, yeah, it's in that, yeah.
Towards the end of the session, Johnny suddenly drops the spirit box and begins to act strangely. Just be advised. Johnny? You okay? He thinks he hears something in the kitchen. He's clearly dazed and confused. As if all these events weren't enough, there's one final encounter for the team. Take a look. So what's to be made of this eerie investigation? Could something really have attached itself to Johnny's family all those years ago? And is there still an energy residing in his father's home? If this footage is anything to go by, it certainly does make you wonder whether something paranormal is going on here. There's a lot more to this investigation that we weren't able to cover here. I highly recommend you go check out the Paranormies channel. As always, I'll put a link in the description box down below. Their channel's fantastic. Their production quality is second to none. So head on over, show them some love, and smash that subscribe button. Here's a quick and strange one posted to Facebook by user Lido. The surreal scene looks like a glitch in reality as the floor is covered in water, furniture is partially submerged, and fish swim freely around the child's legs. The video quickly spread on Facebook and TikTok, often with no clear explanation. So as always, I'll throw this one out to you, the viewers, for final judgment. What do you think is going on in this living room? This next bizarre piece of footage was brought to our attention by viewer David K. It's a viral clip that's been spreading around social media this past couple of months. This video shows what should be a joyous moment as this boyfriend proposes to his girlfriend. Everything seems to be going really well until this happens. For some reason, the woman's mood switches and she suddenly becomes agitated and aggressive. She storms around the room yelling. Everyone looks startled and confused. Unfortunately, the clip ends abruptly and we don't get to see how this pans out. Some people have said it could just be a hoax and that it's all set up to generate a bit of social media buzz. But judging by the people's reactions in the background, they genuinely look frightened and confused by the woman's strange reaction. So what do you make of this? Why did this sweet moment suddenly turn so weird? Love to hear your theories on this one in the comments down below. Time of Priory and Castle dominated cliff overlooking the River Tyne and the North Sea in the UK. With this area's long and violent history, it's not surprising that one might think they see a ghostly visitor in the area. User @FunkyMusicBoy posted these images to Reddit, which their friend took while visiting the castle's graveyard. Take a look at the pictures side by side and see if you can spot anything out of the ordinary. According to the uploader, the images were captured in quick succession. However, in one, there appears to be an extra person standing on the hill in the distance. It looks like a lady dressed in period clothing. She appears to have a wide-brimmed hat and is possibly holding a bag of some description. While the figure does have a ghostly quality about her, one viewer decided to do some detective work. and came up with a rather convincing theory. They looked up the location on Google Maps and discovered that the area where the lady is standing is actually different to where the other people are. The photo might have been taken in such a way that makes both areas appear level. Despite this, the woman's attire does seem out of place, and close-up seems to reveal that the figure has a mysterious glow. We'll throw this one out to you, the viewers. Are these images simply a trick of perspective, or is the figure really something paranormal? Let me know what you think down below. Back in 2009, employees of a Dollar General store in the United States began to suspect that something might be haunting their shop. One morning, the manager opened the store and discovered that a crate of soda had been flipped over and liquid had been spilled everywhere. Confused, the manager checked the in-store CCTV security cameras to see what had happened. What he saw was truly bizarre. In the clip, you can see that the crate flips up into the air. Just in front of the stack of drinks, there appears to be a white shape. It seems to appear out of nowhere right as the crate flies up into the air. The manager isn't sure exactly what this is, but it's definitely weird. While a lot of people said it looks like a ghost flips the crate over, there might be a more down-to-earth explanation here. One keen-eyed viewer said it's possible that it's all a trick of perspective. If you slow it down, it looks like one of the bottles of soda explodes, causing the crate to flip up and over, and that the alleged strange white figure is actually the liquid exploding from the bottle. So what do you think? Exploding soda or an angry ghost? Drop your opinions on this one down below. Our first clip of the day was sent to us by Alva Gonzalez. Some security footage captured at his work.
I think when it's moving, that's the impression I did. I don't know what it was. I felt it right there. And I was like, what was that? With a pillow. But I saw something. And I'm like, what the hell was that?
Gonzalez said he was busy at work when he thought he felt something brush up against his leg under the tattoo bench.
I don't know what it was. I felt it right there.
You can see him looking around to see if there's anything there.
But I saw something. And I'm like, what the hell was that? And I looked around, like, anybody else see it? And I looked in there, reached in there, and I saw an actual man.
However, if you slow it down, you can actually see what appears to be a hand. You can see Gonzalez look through the hole. There's nothing there. If this footage is genuine, it's truly a strange one. According to the title of the clip, Gonzalez thinks something paranormal might be afoot here, but just what exactly is going on remains a complete mystery.
What the hell was that?
Gonzalez later messaged us saying that he contacted the man he had just tattooed prior to his sighting. He explained what had happened, and the man said in private that he had just participated in an 8-day ritual appeasing La Santa Muerte. In Spanish folklore and Mexican neo-paganism, Santa Muerte is seen as the saint of holy death. She's associated with death, healing, and protection, and her cult has been growing in popularity since the early 21st century. La Santa Muerte is usually depicted as a female skeleton dressed in a long robe holding a globe of sight. She's often associated with colours such as white, red, or black. Devotees of La Santa Muerte believe she can intercede on their behalf with God and other saints, and that she's especially powerful in matters relating to death. So could the 8-day ritual praying to the saint of death have something to do with this eerie hand and sudden disappearance? Whatever the case may be, Gonzalez was so irked by the whole situation, he told the customer to never return to his tattoo parlor ever again.
With the pillow, that is also deep. 100%.
This next one was sent to us by one of our viewers, Rafaela. Rafaela works as a baker in Heracleon, a city on the Greek island of Crete. They will walk into their work at 4:30 a.m. when they stopped to take some photos of the moon. It was very early in the morning and the neighborhood was empty. However, when our viewer reviewed their photos later that day, they were shocked by something in the picture. In the middle of the road, there appears to be a dark figure. Rafaela took a series of quick snaps of the moon, so there is a collection of photos all taken split seconds apart. And in each one, the figure looks a little bit different. In one, it looks almost transparent. In another, it even looks like it's running. And in others, it has long limbs. And it looks thick and dark. The OP is certain no one else was around and has no way of explaining the strange figure's appearance in the photographs. If it was just a person, then why do they look so different in each snap, taken only seconds apart? Crete is an island in the Mediterranean Sea with a rich history and culture. The island has been inhabited since the Neolithic era, and it's been home to many civilizations over the years. The Minoans, who lived in Crete from around 2600 BC to 1100 BC, were one of the most advanced civilizations of their time. They built great palaces and temples, and their art and architecture are still admired today. The Minoans also had a strong belief in the supernatural. They believed in gods and goddesses that ruled over different aspects of nature, and they believed that these deities could influence human affairs. Many of the temples and palaces on Crete were built to honour the gods and goddesses and to appease them. With this vivid history, it's little wonder that Crete is rich with ghost stories. One of the most famous haunted tales revolves around an old crumbling ruin on the southern coastline of an island. Frango Castello is a small village southwest of Heracleon. The Frango Castello fortress is said to be haunted by the ghosts of fallen soldiers. The soldiers were killed in a battle against the Turks in 1866, known as the Cretan Revolt. Visitors to the site claim they've seen shadowy figures dressed for battle or heard marching up the steps. When they look around, there's no one in there. Deathly screams in the middle of the night are said to be an almost common occurrence. Locals believe it's the spirits of the lost soldiers who never received a proper burial. In fact, the term Drosselites refers to a long procession of phantom soldiers that local residents claim to see every single year. The spectral phenomenon is rumoured to happen on the anniversary of the bloody battle of 1866. So could our viewer, Rafaela, have caught their own piece of history with this famous set of photographs? Could this be a spirit of someone who died on the island long ago? Take another look at the images and decide for yourself. Ever wondered what strange, undiscovered creatures might be lurking deep in the wilderness? If it's never crossed your mind, then this photo uploaded to our Slapcam subreddit by ZestyClose AD4391 might just make you think about it more often. According to the poster, the image was captured by their friend. Shows the woods of Kentucky as their family are travelling to their cabin. At first, it seems completely normal. Dense foliage by the side of the gravel road. However, if you zoom in on the left-hand side of the photo, about halfway up, you can see something that will likely give you chills. It appears to be a large dog or wolf-like creature. It has piercing white eyes, and it looks as though it's snarling, revealing large, sharp fangs. It's even been suggested that the creature resembles a werewolf. So what do you think this beast might be? A large dog or wolf, perhaps? Maybe a bear? Or could it be some sort of cryptid yet to be discovered by modern science? Unfortunately, for now, the creature's identity will have to remain a mystery. A TikToker has captured some eerie footage of a historical site in England that has many questioning whether it's a ghost caught on camera. User SabCarl8890 recently did a tour of the historical Aston Hall in Birmingham, England, when they spotted something rather unusual in one of the rooms. In one of the wings of the Grade 1 heritage listed property, the TikToker believes it captured the spirit of a woman named Mary. Watch what happens. Slowing that down, the shadow seems to float past the doorway. And it happens again, right at the end of the clip. Aston Hall is a grand Jacobean manor built in the early 17th century. The stately mansion, which sits on a sprawling estate in Birmingham, England, has long been rumoured to have haunted. The stories began in the early 1800s when strange noises and sightings of ghosts were reported by staff. These reports continued into the 20th century, with objects moving on their own and doors opening and closing by themselves. Aston Hall is often regarded as one of the most haunted properties in the United Kingdom. One of the most prominent ghostly tales that linger on the property surrounds a young woman named Mary Holt. Mary was the daughter of a wealthy landowner, Thomas Holt, who built Aston Hall in 1618. It's said that Mary was imprisoned against her will for 16 years in a tiny cell in one of the wings of her home. Her father cruelly locked her up for eloping with a young servant boy who worked in the manor. Historical accounts either say she died of malnutrition or, more tragically, managed to escape her tiny room, but in doing so, tripped down the grand staircase of the home and broke her neck. Since her death, staff and visitors alike have reported seeing the grey ghostly figure of a woman drift through the halls of the old mansion. So could this TikToker have captured the ghost of Mary Holt on camera? Take another look. Judge for yourself. Old houses are often favourites of paranormal explorers. With their long histories, it's likely that they hold some sort of mystery. This video, which was posted to the YouTube channel Paranoiacs, is seriously unnerving, and it might make you question whether the investigator is brave or maybe a little crazy. The footage begins as the investigator approaches the rundown property at night. He performs a sweep at the front of the building, and it isn't long before he catches something chilling on camera. Take a look. At first, it might be hard to notice, but if you look closely, you can see that there appears to be a figure peering out of the upstairs window. However, this doesn't stop him from entering the building. Not long after stepping foot inside the building, a loud crash sends him running. This is when he spots the dark figure in the window for a second time. Despite this, the investigator decides to enter the house once more. As he continues his investigation, another loud sound can be heard. Then, as he turns back, he notices that two large pieces of wood have moved into the doorway. Still, he ventures up the stairs to the attic. Here he finds a door. However, when he opens it, you can see that it actually leads nowhere. It's as if it's been purposefully sealed. Suddenly, it begins to move. This seems to be about all the investigator can take, and he races down the stairs. At this point, it is a little hard to tell what's actually happening, but it seems as though the investigator is being chased from the property. Unfortunately, once he leaves the house, the footage abruptly ends, and we're left wondering what actually happened. Our last segment of the day comes from a TikToker who's been documenting some very strange activity inside of his apartment. Several of the clips have gone viral, prompting an ever-growing audience of followers to speculate on what's really going on. It all began when user Dramatic Ian uploaded a short clip showing some very unusual banging inside of his home. He opens the door. There's nothing there.
I mean, this is my whole closet right here.
The OP says that the building was built back in 1932, and while he's normally a fairly level-headed sort of person, the continued activity has led him to speculate that the property might be haunted. Here's the same noise again, but during the day. There. This time he opens the front door to prove that there's no one outside of the apartment banging. He then opens the closet, and as before, there's no one there. Following these clips going viral, Dramatic Ian started gaining followers who were keen on getting involved with the mystery. Before long, they started asking questions.
Nobody's ever been hurt. It's usually just the banging out the door. Do I 100% believe that it is something paranormal? Well, not 100%, but I'd like to try and disprove that it is something like a ghost first.
And while he's not ruling out something paranormal, he says he's quite skeptical and that he just wants to solve the mystery. Spurred on by his followers, the OP ran a live stream where he tried communicating with any alleged spirits that might be present.
All right, let's try and get on camera this time. Can you explain psychic? Can you tell me what psychic means? Catherine thinks a psychic, if so.
When trying to communicate further, this happens.
Would you like to tell us why?
Stop recording.
The app tells him to stop recording, and judging by the look in his eyes, he's quite terrified by the response. This is an ongoing saga over on TikTok, and there's a lot more we weren't able to cover here, so I highly recommend you head over and watch the events play out. And as always, I'll put a link in the description box down below. This creepy encounter was uploaded to Instagram by the South American news outlet Infobay. This bus driver from the Salta province of Argentina says he was finishing his shift driving an empty bus back to the depot when suddenly the stop button was pressed as though a passenger wanted to get off. He took out his phone to film what was happening.
Cara de risa, hermano, pero no estoy loco, boludo. Me tocaron el timbre, boludo. Mira, tengo prendida la luz del timbre. Y hay alguien que habla atrás, boludo.
The driver shows us how strange it is that the stoplight had been activated, despite the fact that there's no passengers on board the bus. Now things get even creepier when you listen closely to the footage. In it, you can hear a woman's voice. Translated from Spanish, it sounds like the voice says, "Stop, driver." The bus driver was stunned shocked by the incident and has no way of explaining what happened. There's been no official word from the bus company either, so for now, this very eerie encounter will have to remain a complete mystery. While a pleasant stroll in the woods can be a nice way to spend the day, once the sun goes down, it can be a completely different story. Take a look at this image captured on Redditor, Ray the Master's friend's trail camera. Although some viewers have suggested that the ghostly shape could simply be a regular person, there's simply something otherworldly about it. The cam, which has a motion detector, snaps photos every 3 seconds when the sensor is triggered. It took several consecutive photos, but only one reveals this translucent foggy figure. If someone had been walking by, then surely they would have shown up in more than one of the images. Also, the poster says that the cameras captured images of their friend checking their traps at night before. In those photos, the figure is obviously human. It's not foggy, cloudy, or white like the figure in this photo. Several viewers thought that the figure looked like a Civil War drummer and appears to be wearing a distinctive hat and carrying a drum. If you spotted something like this on your property, would you investigate further or think twice about heading into the woods alone? Espectros de Medianoche is a popular paranormal Facebook page that regularly investigates notorious and creepy locations around Mexico. In this clip, they search an old cemetery for signs of supernatural activity. Shortly into their investigation, they call out to see if any spirits might be present. A few seconds later, this happens. The gate appears to shake. Spurred on by this eerie activity, the investigator tries using the popular ghost hunting app GhostTube on his phone. The app appears to detect something off the grave. A short while later, as he tries to communicate with a possible spirit, more activity is caught on camera. The gate shakes for a second, third time. The video then ends shortly thereafter. And while a lot of people think the GhostTube app is designed to detect things just for a bit of fun, it's a little harder to explain the shaking gate and padlock. There doesn't appear to be any string or wires manipulating it. So what do you think? Is this encounter genuine? Or is there another way to explain what's happening here? Watch the footage again and decide for yourself.
Demuéstrame que estás aquí. Está bailando, mira. Sí, el candado como hace.
If you came back as a ghost after you died, what would be the first thing you'd do? Sneak into somewhere you're not allowed, haunt someone you didn't like, or would you just Netflix and chill? Redditor Wayne Bruce 11 seems to think they might have caught a spirit doing just that. According to the poster, they've dealt with this ghost for over 15 years. However, they say it's only made itself known by turning lights on and off, particularly around the holidays, when their house is decked out in festive Christmas decorations. Up until now, it seems they've never been able to catch their activity on camera. So, when the family woke up one morning and found the TV on and tuned into a channel none of them ever watched, they quickly checked their home security camera to see what had happened. Sure enough, the camera shows the TV mysteriously turning itself on in the middle of the night at 3:33 a.m. to be precise, a time often considered to be the witching hour. Over the course of a few minutes, the supposed ghost seems to flip through a few different channels. Then a short time later, the camera itself changes from black and white night vision mode to full color. So what could be going on here? As usual, several Redditors had their own theories. Some suspected that the TV might have been updating or that a neighbour with a remote program to the same frequency was responsible. Others, however, seem certain it was the work of a poltergeist with a penchant for late-night TV. Our first clip of the day was sent to us by user 5007Z. They said they had recently been hearing what sounded like someone running on the roof of their home in Thibodaux, Louisiana, over the course of several weeks. They couldn't quite explain what was causing the noise. Then they got a notification from their home security system that movement had been detected. Took a look at their camera caught. The camera overlooks their neighbour's roof, where you can see a transparent figure run from right to left. The camera tries tracking the movement, but the figure disappears. So could this be the reason for the running sounds on the opening's roof? There's definitely something there, as the camera is activated by motion and it even tries to track it. But just what it is remains a complete mystery. We may think we've identified most of the creatures on this planet. However, footage like we're about to see from Warren Rose may just call that into question. The video was captured somewhere in North Queensland, Australia. We see the cameraman moving through the dry grass, a few spindly trees in the distance. One tree in particular seems to have captured his interest. If you watch closely, you see why. The bark is looming just behind it. Whatever it is, it seems to be too broad to be human. One viewer in particular suggested it could be a Jitter-less. These creatures are said to be 2 to 3 feet tall with black hair and white fangs. They're described as generally harmless, although can be aggressive if provoked. Another possibility is the yowie. The yowie is said to be about the height of a human and ape-like in appearance. These creatures are thought to be highly aggressive and are sometimes described as the Australian Bigfoot. While there certainly is something present in this video, more evidence is needed before we can identify it definitively. So for now, at least, the idea that some sort of mysterious cryptid could be roaming the Australian outback remains a possibility. Is there really an afterlife? If so, can the living and the dead somehow communicate? If you're a non-believer, then this photo, uploaded to Reddit by Crypto910, might just change your mind. It shows what appears to be words etched into glass. The poster claims that they noticed it one day while taking a shower and that it wasn't there before. The scratchings couldn't be wiped away either, as they're actually inside the double-pane glass. After posting the photo to Reddit, one viewer thought that they might have decoded the message. They believe that if you make the image black and white and adjust the exposure, it looks like it says, "My death is okay. Sorry it hurts you." When the poster was asked by another viewer if they had a relative that it might be, they replied, "Yes, I do actually. My best friend was my cousin, who was a professional baseball player. He died in a motorcycle accident a few years before I saw this." So take another look at the photo and let me know what you think it says in the comments down below. This next one comes from one of our viewers, Jack Bell. Bell wrote to us saying that he and a friend had recently captured some photos in an old pool hall in Stockport, Manchester, UK. The pair was standing at the front door at noon, waiting patiently for the hall to open up. Eventually, the manager unlocked the door, and Bell and his friend went to the back of the building where there's a private section filled with snooker tables. Bell took a snap of his friend taking the first break of the day. He uploaded the snap to Facebook and thought nothing of it. However, a short while later, his mum commented on the photo, wondering who the ominous black figure in the background was. Confused, Bell took a look, and indeed, there's an unknown dark figure standing in the background. Bell and his friend were the only ones in the back room at the time, as the hall had only just opened for the day. Bell says there's only one door into this area and that they actually had to turn the lights on when they first arrived. They're certain no one else was in the room at the time this photo was taken. Freaked out by the photo, the pair showed the manager the snap. The manager said that a lot of staff don't like opening or closing the building because they often feel like someone's watching them, or they catch a dark, shadowy figure out the corner of their eyes. When they look around, there's no one ever there. Some staff members have even reported hearing the toilet doors swinging and banging all on their own. Bell says the snooker hall opened back in 1984. The building itself was an old mill dating back more than 100 years prior. There are a few cities in the United Kingdom that can rival Manchester when it comes to stories of hauntings and paranormal activity. The city has a long, rich history dating back centuries, and it seems that many of the spirits who once inhabited its streets may still linger today. One of the most well-known haunted locations in Manchester is Central Library. The building is said to be home to a number of ghosts, including the spirit of a librarian who died in the 1930s. Visitors to the library have reported seeing her apparition wandering the stacks, as well as feeling an icy presence. Another famous haunting surrounds the curious tale of the Manchester Mummy. Hannah Beswick was an affluent woman who, like many of her mid-18th century contemporaries, had a pathological fear of being buried alive. At the time, premature burial was rife, as there were many medical uncertainties about the final signs of death. After her passing in 1758, Hannah Beswick's body was embalmed and kept above ground in an old clock case at Dr. Charles White's home in Sale, Manchester. Eventually, her body was donated to the Museum of the Manchester Natural History Society, where she became known as the Manchester Mummy. Now, here's where things get a little spooky. Before Beswick died, she told her family that she had hidden a large sum of her fortune in a secret location. However, she died before she was able to tell anyone where exactly she had hidden her gold. After she died, her palatial estate, Coach Bower, was converted into workers' tenements. Years later, many residents living in the converted building claimed to see a strange woman in a black silk gown wearing a white cap. They said the woman looked exactly like Hannah Beswick. The witnesses claimed that the figure would float eerily through the parlour and vanish at one particular flagstone. It's said that this sighting would take place time and time again. Then a few months later, when renovations were taking place to install a new room, a weaver discovered a hoard of gold stashed under the flagstone, right where Beswick's apparition would allegedly disappear. Years later, the entire building was demolished to make way for a factory. Even then, workers reported seeing a strange lady dressed in black walking through the yard. So then, there appears to be no shortage of paranormal stories lingering in the old streets of Manchester. But our viewer, Jack Bell, has snapped his own piece of history with this eerie Shadow Man sighting. Take another look. Decide for yourself. This unnerving photo was shared to the Facebook page The Cornish Ghost Whispers Paranormal UK. According to the poster, it was taken 15 years ago while visiting an old jail. If you look closely at the bottom right corner of the photo, there appears to be a strange figure. Viewers think it looks like an old man, one who's wearing glasses and a white shirt. The poster even says that the figure resembles her deceased grandfather. To make the image even stranger, if you look just to the left of the woman, there's also an unusual mislined shape. So what do you think? Is something supernatural really being caught on camera here? Or are these shapes little more than a case of paranoia? Share your thoughts on this in the comments down below. Our last eerie clip of the day was uploaded to Facebook by user Sarah Marie. The OP noticed a strange-looking shadow in a house in their neighbourhood, so they decided to knock on the door to do a welfare check. Take a look at what happens. Watching that again, you can see the person going to knock on the door, right as a shadow zips past the front door multiple times. The camera holder says that there's no one in the house. They can't explain the strange shadow flying back and forth.
There's nobody in the house. There's nobody in the house. I don't know if you
Upon review, the shadow seems to be moving back and forth far too quickly for a normal person to be running around the house. Plus, the person that goes to knock on the door looks genuinely shocked when they see the shadow move up close. The uploader notes that just inside the door, there's actually a wall to the right-hand side, which would make it impossible for someone to run back and forth like we see here. Towards the end of the clip, we also see the dogs start barking, almost as though they sense something that's not quite right. Naturally, this odd sighting has gone viral on Facebook, with hundreds of people chiming in the comments section trying to figure out what exactly is going on here. Some jokingly said it could be that McAllister kid from the Home Alone movies, and that someone set up a cardboard cutout to fly past the window to scare away burglars. While a lot of people found this theory amusing, they couldn't get past just how eerie and fast the shadow is actually moving, suggesting that something paranormal is happening here. One commenter who claims to be a psychic said they get a male energy from this sighting, and that a 23-year-old boy named Denarius passed away in the home. However, this information is yet to be verified. So what do you make of this freaky encounter? What could be casting such a fast-moving shadow inside of the home? Love to hear your take on this in the comments down below. This eerie image was submitted to our Slapcam subreddit by user The Real Ricky LaFleur. It was taken outside of the front of a daycare centre in Alberta, Canada. The OP said they spotted a strange figure on the roof and snapped this photo. In the pic, you can see a thin humanoid figure crouching on top of the roof. According to the post, the uploader believes it could be a rare type of cryptid known as a juju. They even said that bystanders saw it crawl under the roof's tiling. In Bangladesh folklore, there's a little-known creature known as a juju. It's said to lurk on the edges of the sprawling tea plantations in the hilly region of Sylhet. Reports say it's a thin, hairy creature with piercing red eyes and long, sharp claws. Locals say it sits in the woods waiting for stray children to walk by, then drags them deep into the wilderness, never to be seen again. I'm not really sure why the OP thinks that this could be a juju, given that it's a rare cryptid that's said to only live on tea plantations in Bangladesh. Either way, it's certainly an odd sighting. The thin limbs and crouched posture would be enough to spook anyone passing by. In this next video, we see Mexican paranormal researcher Alberto Del Arco as he investigates a mysterious place named the Desert of the Lions. The area is said to be home to many paranormal manifestations. It isn't long before he captures something unusual on camera. Oh. At first, it's rather hard to notice. However, if we slow the footage right down, we can see a ghostly shape moving past the bush. The investigator continues his exploration of the area and is soon startled when an object suddenly falls to the ground. Eventually, the YouTuber reaches an old property deep within the woods. Here, the cameraman begins searching the nearby trees. However, as they do, the cameraman inadvertently manages to capture a dark figure moving in one of the windows. Again, it's hard to see, but when the footage is slowed down, it becomes more obvious. The investigator continues to search the area, but soon decides to leave, and the video abruptly ends. So who or what could this mysterious figure have been? Was it a person or something supernatural? Let me know your theories on this sighting in the comments down below. This next clip is brief, yet will likely linger in your mind for some time. It was posted to the Slaptan community Facebook page by Jason Metcalf with a caption that reveals a rather chilling backstory. In the video, which was captured by an indoor security camera, you can clearly see a shadowy figure as it moves from left to right. It looks tall and appears to have hunched shoulders. According to the poster, the footage was recorded shortly after they heard a noise in the living room. As his wife's parents were staying with him at the time, the poster initially thought that it was just them coming home. However, when he went to check on the situation in person, there was no one around. He then headed back to bed, and that's when he received a notification that the camera had detected some suspicious activity. The poster showed the clip to several people. Some thought that there might have been an intruder in the house, while others suggested that it looked like a shadow figure. The poster also showed it to his 3-year-old daughter. She took one look at the recording and knew exactly who it was. That's my pawpaw, she explained. In 2019, the poster's grandfather passed away in this very house. Since then, he's allegedly heard the little girl having several conversations with their deceased relative. So could it be that the camera picked up the ghost of the poster's grandfather? Or is there another way to explain this rather unnerving figure? Let us know below. As the UK and the rest of the world mourn the death of Queen Elizabeth, her funeral was broadcast to millions of viewers. However, during ITV News' rolling live coverage of the event, something rather eerie was heard during the broadcast. You can listen.
As you can see,
Listening to that again, it sounds like someone says the death is irreversible and the fact that she's trapped.
The death is irreversible and the fact that she's trapped.
As you can see, there's an awkward pause before one of the anchors tries to maintain composure and comment on what's happening in the visuals.
As you can see here in London, it is a lovely day as the hearse heads out into West London.
Naturally, with so many millions of people watching the coverage play out live, this freaky little clip went viral on Twitter. Thousands of retweets racked up as people were shocked by the eerie murmuring. Some people said it could be a co-host whispering, not realising her mic was still on. But the words she whispers are truly bizarre. Some aren't buying this theory, saying it has to be some kind of EVP or electronic voice phenomena. Many paranormal experts believe that spirits and other entities can sometimes communicate via radio waves, delivering messages from the beyond, often in a fragmented or stilted way. They claim that EVPs can be heard as incomplete sentences, single words, or jumbled phrases. So far, no one's been able to fully explain this bizarre incident, and unless ITV explains what really happened, this eerie whispering will have to remain a mystery.
The death is irreversible and the fact that she's trapped.
As you can see,
Our last video of the day was posted to the Facebook group, Bigfoot Sightings. While it doesn't actually show a sighting of the elusive cryptid, it does provide audio on what one might sound like. Take a listen. The clip was captured in an unknown location by someone that appears to be in a small boat. Immediately, you can hear a loud growling sound echoing through the trees. The video continues as the calls of several other animals can be heard before the unnerving noises begin once more. This time they sound more like a grunt. While it's unclear exactly what's making the noises, they certainly sound rather ominous. So what do you think it could be? Is it really the call of a Bigfoot? Or are these noises coming from some other animal? Let me know what you think down below. Continue watching more scary videos. These are the scariest of 2025.
It would be incredibly unlucky to accidentally drop your favorite CPU and completely ruin it. But an even dumber idea would be intentionally going out and buying CPU that are already dead. And yes, that's exactly what I did. Right in front of me are 5 CPU, all in what you could generously call almost completely broken condition. Bent pins, physical damage, the kind of stuff that usually means instant e-waste. But here's the twist. I only paid $45 for all of them. So now I'm betting that my bad decision might be rewarded with a little bit of luck. The big question is whether any of these CPU can be saved, or at the very least, whether I can somehow make a bit of money from this mess. There's only one way to find out. So let's start with the first unlucky CPU. So this CPU doesn't exactly look like a high-end part. In fact, the surface of the chip looks like someone has completely scrubbed off all the markings. So there's basically no useful information left. But what really worried me wasn't the missing text, it was the physical damage. 2 corners of the CPU are slightly bent, almost like it was dropped from a decent height at some point. When you look at it on a flat surface, those corners don't sit right. A few spots look chipped or uneven. There are also some light scratches, including a few on the contact nets, which honestly made me nervous about whether it would still make proper contact with the socket. The one piece of good news, though, is that all the capacitors are still intact. Nothing looks blown off or missing. At this point, I figured the best thing I could do is try to straighten it out as much as possible. I'll be honest, I'm not a hardware repair expert. I don't have fancy tools or years of experience doing this. All I had was a pair of pliers and a piece of cloth to avoid scratching the surface of the inverter. Very slowly and carefully, I tried to bend those corners back into shape. And surprisingly, it actually started to look a lot better.
Once I was done, I cleaned the surface with some alcohol to make sure everything was ready for testing. After comparing it with a few other CPU, I was able to confirm that this is a socket 1151 CPU. So at this point, I had everything ready: motherboard, CPU, RAM, cooler, power supply, and hope that it actually works. On the first power on, the system itself actually turned on just fine. Fans were spinning, everything looked normal. But the bad news is there was no signal from either the monitor or the keyboard. It's usually a pretty strong sign that the CPU isn't doing anything at all. To be absolutely sure, I decided to check the CPU temperature directly. In the worst case scenario, if the CPU doesn't warm up at all, it usually means it's completely dead. And unfortunately, that's exactly what happened. I couldn't feel any heat coming from the CPU, not even a little bit. At that point, there's really no more guessing. This CPU is gone. So I guess it's time to put my hopes into the next one. All right, let's put that unlucky CPU aside for a moment and move on to the second portion. Luckily, this one hasn't been sanded down on the front, so we can clearly see what it is. i5-6500. Unfortunately, its condition is pretty similar to the previous CPU. Two corners are slightly bent, and honestly, the most likely explanation is that it was dropped at some point. I'm not saying the previous owner was careless, but yeah, it probably slipped. What gives me a bit more confidence this time, though, is that aside from those bent corners, the contact pads actually look pretty clean, mostly intact. Before jumping to any conclusions, the most important thing right now is to find out whether this CPU is still alive or not. For the first test, I'm not going to fix anything yet. I want to test it exactly as it is, because trying to repair it right away could make things worse or mess with its original structure. If it doesn't boot, I can always attempt to repair it afterwards. There's no rush. So I powered it on, and unfortunately, there was no signal on the screen and nothing from the keyboard either. But unlike the previous CPU, this one actually started to warm up, which is at least a small sign of life. That tells me the CPU isn't completely dead. More likely, those bent corners are preventing proper contact with the socket. And at this point, it looks like I don't really have a choice. It's time to try fixing it and do it very carefully. It took quite a bit of effort, but I finally managed to straighten it out. It's definitely not perfect, but compared to how it looked before, this is a huge improvement. So at this point, there was only one thing left to do: test it again. And oh my god, somehow this unlucky CPU came back to life. I honestly didn't expect that. Of course, I'm not celebrating just yet. I still need to make sure it's actually stable, not just barely hanging on. First, I checked CPU-Z, and sure enough, it shows up as a 6,500. Then I ran Cinebench R23. Surprisingly, the CPU handled the test really well. No crashes, no weird behavior, no obvious issues at all. At least for now, it looks like the CPU has officially survived. Let's move on to the third one. This thing is noticeably bigger than the others, and it goes by the name E5-2689. This is a very old CPU made all the way back in 2012. It was originally designed for server environments, not desktops. At first glance, it actually looks pretty solid. No obvious bends, no scratches that immediately stand out. But once I took a closer look, I noticed something that's honestly pretty serious. Some components on the chip are completely missing. I'm not exactly sure what they were. They look like small capacitors or similar parts. But either way, these are critical components that a CPU needs to function properly. Seeing missing parts like this is usually a very bad sign. Still, I couldn't help but wonder, does it have any chance at all of still working? I guess my luck couldn't last forever. After installing it back into the full system, nothing would do. At first, you might think another component was the problem, but I double-checked that too. I dropped in a known working CPU and the system powered on immediately, no issues at all. So, yeah, that pretty much confirms it. This Xeon is truly dead. No miracles left for this one. Moving on to the fourth CPU, and I'll be honest, this is the kind of thing I'm always afraid of ending up with. The top surface is heavily scratched, to the point where I can't even tell what model the CPU is supposed to be, and somehow it gets even worse when you flip it over. The pins on the back are completely leading in every direction, almost like a field of grass after a massive storm. That said, the one small piece of good news is that none of the pins appear to be broken or missing. They're bent badly, but they're still there. So at least in theory, this CPU still has a chance. My biggest worry at this point is snapping a pin during the repair, because once that happens, fixing it at this scale becomes nearly impossible. That means the only thing I can really do is try to straighten the pins very carefully, using a pair of tweezers. I don't have much experience dealing with CPU in this condition, but I took my time, gently nudging each pin back into place, making sure they lined up both in rows and columns. One important thing to keep in mind, never put too much pressure near the base of the pins. That's where they're most likely to snap, and once that happens, you're basically out of luck. After about 15 minutes, I managed to get it back into something close to its original shape. The harder part, though, was figuring out what socket the CPU even using. After a lot of searching and comparing it with other chips I had, I finally confirmed that it's a socket FM2 CPU. So I installed it. Powered the system on. The fan spun up right away, which at first looked promising, but the CPU just wouldn't output any signal. What's strange is that the CPU actually got very hot, so it was clearly drawing. However, after just a few seconds, the system shut itself down automatically. That usually points to something much more serious, most likely a missing or damaged component on a critical power delivery path. And when that happens, no matter what you do, the CPU simply can't move. And finally, we move on to the last CPU. And honestly, this is probably the highest end chip out of the whole bunch. This one is a Ryzen 5 2600, and thankfully it's in much better shape than the others. The top surface doesn't have any serious scratches, and the pins are only slightly bent, most likely from being dropped at some point. I did notice a small chip on one corner of the CPU, but I don't think that's going to be a major issue. Compared to what I've seen so far, this is actually one pretty mild damage. So right now, the main task is simple. Carefully straighten the pins and get them back into a proper vertical alignment. All right, this is the moment of truth. And honestly, I couldn't believe it. It posted instantly, straight into CPU-Z, and yes, it's exactly what I was hoping for, a Ryzen 5 2600. From there, I moved on to a proper stress test using Cinebench R23. I let it run for about 10 minutes. Surprisingly, the CPU stayed very stable. No crashes, no throttling, nothing obviously wrong. But then, I ran into a pretty serious problem. As soon as I installed a second RAM stick to enable dual channel mode, the system refused to work. I tried different slots, swapped the memory around, but no matter what I did, the CPU would only boot with a single stick of RAM. At that point, it became pretty clear what was going on. The memory controller inside the CPU is most likely damaged, and it can only handle one memory chip. And on AMD systems especially, that's a big deal. Running single-channel memory causes a significant performance hit, especially for gaming. So in the end, I managed to bring 2 out of 5 broken CPU back to life, for a total cost of $45. It's not some insane bargain or anything, especially since the last CPU still hasn't been stations. But honestly, the process itself is pretty fun. Definitely a good experience. If you enjoy this kind of content, don't forget to subscribe to the channel to support us. I'll see you in the next one. This tiny 1.9-liter PC can barely hold on to 30 frames per second, and that might be fine for now, except it really isn't, especially with GTA 6 coming up. Okay, maybe in about 10 months. So today, I'm upgrading this mini PC with one simple goal in mind, pushing past 100 frames per second in competitive shooters and hitting a smooth, playable 30 frames per second in modern AAA games, all inside a case this small. The risky part? I'm honestly not even sure this upgrade is going to work. 2 months ago, I bought this mini PC because I loved how portable it was. I could throw it in a backpack, take it to a cafe, set it on the tiniest desk imaginable, and call it a full gaming setup. But once I started playing real games, reality kicked in. Around 30 frames per second. Technically playable, yes, but definitely not exciting. I've already gone through the settings, lowered everything that could be lowered, and tried every optimization trick I know, which means there's really only one option left. So yeah, this is where I spend the money. Let's see how much performance we can actually squeeze out of something this small. You might not know this, but this is actually an ASRock Desk Mini X300, and I picked it up for $100. I'll be honest, this thing isn't exactly designed for gaming. It's incredibly small, basically fits in the palm of your hand. And because of that compact size, you really can't expect it to have all the features of a regular desktop motherboard. That said, what surprised me is that it still comes with 2 NVMe SSD slots plus SATA SSD support, along with 2 RAM slots. So on paper, it actually checks most of the boxes for a basic gaming system. The one thing every gaming PC should have, or in this one doesn't, is a PCIe slot for a dedicated graphics card. Technically, you can work around that by using an M2 to PCIe adapter, or even an eGPU dock. And yes, that can boost performance a lot. But let's be real, those options get expensive really fast, and they kind of defeat the whole point of going small in the first place. So realistically, the only meaningful upgrade path here is the CPU itself. Right now, I'm running a Ryzen 3 2200G, a CPU that came out about 8 years ago. It's a 4-core, 4-thread chip, and in games like Fortnite, it only manages around 30 to 40 frames per second. In GTA 5, it's roughly the same. about 40 frames per second. So yeah, if I want better gaming performance, the CPU upgrade is really my only option here. And that's exactly what I'm going to do in this video. I'm selling the Ryzen 3 2200G to upgrade to something more powerful. Right now, that CPU goes for around $20. So I decided to add about $130 on top of that and look for a much stronger option. Once again, I headed over to eBay, and at this price range, there are actually quite a few solid choices. The first obvious option is the Ryzen 5 5600G, priced at around $145. It comes with 6 cores and 12 threads, plus Vega 7 graphics, and on paper, it already looks pretty good. But here's something not everyone thinks about. When you're not using a dedicated GPU, a stronger CPU doesn't just improve average FPS, it also makes the experience way more stable, especially when background tasks are running. After thinking about it a bit more, I decided to spend an extra $20, and that led me to this. Let's unbox it and see what's inside. And yes, I went with the Ryzen 7 5700G, which cost me $165. It's only $20 more, but in return you get 2 extra cores and 4 more threads, along with the Vega 8 iGPU. It might not sound like a huge upgrade on paper, but in real-world use, those extra CPU cores give the iGPU more breathing room, especially when the system is doing multiple things at once. And on top of that, the CPU pairs perfectly with the 3200 megahertz memory I'm already running. So let's talk a bit about this CPU, or more accurately, this APU, as AMD likes to call it. The reason the GPU part of this chip is so interesting comes down to AMD's background. As you know, AMD doesn't just make CPU. They also have a long history with GPU. Now, in the dedicated graphics card market, they might not always beat NVIDIA, but when it comes to compact systems or small form factor gaming, this is really where AMD shines. Thanks to years of experience, AMD is very good at building chips that combine a CPU and a GPU on the same die and actually make them work well together. And that's also why, for over a decade now, both Xbox and PlayStation have been using AMD chips. Compared to Intel's integrated graphics, AMD's iGPU are simply much more powerful, especially when it comes to gaming. That's what makes these APUs so interesting for builds like this one. Let me quickly run through the specs. This chip comes with 8 cores and 16 threads, a base clock of 3.8 gigahertz, and it can boost up to 4.6 gigahertz. But honestly, that's not the part I care about the most. What really matters here is the iGPU inside. The Vega 8. At the time it launched, this was one of the strongest integrated graphics solutions you could get on a desktop. It has 8 compute units, which means 512 shader cores, running at clock speeds of up to 2.0 gigahertz. Since this is an iGPU, it doesn't have its own VRAM. Instead, it uses system memory, which means RAM speed has a huge impact on performance. That's why dual-channel RAM is basically a must if you want to get the most out of an iGPU like this. In an ideal setup, performance ends up being roughly on par with a GT 1030, except this uses less power and doesn't require a separate graphics card. Of course, since then we've seen even stronger iGPUs come out, like the 890M, or absolute monsters like the 8060S, which can even outperform an RTX 3060 in certain scenarios. And the crazy part is, those laptops still come in at surprisingly reasonable prices, sometimes not that far off from the cost of a high-end GPU alone. So when I say this is one of the most popular and best value iGPU ever made, especially considering how cheap it is today, I don't think that's an exaggeration at all. This video is already getting pretty long, so let's jump straight into checking the actual performance of this APU. Starting with a quick CPU benchmark. In multi-core, it scores around 6,600 points, and in single-core, about 635 points. Compared to the old Ryzen 3 2200G, this is a massive improvement. But more importantly, let's talk about the iGPU performance. In Heaven Benchmark, running at 1080p, medium settings, I got an average of 34 frames per second, with the lowest dip being around 24 frames per second. That tells me the iGPU is actually quite stable and doesn't suffer from heavy frame drops during the test. Now for the part that really matters, gaming. First up is Fortnite. At 1080p, I was honestly surprised to see it hitting around 100 frames per second, which is more than 3 times higher than before the CPU upgrade. Sure, in more complex scenes or when aiming down sights, FPS can dip a bit, but as long as there's no major stuttering or freezing, I'd easily call this a smooth and enjoyable experience. Moving on to a game that's both graphically demanding and very CPU sensitive, and also notoriously hard to run on an iGPU, CS2. At low settings, I was actually able to hit a very stable 100 frames per second throughout my playtime. That alone already meets the goal I set at the beginning of this upgrade. After that, I tested the same game on a different operating system, Bazite 43. This isn't just regular Linux, it's a gaming-focused Linux distro, so I wanted to see if it made any difference. Using the exact same settings, FPS dropped to around 80, which is roughly 20 FPS lower than what I got on Windows. Next up is the iGPU's worst enemy, Cyberpunk 2077. To make it playable at all, I had to drop the settings to low and lower the resolution to 720p. At that point, I could get a playable experience at around 30 frames per second. Switching to Linux didn't really change much here. Performance stayed roughly the same, hovering around 30 frames per second. So what about open world games? In Minecraft, with a 32-chunk render distance, the system consistently stays above 60 frames per second, usually sitting around 80. I even stress tested it by blowing up a house with 1,000 TNT blocks, and surprisingly, it held up pretty well. The lowest frames per second I saw during the explosion was around 34, which is honestly impressive. And when I turned on bliss shaders using the fast preset, this APU still managed to stay very close to 60 frames per second. That's something that even a lot of older dedicated GPUs struggle to do, and it genuinely impressed me. So to wrap things up, I'm actually pretty happy with how this mini PC performed. For light esports titles, it handles them really well without any major issues. In more graphics-heavy games, they're still playable, but you do have to turn the settings down. If you're someone who can't install a dedicated GPU and needs a system that's portable and easy to carry around, this can be a reasonable option. That said, in an ideal situation, you could easily build a PC with a $65 CPU and a $100 GPU and get noticeably better gaming performance. So yeah, that's pretty much everything about this tiny little PC. What do you think about it? Let me know your thoughts in the comments below.
How you doing? I'm Callan, and this is Slack Ham. We've got some seriously spooky video clips for you today, so hit that subscribe button and get ready for more creepy content, just like this. A hair-raising video uploaded by TikTok user 6997450994005, a healthcare worker, has reignited rumours that this particular hospital is haunted. The footage, captured during a night shift, provides an unsettling look into a disused wing of the hospital, often whispered to be home to supernatural occurrences. In the video, the uploader and several colleagues venture into the old, seemingly abandoned wing. Most immediately, we spot this. Luckily, it turns out to be nothing more than a discarded doll. As they continue to explore, the group discovers a darkened room. Watch what happens. Watching that again, a curtain seems to move on its own. And a walking aid falls over without any apparent cause. Adding to the credibility of this chilling footage, one of the colleagues was also filming the experience on her own phone. This second angle not only corroborates the first piece of footage, but also reveals additional eerie details. As the man enters the dark room, the others hear an unidentifiable noise. They then turn and see their colleague running out of the room in terror, right as the walking aid falls over. The second angle provides clear evidence that no one interfered with the walking aid, dispelling the notion that this could be a mere prank or hoax. The incident captured in this video is not an isolated one. Hospitals, with their history of life, death, and intense emotion, have long been considered hotbeds for paranormal activity. Nurses, doctors, and other healthcare staff often share unsettling stories of unexplained events, especially during night shift. Ghostly apparitions, unaccounted for noises, and objects moving inexplicably are common tales. Given the ongoing rumours and the compelling evidence provided by the video, questions and speculations continue to swirl around this hospital. Could the disused wing truly be haunted? Love to hear your thoughts on this eerie piece of footage in the comments down below.
Fucking Christmas! Yeah, Jessica, continue. How do you not see that?
A bizarre piece of footage has been shared on our subreddit. The video was initially sent via Snapchat by a homeowner who was sitting on her porch when she noticed something unusual. Intrigued, she decided to review her home security footage. What she found was nothing short of bewildering. Take a look. The sudden appearance of the animal with no apparent source or cause has sparked a wave of speculation and debate among our viewers. Users have been quick to share their theories, ranging from video glitches and light refraction to more outlandish suggestions of teleportation or even a glimpse into the supernatural. While skeptics argue that the video could be a result of a camera glitch or a trick of the light, others are fascinated by the possibility of something more unexplainable. The bizarre thing is, the homeowner claims to have seen this in person, which, if true, makes this piece of home security footage truly perplexing. This next video on our list was uploaded to the YouTube channel Ghost23. In it, we see an explorer as he's about to begin a trek deep into the Filipino wilderness. He makes his way past waterfalls and dense forests, supposedly in search of the mysterious Encanto, a supernatural being prevalent in Filipino folklore. These mythical creatures are often portrayed as ethereal beings noted for their enchanting beauty and mesmerizing allure, bearing resemblances to humans but exuding an otherworldly charm that sets them apart. They're believed to inhabit natural elements such as large trees, bodies of water, mountains, and the air, living in a parallel realm that coexists with the human world. Encantos are renowned for their ability to bestow gifts, blessings, and good fortune upon humans who show them respect or do them favors. However, they can also bring about misfortune and illness if disrespected or offended. These stories and beliefs about Encantos are deeply woven into the cultural fabric of the Philippines, often serving as cautionary tales to respect nature and the unseen. The explorer's trek eventually leads him to what appears to be a narrow, rocky passage that contains a rushing stream. He cautiously makes his way through, moving towards the light on the other side. Suddenly, he turns his camera and spots something rather unnerving. The mysterious figure stares towards the explorer and seems to usher him closer by waving its hand before disappearing into the dense thicket. The man heads over and takes a look around. There doesn't seem to be anything there. Seemingly spooked by the encounter, the man begins to trek back the way he came. reaches a lower clearing, he turns to take another look at the waterfall above. And there, standing above the rushing water, is the mysterious figure once again. So could this figure be the legendary Filipino spirit known as Encanto? Let me know your take on this peculiar incident in the comments down below. TikTok's resident ghost hunter, Win McPix, has surfaced with another hair-raising video that's sending shivers down viewers' spines. Having previously captured purported paranormal activity in his own home, the now popular TikToker was invited to investigate a local restaurant undergoing renovations, with a reputation for ghostly happenings. In the video, Win McPix explores the seemingly ordinary restaurant. The atmosphere takes a chilling turn when he ascends to the upper floor. Take a look. The camera catches a strange shadow lurking in the corner of the adjacent room. Clearly rattled, he seems at a loss for what to do next. As if this encounter wasn't freaky enough, there's another small but terrifying detail hiding in the video. At the very beginning, we see the camera holder walk past the kitchen. If you look closely, you can actually see a young child's face peering through the window. With both the shadow figure and the ghostly child's face, the restaurant's haunted reputation seems to be gaining credibility. The question remains, however, is this property genuinely haunted, or are these strange sightings just an elaborate hoax? Only further investigation will tell. The origin of this next baffling clip is unknown, but this version was reshared on Twitter by user Draven Noctis. Watch what happens. Here it is slowed down. Two women seem to appear out of thin air. This curious sighting has prompted all kinds of wonderful and wacky theories. Everything from time travelers to glitches in the system, even portal hoppers were suggested. While it could well be a trick of perspective, as many viewers suggested, it's likely that this clip will continue to go viral based on its initial puzzling qualities alone. This next video has nothing to do with the paranormal, and it shows a rather terrifying scene. The startling video was captured in January 2023 and is seen here, uploaded to ABC7's YouTube channel and Love and Malta's Instagram. It shows Caroline Sasaski stepping into her living room in Honolulu, Hawaii, just as a massive boulder comes crashing into her home. The boulder rolled down from a neighbouring hillside, tore through an external cinder block wall, hit the family's car, then hurtled through the living room before ending its rampage in a bedroom. Sasaski revealed to the media that she had only recently moved into the house prior to the incident. I heard the loud boom, and apparently the boulder passed right in front of me. All I heard was the boom and then somebody asking if I was okay, Sasaski told the media. An investigation was immediately launched to ascertain how the boulder managed to penetrate the house. Basically, I'm in shock, Sasaki continued. I refused to look at the video, so I'm not sure how close, but everybody's telling me I'm lucky. God is with me.
God is with me.
Thankfully, no one was injured during this shocking incident. In a bewildering turn of events, TikTok user Jalen Rich has shared a video that adds fuel to the eerie legends surrounding the Santa Cruz Boardwalk, a popular amusement park with a shadowy past. Established in 1907, the Santa Cruz Boardwalk has been an emblem of California's beach culture. Its historic giant dipper roller coaster a centerpiece of amusement park nostalgia. However, beneath the veneer of fun, the boardwalk harbors a dark history, marked by a series of tragic incidents that has left an indelible spectral footprint. In Jalen Rich's video, we see the Santa Cruz Boardwalk at night time, long after the amusement park is closed and all patrons and staff have gone home. Watching that again, not only is it strange that the ride's operating after hours, but if we slow it down and zoom in, we can see what appears to be a person sitting on the ride. However, they appear to vanish. This spine-chilling sighting gains more substance when contextualised with the park's history. The Giant Dipper, operational since 1924, has been the scene of at least 4 fatalities. All victims reportedly stood up during the ride, meeting untimely ends as they were thrown off the coaster. The first victim, a 16-year-old boy named Walter Fennell Bryan, died only months after the coaster's debut on September 21, 1924. Bryan was flung forward from the coaster and crushed by an ensuing train. Other fatal accidents followed in 1943, 1958 and 1972, each incident adding a new layer to the ride's haunting reputation. Walter, the first victim, is still believed to reside in the park. Former employees and riders claim to have seen his apparition, typically appearing at night after the park's closure. Witnesses have reported seeing a boy dressed in dated clothing vanish without a trace during the ride. Others have spoken of a tactile haunting, feeling tugs on their sleeves or taps on their shoulders when no one else is around. Adjacent to the roller coaster, a restaurant called Pizza One, just near the bumper cars, also has its fair share of spectral tales. Around 2012, employees began reporting the so-called barefoot ghost. As the establishment would close for the night, inexplicable bare footprints would appear across freshly mopped floors, contributing to the area's paranormal folklore. Beneath the boardwalk, there's a labyrinth of private tunnels, often cited as a hotbed for spectral activity. Employees have reported sightings of a ghostly young boy, approximately 13, sprinting through the dimly lit underground passages, only to dissolve into nothingness. So could Jalen Rich's footage be tangible evidence that the Santa Cruz Boardwalk really is haunted? Perhaps this is a glimpse of young Walter himself. In an eerily captivating series of recent events, 2 unrelated instances have become interlinked with chilling echoes of apocalyptic prophecies, sending a ripple of unease through netizens worldwide. The clip shows a man walking through the desert. Despite many versions of this video getting shared across social media, no one seems to know who filmed it. This version was uploaded to Instagram by user Depths of Despair 01. The camera holder stumbled upon a well in the middle of the desert. After hearing some strange noises coming from deep within, takes a look. Screams can be heard emanating from the darkness. If you brighten the image up, you can make out what appears to be eyes staring up out of the well. No one knows whether this is a hoax or a genuine find. Given the desert setting, many have made comparisons to the unfolding situation in the Euphrates River region. In recent years, disturbing footage has surfaced from the area that many believe heralds the end of days. The Book of Revelation, a text from the New Testament, states that the depletion of the Euphrates River is an omen of a cataclysmic event at the end of days, a prophecy symbolizing the eradication of humanity. Within the scriptures of Revelation 9:14, it's written that the Euphrates River serves as the prison for 4 angels, destined to be freed in the end times. The Euphrates River, traversing the landscapes of Syria and Iraq, has seen a noticeable reduction in its water levels in recent years. This has been attributed to several environmental factors, including the overuse of water resources, contamination, and the construction of dams, resulting in a drastic decline in the river's flow. The receding waters have revealed a wealth of previously hidden ancient structures, enticing archaeologists to investigate these newly uncovered wonders that have remained concealed underwater for centuries. Footage of these eerie, recently exposed riverbeds have been shared online. A local villager exploring these parched riverbeds recorded a chilling video that was subsequently uploaded to YouTube by a user named Mustafa King Hutchinson. The video captures an unnerving auditory phenomenon. The devout Christian community has interpreted these sounds as the echoes of the imprisoned Euphrates angels, signifying the onset of the apocalypse as they break free from their shackles. The prophecy, detailed in Revelation 9:14, asserts, saying to the 6th angel who had the trumpet, "Release the 4 angels who were bound at the great river Euphrates." As interpreted by many, this vision, as conveyed by the presumed author John the Apostle, foretells the end of times, when the 4 angels, widely believed to be destructive demons due to their imprisonment, will be unleashed upon the world. Given the indisputable reality of the Euphrates River shrinkage, one may wonder if we're on the cusp of this ominous prophecy. Could these demonic entities be on the verge of wreaking havoc upon Earth, symbolizing impending doom? And what's to be made of the footage down the desert well? Could this be yet more evidence of demonic forces bringing about the end of days? We'll leave that up to you to decide. In December 2017, a group of thrill-seeking women found more than they bargained for during a visit to the infamous Myrtles Plantation in St. Francisville, Louisiana. Known as one of the nation's most haunted sites, this historic estate often lures adventurers from around the globe who are hoping to experience something supernatural. On this particular day, the women documented their adventure by taking a series of selfies on the property, which, upon closer inspection, reveals an unexpected photo bomber. The owner of the plantation later shared the intriguing image to their Facebook page, garnering a lot of attention. Here you can see the women standing in front of a row of windows. There appears to be an eerie apparition suddenly stealing the show. In the back right-hand corner, you can make out what looks like a face. This unexpected presence has sparked debates about its origins. Some believe it may be the face of Chloe, a slave girl reputed to haunt the grounds. Over the years, the spectre of Chloe has reportedly shown up in multiple photographs, giving her a notorious status among paranormal enthusiasts. Others, however, propose a less supernatural explanation. The face is merely a play of light, shadow, or reflections against the window. Regardless of what you believe, the photo surely adds to the chilling allure of the Myrtles plantation. Is it an eerie coincidence or reflection, or could it be a spectral appearance of Chloe herself? As with many such supernatural claims, the truth remains shrouded in mystery. The Ocean City Boardwalk in New Jersey, known for its long-standing ghost stories, has once again become the center of attention. TikTok user Caddy5374 has recently shared an eerie live photo captured on her iPhone, spooking viewers across the platform. In the early morning hours, around 4:30 a.m., the user witnessed a see-through figure moving along the boardwalk. Though she couldn't record a video, she managed to snap several live photos capturing the mysterious white figure drifting through the area. According to the poster, the figure was seen going back and forth for around 30 minutes. The Ocean City Boardwalk's supernatural reputation lends weight to the speculation that this might be something more than just a trick of the light. Patrons of the boardwalk have often reported encounters with a dead-looking sailor dressed in an old-fashioned uniform. It's said that he walks back and forth along the boardwalk in the early hours of the morning. However, when witnesses try and take a closer look, he vanishes into nothing. So could this live photo be a rare glimpse of the infamous sailor that's long been part of local legend? Skeptics may argue that the early morning light, reflections, or even fog could have created the illusion of a ghostly figure. However, the user's detailed observation and the specific pattern of movement captured in the live photo make it hard to dismiss as mere coincidence. Whether a glimpse of the infamous sailor's ghost or an unexplained optical illusion, the footage has undoubtedly added another layer to the enigmatic lore of the Ocean City Boardwalk. Visitors might now find themselves looking over their shoulders a little more often during those late-night strolls. When YouTuber Ann Vickers checked her trail camera in Caledon, Ontario, she noticed that it seemed to have inadvertently captured something rather strange. The poster claims that she was checking her trail cam that had been set off by a raccoon when 9 lights came into view from the right corner of the video. She goes on to note that the area where they rise from has trees behind it 30 foot high, and that there are no roads or flight paths for planes in the area. Trail cameras or game cameras are motion-activated cameras commonly used by wildlife enthusiasts, researchers, and hunters to monitor animal movements in natural settings. While their primary purpose is to capture candid shots of wildlife, they have gained notoriety for occasionally capturing unexpected and inexplicable images. Some of the pictures have been reported to show ghosts, cryptids, or other supernatural entities. We've featured this next image in a previous video. It was captured back in 2019 and uploaded to Reddit by user Native Meraki. The poster noted that the figure seen in the picture couldn't have been one of their neighbours, or even a strange woman walking around as they live in the woods on top of a steep hill. To add even more creepy context to the image, they claim that the previous owner's ashes were spread on their property. Redditor Typheus Oz shared this photo to the platform, asking the community for help in identifying the black shape seen in the trail cam near their feeding station. Is it possible that the covert nature of these cameras is providing us with glimpses of beings that are believed to be moving around unseen? Or do these images have a different explanation? In the example of the first video, it certainly does appear to show some sort of strange craft flying through the air. However, we'll throw this one over to you, the viewers, for final judgment. What do you think these trail cameras have been capturing? Let us know your opinions in the comments down below. A viewer of ours, Josephine B, recently sent a rather eerie photograph. The peculiar image, taken back in 2009 on Christmas Day, has since then triggered a lot of unease, curiosity, and speculation. Josephine recounted that she had received an analog fisheye camera for Christmas that year. Excited by her new gift, she spent the entire night capturing the festive moments. Little did she know, one of these seemingly innocuous snapshots would turn out to be something of a paranormal curiosity. Among the developed pictures was an unsettling one taken in the kitchen, featuring her then boyfriend's grandmother and sister sitting on the floor. The photo reveals a strange dark figure. Josephine insists that there was no one standing in that spot when the photo was taken, nor was anyone dressed in such an outfit on Christmas Day. Adding another layer of intrigue, directly on the other side of the wall where this figure allegedly emerged was an altar belonging to her ex's mother, a practicing Wiccan. Moreover, around the time the photo was taken, Josephine was battling addiction and had known 13 people who had passed away just that year. But the strangeness doesn't stop there. Josephine's ex's mother had become embroiled in a police investigation concerning a suspicious death in an old folks apartment complex where her grandmother lived. The deceased neighbour had previously reported that her ex's mother was stalking and harassing her, even though she had been with them at the time of the alleged disturbances. So could all these bizarre and tragic events be somehow linked? Is this inexplicable figure an ominous manifestation connected to the string of misfortunes that were unfolding at the time? Josephine and her family were so perturbed that they consulted a Native American religious figure for insight. Skeptics, however, have dismissed the image as an elaborate hoax or a glitch with the film or camera. Still, the eeriness of the figure, combined with a series of unsettling incidents surrounding it, leaves one with more than a few unanswered questions. A startling video circulating on Reddit and other social media platforms has netizens on the edge of their seats. Shared on Twitter by user Juxility, the footage is from an alarming incident that occurred on January 3rd, 2023, aboard Hainan Airlines flight HU7603. According to a statement from the airline, an economy passenger erupted into chaos shortly after pushback, sprinting to the front cabin door and causing a significant disturbance. Here's the footage. The flight, scheduled from Beijing Capital International Airport to Shanghai Hongqiao International Airport, was forced to taxi back to the terminal and was ultimately cancelled. A fellow passenger, Yi, recounts the bizarre series of events that unfolded around 9:05 p.m. as the flight prepared for takeoff. A man suddenly bolted from the back of the plane towards the front cabin door, hysterically yelling, "The plane is going to crash. Death is coming." It appears as though he was attempting to open the cabin door before he was restrained. Now, what's particularly strange is the man claims to have been trapped in a time loop. According to the Twitter footage, he exclaims that he's already lived through this scenario 5 times, each ending with the plane crashing and everyone on board dying. Despite his alarming warning, everyone who wants to live, get off the plane now, he never specifies the nature of the impending disaster. The Capital Airport's Bureau of Public Security issued a statement on January 4th confirming the incident and subsequent police involvement. The passenger, a 25-year-old man named Ha, was detained for investigation. Preliminary findings indicated an abnormal mental state leading to his transfer to a medical institution for further examination. As of now, there's been no more updates on this truly bizarre incident. In an eerie chain of events, TikTok user paranormal.vd has posted footage that's been sending chills down the spines of viewers. After suspecting their house was haunted due to a series of inexplicable incidents over the past few months, the homeowner decided to investigate the matter further. Armed with a modified Xbox Connect SLS camera, a device often utilised by paranormal investigators to detect figures invisible to the naked eye, they set up the camera to record their living room while they were away. Their aim? To catch potential evidence of the supernatural phenomena that they've been experiencing. The footage captured, now circulating rapidly on social media, is nothing short of spine-chilling. The modified Kinect, designed to map out human forms, is seen detecting several mysterious figures moving about the room. Simultaneously, objects within the living room appear to shift positions as if moved by an unseen force. Strikingly, the objects seem to move in correlation with the detected figures, stirring further curiosity and fear among viewers. Could this be the compelling evidence of a haunting the homeowner was seeking? While skeptics may argue for a more practical explanation, believers in the paranormal will find the footage hard to dismiss. This next one, some eerie home security footage uploaded to TikTok by user ZT-Null. She says that it was captured inside her brother's home. It appears to show something unsettling happening to the uploader's niece, Kiana. If we zoom in and slow it down, you can see that it looks like something grabs Kiana's leg and begins dragging her. So what do you think's going on here? Perhaps the baby moved herself? Or is there something more sinister at play here? Let me know in the comments down below. A TikTok video that's been making the rounds on social media is causing quite a stir. Uploaded by user elkakui.tv, the clip features a chilling incident from a late-night bus ride in India. In the eerie footage, we see the bus driver at the end of his shift urging a woman to disembark. Cloaked under a shroud, his face should be visible, yet all we can see is darkness. Despite the driver's pleas, the woman repeatedly refuses to leave the bus and reveal her face. At one point, the driver says, "Call the police. This lady doesn't have a face." A chilling statement that further amplifies the tension. The incident continues for some time before the authorities are contacted. However, according to reports, when the police finally arrived and inspected the bus, the mysterious woman was nowhere to be found. Adding an extra layer to the mystery, several viewers have claimed that the woman casts no shadow, a detail that's only heightened speculation surrounding the strange incident. The most popular theory being circulated suggests that the faceless woman is a jinn. The jinn, stemming from Islamic mythology, is a supernatural entity that can take different forms and possesses free will. It can be benevolent, neutral, or malevolent. The notion of the faceless woman being a jinn plays into these cultural beliefs, fueling fear, fascination, and endless online discourse. What exactly is happening in the footage here? Is it an elaborate hoax designed for viral fame? Could it be a disoriented individual in need of help? Or, as many suggest, is it a supernatural encounter with a jinn? With the woman disappearing before the arrival of authorities, we're left with an unsolved mystery that continues to perplex and engage viewers worldwide. TikTok user Perfectly Broken 94 recently shared a video that was meant to be a playful glimpse into what their friend's daughter's toy elf had been up to the night before. However, the seemingly innocent video has captured the attention of viewers for an entirely different reason. Watch. Did you catch it? The eerie figure is difficult to spot at regular speed, but when slowed down, it becomes apparent that something unusual is indeed present in the footage. The uploader wondered whether the figure could be an alien or even a demon, but many commenters quickly identified it as a shadow figure. Shadow figures are a common phenomenon reported in paranormal encounters. They typically appear as dark, human-like silhouettes lacking discernible features and are often associated with a feeling of dread or unease. These mysterious figures are usually spotted in peripheral vision and have been reported in various cultures and throughout history. Some paranormal researchers believe shadow figures to be manifestations of malevolent entities or trapped souls, while skeptics often attribute them to optical illusions, hallucinations, or simple misinterpretations of ordinary shadows. The appearance of a shadow figure in this video has led to intense debate and speculation. Could it indeed be something supernatural, a glimpse of an otherworldly being caught on camera, or is there a more mundane explanation? I'd like to hear your thoughts on this one down below. A chilling CCTV clip from late Feb 2023 has captured the attention of the internet thanks to a TikTok upload by user Jolo777. The footage originates from Thailand and features a security guard doing his evening rounds. A security officer is in a neighborhood park responding to a reported disturbance. As he communicates on his radio, however, something odd can be seen floating through the trees. The ambiguous figure's ghostly quality has led some TikTok viewers to suggest it might be a sighting of the Krasu, a notorious entity from Thai folklore. The Krasu is described as a nocturnal female spirit, often portrayed as a floating head with internal organs hanging from the neck, which it uses to feed on various items with a particular penchant for blood and raw food. To this day, the security officer has no way of properly explaining what he saw that night. So for now, this bizarre encounter will have to remain a mystery. ไปนั่งดูพวกนั้นเหรอตัวเองลูกโป่งนี่อะไรอ่ะลอยบินลงมาหลบต้นไม้ได้ลูกโป่งหางเนี่ยลงมาตกต้นไม้เลย A viewer of ours, Carol M, shared a piece of eerie surveillance footage that seems to show something truly odd. The eerie footage originates from an old asylum recently refurbished into a hospital. The viewer didn't specify the location of this property, but it's interesting to know that it's said an ancient church and graveyard are just adjacent to this site. Take a look. It's been captured.
Right, okay, this is one of what is that? The hell is going on?
The transparent shapes lack detailed features but possess an undeniable human silhouette, further adding to the uncanny nature of the footage.
Right, okay, this is all of the CCTV cameras.
Given the location's history as an asylum and its proximity to a graveyard, some have suggested these apparitions could be spirits of former patients, or even buried individuals still tethered to the realm of the living. So the chilling mystery remains. Are these spectral figures evidence of life beyond death, or simply figments of our overactive imaginations? The debate continues. A bone-chilling video shared by TikTok user PG Stories Official has left viewers questioning the age-old belief that children have a heightened sensitivity to paranormal activity. The unsettling footage, captured by a home security camera, has managed to pique interest and incite debates on whether or not children can truly see ghosts. In the footage, a grandmother is seen spending time at home with her grandchild when the eerie episode begins to unfold. The child repeatedly points towards the dining room, insisting that there's a man standing there.
He's right in front of you. Who is it? Show me him. Come here, Ian. Take me to him. Take me to him. Show me. Show me. Is he right here?
Although the grandmother initially indulges the child, she eventually becomes unnerved by the recurring claim.
You go back where you came from. What's he doing? Come on. Yeah, come on.
Paranormal investigators often theorize that children, due to their innocence and unprejudiced minds, are open to supernatural phenomena. Their perception isn't limited by rational thinking or skepticism, making them more receptive to entities or energies beyond our typical understanding. So could this child truly be seeing a ghost? Is their home a hotbed for supernatural activity? Or is it just an innocent child's imagination playing tricks? Till further evidence comes to light, the answers remain as elusive as the alleged ghostly figure itself.
Is he right here? He's in our dining room? What are you doing in our dining room, mister?
In a recent post to our Facebook community page, viewer Daniel Outlaw shared a bone-chilling image taken in Doncaster, UK in early July 2023 that left fellow users baffled and slightly unnerved. The eerie photograph originates from a co-worker of Daniel's, a fellow bus driver, who had finished his evening shift and decided to snap a few photographs of his empty bus for the night's closure. However, when he later examined the photos, he was taken aback by a disturbing discovery. Despite the bus being completely empty at the time the pictures were taken, one of the images seemingly portrays a young girl occupying a seat on the upper deck. Upon closer inspection, the spectral figure appears to have grey, pallid skin and long black hair. An unsettling image that's fueled speculations and stirred up quite a conversation on our community page. So is it possible that the past, deserted by the living, was occupied by the spirit of the departed, as some of our viewers have suggested? Or could this just be a carefully orchestrated prank? As with many such mysteries, the jury's still out, leaving us with an uncanny image that continues to both intrigue and spook viewers. This next video, uploaded to Reddit by user Tie-Dye Holly, has captured what might be another EVP. Take a listen. While it is quite hard to make out at first if you turn the volume up, there is indeed some sort of unusual sound, possibly even a voice. The poster notes that the house was empty at the time the noise was captured, as they had already left for work. They added that they don't want to assume it's a ghost, thinking perhaps it might be some sort of radio interference or even a hack. In an effort to get some answers, they decided to post the clip to Reddit. Some who listened to the sound suggested the camera might be picking up someone's voice from outside the house. Others thought it might be a bird, while others couldn't help but think it could be an eerie, disembodied voice. So what do you think? Take another listen to the audio and let me know your opinions down below. This unsettling pic was shared to Reddit by user Vandiscarnian69. It's a note someone received after a rather big night. Don't panic, there's paracetamol in the top drawer and bottled water on the side. The bathroom is straight across from you. Where am I? In the spare bedroom of the bouncer you were talking to last night. You weren't in a state to be left alone, you couldn't get in a taxi, and none of your friends were answering the phone. Where's my phone? It was on the bedside. Check under pillow. Tight-fitting jewelry? On the side. Clothing I threw up on? It's in the washing machine, tumble dryer, with some oversized hoodies in the drawer. What now? Whatever you like, sneak out without a word, follow the road down the hill to the city centre, or stay in bed, there's clean towels on the banister, possibly food in the fridge, a sticker with the Wi-Fi password on it somewhere in the living room, Netflix on the TV, and the dog loves to be played with. It seems the poster empathised with the image, sharing their own experience in the comments. Something similar happened to me 3 years ago. I went out for a drink, I was recovering from a breakup, so I had to distract myself. I went into a bar and started drinking. After that, I don't remember what happened. Everything's blank, but I woke up in a motel room next morning, fully clothed. Only my shoes were missing. My mobile phone was beside the bed. Under it was a folded piece of paper. There were only 3 words on the paper. You're all right, darling. That just creeped me out. I grabbed my shit and went downstairs. There was a woman at the front desk. I asked her about last night. She said I came home with a family, 2 adults and a kid. I asked for more details, but the woman didn't want to say anything more, so I left. Next day, I went to have a medical checkup. The results were fine. I was all right. Nothing bad had happened to me. I'm still wondering, who were they? But whoever they were, they're good people. So what do you make of these 2 encounters? Has anything similar happened to you? Let me know in the comments down below. Redditor Beat It Up 420 thinks that their parents' house might be haunted. In this Nest security footage, we see something eerie taking place. Some viewers thought that the shadow might simply belong to someone who's off camera in the other room. However, while replying to a viewer's comment, the poster noted that in the 1950s, a couple owned the house. Tragically, the woman succumbed to health complications and died within the home, and the man met with a fatal accident falling off the back porch. It's uncertain whether these events might be related to the home's history, but the poster adds that they always get an eerie feeling when they go and visit. One viewer in particular believed that the strange dark shape had characteristics that were often associated with shadow figures. It appears to be transparent and moves at a great speed. So what do you think about this one? Does the footage show a paranormal entity caught on camera? Or is there another way to explain the mysterious sighting? Let me know in the comments down below. In an incident that sparked intrigue and speculation, a group of Cuban locals have recorded an unusual phenomenon in the sky over Havana. The footage, shared on YouTube by America TV Miami, shows what initially appears to be a fireball, transforming into what observers describe as a strange ship. The incident, which occurred in late July 2023, begins with the observers focused on a bright object in the sky. As they continue to record, this fireball seems to morph into an unusual object resembling a rotating ship. News anchors' voices are filled with bewilderment as they speculate about the object's nature. They suggest everything from an extraterrestrial spacecraft to a specialized spy plane, or even highly advanced anti-gravity machines. In a lighter vein, the news presenters humorously comment on what extraterrestrials might think if they were visiting Earth and happened to land in Havana. This sighting comes on the heels of a recent congressional hearing in the United States, where former military officials testified about their experiences with UAPs. During the hearing, witnesses made several claims, including the government's possession of UAPs and the recovery of non-human biologics from crashed UAPs. David Grush, a former US intelligence official, told the panel that he's absolutely certain that the federal government is in possession of UAPs. He also mentioned that he knows of multiple colleagues who were involved in these strange incidents. The hearing also highlighted the need for a safe and transparent reporting process for UAP sightings. Brian Graves, a former Navy pilot, told the panel that military pilots don't feel adequately briefed on UAPs, which he said leaves them unprepared to respond to a UAP encounter. The Havana sighting and the congressional hearing underscore the growing interest and concern about unexplained aerial phenomena. Whether these incidents are attributable to natural phenomena, advanced technology, or potential extraterrestrial activity remains a subject of debate and investigation. Reddit user Idle Reflection recently took the online community on a spine-chilling journey when they shared a series of photos on the platform. Dated mid-2022, the images captured on a Ring home security camera seem to depict an inexplicable presence that has left viewers scratching their heads and perhaps checking their locks twice. The haunting scene unfolded at a townhome complex, which has recently been shadowed by tragedy, including a fatal overdose of a homeless man and a shooting incident in its vicinity. Idle Reflection shared the unsettling occurrence that began as an ordinary late-night scene. Their friend's son had just arrived home after a night out and was struggling with his keys at the front door. An unexpected guest made an appearance on the live security feed. The homeowners, initially tuning in to check on the young man's progress with his keys, soon found themselves alarmed by what seemed to be an unknown figure lurking near their front door. They promptly called the young man, who insisted he was alone and unaware of the eerie presence despite hearing unexplained noises. However, the mystery deepened as the chilling figure was seen moving in real time on the live feed, seemingly looking back and forth, before abruptly turning around and disappearing. This spooky movement contradicted the young man's insistence that he was alone, further raising questions about the identity of the strange figure. Here's an enhanced version of the image. Here you can see the strange figure in more detail. call for help to explain the eerie apparition has since sparked debate and speculation on Reddit, with theories ranging from the logical to the supernatural. The question, however, remains unanswered. What exactly did the camera capture on a fateful night? A peculiar photo shared by Reddit user OLAD1589 has become the centre of a spirited debate among Redditors, leaving many spooked and a little curious. The photo, originally posted on Facebook by an ex-classmate, showcases an eerie figure captured on camera at a landmark known as Old Stoneface in the Pipestone National Monument, an area steeped in Native American history and adjacent to the Pipestone Cemetery. The picture depicts a strange figure perched atop the rock formation. Given the location, some viewers speculate that it could be the spirit of a Native American boy. Supporting this theory, user John Johns again commented, "I've been there. This picture's at the base of a spire that's about 6 feet from the ledge with a 15-foot drop onto jagged rocks. From what I can remember, it was tradition for young, soon-to-be Sioux warriors to leap to and from the spire." However, the post isn't without its skeptics. The high-quality image led many to dismiss it as a Photoshop trick aimed at gaining internet fame. The debate further intensified when some users defended the photo, arguing that clear images of alleged ghosts are immediately labelled hoaxes, while blurry, low-quality photos are often perceived as genuine. The authenticity of the photo thus remains a contentious topic. Is it an authentic capture of a spectral figure, or just a cleverly edited image intended for clout? The final judgment is left to the viewer's discretion. Here's a quick little one from Reddit user JK Smileyface1. According to the user's post, a fatal motorcycle accident took place a block away from their home. Some weeks later, the user's dogs were barking wildly as though something was outside of their house. Watching the footage captured by their Ring doorbell camera, it seems that something strange may have been caught. A shadowy figure refused to vanish from sight. You can hear the user's dogs barking as though they sense something is off. So could this sighting be linked to the fatal accident that happened just up the road? Watch the footage again and make your own mind up. In an eerie development, a follower of the Facebook group Ghosts of London shared a pair of images that sparked intrigue and concern among the community. The images, taken from the homeowner's bedroom security camera, were captured approximately 8 months apart. The commonality between them is both chilling and intriguing. Both photographs show the homeowner sound asleep. However, in each photograph, there appears to be a spectral mist rising from the sleeping homeowner, giving the impression of a ghostly entity. The homeowner, seemingly unperturbed by this phenomenon, has stated, "My bedroom security camera caught these pictures about 8 months apart. I should mention I feel completely safe in my home. I don't think it's a bad entity, neither does my dog." Following the homeowner's comments, the post swiftly went viral. Members of the Facebook group flooded the post with hundreds of comments, a majority expressing their belief that the images could indeed depict a ghostly presence. While some viewers expressed agreement with the homeowner's sentiment that the entity might be benign, others exhibited apprehension, cautioning the homeowner to exercise vigilance. These images have added another layer of mystique to the enigma of the paranormal. Could these photos really be evidence of a ghostly cohabitant? Or is there a more mundane explanation awaiting discovery? Share your theories with one another in the comments down below. The YouTube channel named Wow For Real caused a stir in July of 2014 when it unearthed a peculiar phenomenon on the moon that's left netizens buzzing with theories and explanations. The discovery, pointed out by a viewer named Jasenko, shows something truly odd on the moon's surface. Using these coordinates on Google Earth's moon feature, a striking image emerges as one zooms in. It resembles a figure, a shape strikingly similar to that of a human, standing eerily on the barren lunar landscape. The figure even appears to cast a shadow, adding an additional layer of realism to this lunar mystery. This peculiar sighting joins a series of recent enigmatic phenomena observed on the moon that have piqued global curiosity. In recent years, moon enthusiasts and researchers alike have reported instances of seemingly artificial structures and unexplained luminosities on our celestial neighbour, creating a buzz in both scientific communities and amongst conspiracy theorists. A notable instance occurred on May 14, 2021, when a video shared by TikTok user Larry Liu took social media by storm. In the footage, two anomalous white objects of varying sizes are seen soaring in the vicinity of the moon. This wild sighting has since clocked up more than 50 million views. While some argue these anomalies to be mere optical illusions or quirks of lunar geography, others are quick to propose more otherworldly theories, including the presence of alien life or long-lost human technology. As to what this humanoid figure could be, the theories range from a glitch in Google's imaging system to evidence of extraterrestrial life or clandestine space missions. As the debate continues to swirl, one thing's clear: our celestial neighbour still holds many mysteries that continue to enthrall and confound us. Takuchi Camera is a self-described psychic YouTuber who visits many creepy locations. In this video, he checks out an old abandoned village somewhere in Japan. With only his camera's light to guide him, he makes his way through the buildings. As he does so, he attempts to piece together the eerie history of the place and perhaps learn the reason as to why this village is now empty. As he wanders around, each building he enters has trash and debris all over the floor, indicating that it's likely been some time since anyone actually lived here.
She said no at
The
the
YouTuber
moment,
eventually
no,
decides to set
so
up camp.
maybe later.
However, he soon leaves the tent when something gets his attention. He films the area outside, but seems unable to catch anything on camera. Things soon change when he decides to set up a thermal imaging camera just outside of one of the buildings. Take a look at what he's captured. The figure up ahead in the darkness appears to stand up. It turns and begins to slowly make its way closer before suddenly running towards the camera. The YouTuber wastes no time in hightailing it out of the area, running off down a dark pathway. The footage then cuts out soon afterwards. So what was the thermal camera able to detect in the abandoned village? Perhaps it was a squatter, one who didn't like their territory invaded by the curious YouTuber. Or did the image show the presence of something a little more mysterious? This YouTuber certainly seems to think so. Ghosts of London, a popular Facebook page dedicated to supernatural enthusiasts, recently received a submission that sent shivers down the spines of its audience. Dating back to approximately 2010, the eerie photograph was shared by a follower who recounts its chilling tale. About 13 years ago, three friends were enjoying a light-hearted moment, indulging in drinks and laughter. As they posed for a photograph, little did they know the image captured would haunt them for years to come. In the shared image, two women can be seen smiling, completely unaware of the unsettling presence just behind them. To the left of the photo, a peculiar and seemingly transparent shape appears, bearing an uncanny resemblance to a balding older man with deeply set dark eyes. The spectral figure has ignited a flurry of discussions and speculations among the Ghosts of London community. While many believe that the image could potentially be a genuine capture of a ghostly entity, skeptics argue that it might just be a camera malfunction or a glitch. The inherent ambiguity of such images often leaves room for debate. Yet, one thing's clear. The photograph has undoubtedly struck a chord with those who've seen it. Whether a spectral apparition or a mere technical anomaly, the image serves as a reminder of the mysteries that can sometimes lurk in the most unsuspecting of moments. Our last clip of the day was captured inside the emergency department of a hospital in Medellin, Colombia. The footage was uploaded to TikTok by user Elmore8411. Looks like the balloon is drifting with purpose. Its eerie movements have spurred many viewers to say that a ghostly child is responsible. For many years, staff and patrons of this hospital in Medellin have said there's something unusual about the property. Reports of haunting laughter or crying during night shift are a regular occurrence. Some nurses say they've been touched by unseen presences, and darting shadowy figures have been seen throughout the wards. So does this footage finally prove that this hospital is indeed haunted? You'll have to watch this footage again and make your own mind up. Well, hey, well, that's the end of the episode. Thank you so much for watching. Remember to follow us on all our socials as well. We've got all those links in the description box down below there. And that's it for me. I'll see you all next time.
2016 was a golden year for gaming hardware. NVIDIA released what many people consider one of the most successful GPU lineups in history. And now it's officially been 10 years. So what if we rewind time
back to 2016 and build a $2,000 gaming PC from that era. But today, for only around $400, that's exactly what I'm going to do. We're going to recreate a high-end 2016 gaming setup, bring it back to the present day, and see how it handles modern AAA titles. Can a former flagship system still compete in today's demanding games, or has time finally caught up with it? Let's travel back 10 years and find out. While digging around, I came across a recommended PC build from 2016 from some YouTuber back then, and the two main components were an i7, 6800K, and a GTX 1080. I managed to pick up this CPU for just $30 on eBay. And when I opened the box, yep, it really was an i7. 6800K. Most people know this chip came out in 2016, but what a lot of people don't realize is that this CPU was actually ahead of its time. Back then, it was a 6-core, 12-thread processor built on 14 nanometers at a time when 6-core CPUs were still far from mainstream. It also comes with 15 megabytes of L3 cache, which is noticeably more than many later mainstream 6-core CPU that usually sit somewhere around 9 to 12 megabits. This was Intel's first real step into the 14 nanometer era, laying the groundwork for architectures like Skylake, Kaby Lake, Coffee Lake, and even Rocket Lake. So despite what some people say, this wasn't really a stagnation period for Intel. It was more of a time of heavy refinement. On paper, the official max turbo clock is only 3.8 gigahertz, but the real strength of this CPU is how well it overclocks. With a bit of tuning, hitting around 4.3 gigahertz is completely realistic. And because this is a much bigger chip, it obviously doesn't use a regular socket that we're used to seeing. This one runs on LGA 2011B3 with the X99 chipset. Now, original brand name X99 motherboards are still pretty expensive, so I went with a board called the X99 TFQ, which costs around $100. And if that still sounds like too much, don't worry. There are plenty of other X99 variants out there that are much cheaper. For cooling, I'm using a Cooler Master T400i air cooler. This design is definitely old school and it's no longer being made, but it still gets the job done. I picked this one up for $20. Next up is RAM. Back in 2016, 16 gigabytes was basically the gold standard for gaming, and honestly, it still holds up pretty well today. Since RAM prices aren't exactly cheap right now, I went with two 8-gigabyte sticks, giving me a total of 16 gigabytes, and the pair cost me about $70. Next up is something you simply can't skip in any gaming PC, the graphics card. From the very beginning of this video, I've been talking about one of the most iconic and successful GPU of all time, a card that a lot of people still use today, even years later. And of course, I'm talking about the GTX 1080 with 8 gigabytes of VRAM. When it first launched, this card cost around $599, which was a lot of money back then. But today, you can pick one up for about $100, and for that price, you're getting what was literally the most powerful GPU of 2016. That's honestly kind of insane when you think about it. Next up is storage. Even though NVMe SSD already existed back then, they were still considered high-end tech and were way too expensive for most people. So the majority of users stuck with SATA SSD, and that's exactly what I'm doing here. For this build, I'm using a Samsung 870 EVO 500 gigabytes, which I picked up for just $14 on eBay. After that comes the power supply. I went with a Cooler Master MWE 750 watts, and that cost me $55. As for the case, it's an older one I've had lying around. I honestly don't remember how much I paid for it, so I'll just value it at around $20. And with all of that added up, the total cost of this system comes out to $409. All right, now it's time to power it on and see how this thing actually performs. Oh my god. The system turns on, but the screen is completely black. No signal, no response at all. The motherboard logo shows up for a split second, then disappears, and it throws out an AE error code. That usually points to either a GPU issue or a CMOS battery problem. I tried both, swapped the GPU, replaced the CMOS battery, but nothing worked. At that point, I started suspecting the BIOS. Since this board is pretty old, I figured the BIOS version might be too low to properly support the CPU. So I installed a different CPU, downloaded the latest BIOS, and flashed the board. The process itself is pretty straightforward. You can find tutorials literally everywhere on YouTube. And now, this is the moment of truth. I hit the power button. and oh my god, it finally posted. Thank God. I booted into the system, opened CPU-Z, and yep, it really is an i7. 6,800K, 6 cores, 12 threads, scoring around 3,190 points in multi-core and 421 points in single-core. At that moment, I knew the build was finally alive. I tested Fortnite at 1080p using medium settings, and the performance was actually pretty solid. FPS sat at around 130, with almost no stuttering or noticeable lag. But here's the part that really confused me. The CPU clock speed was never fully utilized. It topped out at around 3.5 gigahertz, and even when I pushed the system to 100% load, it still wouldn't go past 3.4 gigahertz, while only drawing about 67 watts. And honestly, that didn't feel right. So I decided to try overclocking the CPU. I went into the BIOS, started changing things slowly, step by step, testing and adjusting as I went. But that's when problems started showing up. The system refused to boot. I had no choice but to pull the CMOS battery and reset everything I had just changed in the BIOS. After that, I did some research on this motherboard, and unfortunately it turns out this board doesn't support CPU overclocking through the BIOS. I also tried installing Intel Extreme Tuning Utility, but it wouldn't install at all, even though I'm running Windows 10 22H2. So at this point, I had to accept reality. Overclocking just wasn't happening on the setup. That said, I'm not giving up on the CPU. I will overclock it in a future video once I pair it with a proper gaming motherboard. Alright, let's get back to gaming performance. In Fortnite, running at 1440p, the system still manages to hold around 100 FPS, and the best part is how stable it feels. The CPU handles it really well. I didn't notice any major drops at all. Next up is a game that actually takes better advantage of multiple cores, Minecraft. At 1080p with a 32 chunk render distance, it still delivers some really impressive numbers. FPS stays above 200, and at times it even spikes past 500 FPS. When switching to 1440p, performance remains solid, staying above 100 FPS. Then I turned on shaders, specifically Bliss. The visuals look incredibly realistic, and even with shaders enabled, FPS stays very stable at around 100. At 1440p with shaders, FPS does drop a bit, but nothing dramatic. It stays consistently between 70 and 80 FPS. Overall, this setup handles Minecraft surprisingly well, even under heavier loads. Moving on to Counter-Strike 2, I cranked the settings up to high. FPS stays above 100 most of the time, but it's definitely not as stable as the games I tested earlier. That said, for a fast-paced shooter like CS2, this is still a very playable and solid experience. Switching up to 1440p, I honestly didn't expect much, but wow, FPS still stays over 100, and you can even push the resolution to 4K without losing too much performance. Next up is an older AAA title, Tomb Raider. This game is known for being well optimized, so I maxed out the settings at 1080p. FPS sits around 180, sometimes jumping past 200, but it can dip down to about 130, so it's not perfectly stable. At 1440p, FPS hovers around 130, which is still an excellent number for this kind of game. And finally, let's talk about a much heavier AAA title, Cyberpunk 2077. At high settings in 1080p, FPS stays around 60, and in some scenes it even pushes past 80 FPS. When I bumped the resolution up to 1440p, frame rates dropped to around 50, but overall I had no trouble enjoying the game at all. With this setup, you can comfortably play pretty much any game at 1080p and 1440p, and even 4K in games that aren't too demanding. And honestly, that's been a really great experience for me, especially considering this is a 10-year-old PC. The only real downside is that I haven't been able to fully unlock this CPU's true potential yet, but overall I'm genuinely impressed with what it can still do. Thanks for watching all the way to the end, and I'll see you in the next video. In the last video, I brought this iMac back to life, from a pretty rough-looking machine into something that was almost perfect again. But there's one big problem. This iMac is 17 years old. The hardware is simply too weak, and that means gaming performance has always been limited. Frames per second never really goes beyond what you'd call acceptable. Last time I tested it using Windows, and as we all know, Windows isn't exactly known for being friendly to very old hardware. So in this video, I'm taking a completely different approach. We're switching to Linux to see if it can squeeze out more performance and give this aging iMac a second chance at gaming. Let's see how far we can push it.